For Quamps, hey Baba, bounce and mommy, some Ophelia, bounce and mommy, Bobby and Nujo, bounce and mommy, bounce and mommy, bounce and mommy, some Digia, bounce and mommy, go check you, bounce and mommy, if you feeling it, bounce and mommy, bounce and mommy, bounce and mommy, so they wanna know now, name so far for the go cold out, when I touch a mic, yeah, the crowd go wow, jumped in the Afro beat with the south, see the flow too hot, I can never be mild, gotta let you know I was on it for my child, I'll be hurting the beat, so they wanna say out, just say damn, my whole full thing for the sound, moon in a moon boom, kusa kutu, yeah, musa, this one, yeah, I go enter, I know go feel for leave this never, pumping this from UK to Tema, this one hot, yeah, something like pepper, you from me day, you from me day, you from me day, you from me day, you from me silver, get it boom, go down low, 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 I try more master, hey, you know. Bounce and mommy, some Ophelia, bounce and mommy, Bobby and Nujo, bounce and mommy, bounce and mommy, bounce and mommy, some Digia, bounce and mommy, go check you, bounce and mommy, bounce and mommy, bounce and mommy, bounce and mommy. Niggas know that I get through that.
Okay, everyone, good afternoon. Just checking my sound real quick. Okay, so good afternoon to everybody in here. Yeah, shout out to everybody here. By the way, just wanted to let you guys know, sometimes I end the stream so early because I'm just so tired. But I wanted to say thank you to everybody who participates and everybody who comments. I do read all the comments. I don't read them all out loud, especially when there's a panel, but I do read all your comments. So thanks for the engagement. Thanks for the interaction. Today, the topic is Ghana, Kenya, and Gabon are part of the UN Security Council. Now, this is actually not a big deal like that, but for whatever reason, there are some people from certain countries that are upset about this. And my question to those people is, why are you part of the UN if it doesn't matter? Like, just leave. Like, ask your president to leave the UN. We know the UN is, I personally think the UN is a really weird institution, but so is the AU. So it's like, if you can openly support the AU knowing that it's funded by Europe, what's the difference with that and being part of the UN that is also funded by Europe, but you're openly part of it? Like, you acknowledge that your position in the UN is not important, but when it comes to the AU, you're like, oh yeah, no, this is not different, when it's pretty much the same. We've heard of the AU troops doing, like yesterday and some other times, we heard of the AU troops doing some ridiculous things. I will never forget how the AU handled the COVID-19 situation, how they started booty clapping for the West and were like, oh, we need to order, vaccines. I still remember all of that. So to me, the AU is not much better either. But to go over there's basically every country is part of except the Caribbean, which I'm not too sure. Maybe they know something that we don't know. But pretty much every African country has had a seat in the Security Council. And the Security Council is not permanent. It's just a term that you do for like 2 years and then you leave. So it's not even an important position either. It's more like, to me, it's more ceremonial, if anything. It's not really a position that means anything. Nigeria was in it 1968, Uganda 1966, 2015. Egypt was in it, and it says African Arab because they were They had two uh, they had two places that they were representing. So Ghana 1962 2023, Gabon 1978, Algeria. Okay, I don't think I need to go through every single country. If anyone has like any country that they have in mind, basically every country has been part of the UN Security Council, and that hasn't stopped wars, that hasn't stopped conflicts, that has pretty much done nothing. So I'm not sure why this time, like, the new members that are joined are expected to do anything when they historically have not done anything in the past. Like, Liberia being there didn't stop what happened. And of course, I'm not just using Liberia as an example. So many other countries were in there. I believe this was when Gambia still had the dictatorship. They were still in there. Mali's in there. Cameroon was in there. Burkina Faso was in there. So in any case, like, basically almost every African country has been in there because almost every African country is a member state of the UN. None of us are permanent members, right? None of us actually hold a seat that counts in that case. But all of us are still part of the UN, whether we feel like it's important or not. So, all these new age Africans talking about it's not important, why are you there? And why have you been there for so long? You know, there's some new age Africans that are like, we need to advocate for our governments to leave because it's not doing anything important. I mean, see, this is the sad truth. You saying you're gonna leave when nobody cares doesn't matter. So I feel like in that case, just stay, because it's not like if you leave, anyone's gonna care, or anyone's gonna miss you, or anyone's gonna be like, oh no, 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 please. If you want to leave the UN, just leave. Nobody cares. Like, there's not, they could still do what they want to you, whether you're a member or not. So it's really not that serious at all. Now, Gabon. Gabon's doing really, really great. And I would like to add that all the countries that are in right now, there's three countries, Kenya, Gabon, and Ghana, who are serving 2-year terms. They're actually doing really well. So Gabon is a very small country. The population is less than 3 million, but still the GDP per capita is amazing. That is one of the highest GDPs of Africa. So Gabon has money. So shout outs to Gabon. And maybe one of these days I'll actually talk about Gabon a little bit more. And maybe one of these days. But what else did I want to show? Oh, Kenya, obviously, Kenya's obviously killing it and doing really good. And people are like, Kenya is, kissing the West. But see, this is the thing. It's true, but most African countries are kissing the West anyways, whether they're doing it to their face or doing it behind closed doors. Most African countries understand that that's what you have to do right now. Maybe they don't want to kiss the West, but a lot of these African leaders are doing it anyways. So when people go out of their way to make fun of Kenya, I'm like, at least they're winning though. You know, at least they're the leader of East Africa. And I would say one of the leaders of Africa, period, whether you agree with it or not. Their GDP per capita is all right. It's okay, but it's not horrible as compared to some other countries who had a GDP of $600, $700. Yeah, I would say it's pretty good. I'd say it's pretty good. What else? What else? What else? Oh, and Ghana. I mean, how can I not brag, man? Like, how can I not brag? I mean, I keep saying this, people don't believe me, but I'm not saying in Africa it's that important, but in terms of West Africa, Ghana is a big deal. I don't care if you get upset about it, like worry about your country not being a big deal in West Africa instead of hating on me because Ghanaians never brag about like I did a whole live stream bragging about Ghana once, and it's really interesting. I used to not call myself patriotic, but I think I'm an undercover patriotic because or undercover patriot because I talk bad about Ghana and Ghanaians on a daily. Like I literally say the meanest things to Ghanaians or about the Ghanaian mentality. But the minute, especially another West African comes for Ghana, like I go for the blood. Like if you're Nigeria, you're talking bad about Ghana, okay. But if you're any other West African country speaking bad about Ghana, I will come for you. I will kill you. Okay. I'll probably have to edit that out, but I will cut you because listen, don't talk to me about what Ghana's failing to do. Someone had the audacity to tell me, "Oh, well Ghana's not getting any gold revenue." Like, girl, who is? Who is? Is anyone in Africa doing that except for maybe Botswana? Well, in their case it's diamonds. I'm like, who is though? Who's benefiting from most of their resources? So when you're gonna clown Ghana about doing that, like worry about your country. Worry about your country. But anyways, yeah, let me just see what you guys are saying. Aw, thank you so much, La Haza Africana. 86. Remember what yo, you need to like refresh my memory. Hi Mali, Akufado, Dennis Asson, William Ruto. I never knew most African nations been to the UNSC. Yeah, basically almost every African nation has been part of the UNSC. I know for some people it's brand new because for some of us we don't remember our country being a member state of the UNSC because it was in the 60s and 70s, but most countries have at least already served once, and that has done absolutely nothing. So it's really nothing to brag about, but it kind of is, but it kind of isn't, if you get what I'm saying. Is Omar Bongo, Pres of Gabon, son of yeah. Most Africans don't benefit from their resources. Exactly. And see I don't see that happening in my lifetime. Um Africans are concerned about that, and if you try to tax an average African and tell them, "Hey, we're going to do this to do this," they're not going to give you the money because they've been so hurt by their governments before. So I'm not sure where this money's supposed to come from because clearly the IMF and the World Bank, all these other international organizations giving you money with the purpose of you actually, you know, industrializing or investing into an industry does not seem to be working. Okay, I don't know what Sankara knew. I don't know what Sankara was doing, but he was doing an amazing job. Most of these African presidents refuse, don't care, don't want to do that. So so just knowing that mentality, I don't even get excited about certain things anymore. The certain countries have certain industries that it to me it's just propaganda. A lot of African countries like to do this thing of, oh, we're building this thing, we're building this factory, we're manufacturing that. And then you actually look at the numbers and they can't even produce or make enough of the product for their own population. So then why are they bragging that they created this industry or they started this industry or they're funding this industry when they can't even benefit from it themselves? Talk less of exporting these materials or exporting these inventions. They can't even produce enough for their own population. If you take a look, a lot of West, for instance, a lot of West African countries grow rice. And by rice, I'm not talking about the Chinese white rice. I mean different types of rice, like wild rice, red rice, brown rice, yellow rice, all these type of rices, right? Or rice grains. And there are actual companies where you could buy these rice grains, but no one buys these rice grains because no one wants to spend like $10 on a bag of rice, or you could just buy a $5 Chinese bag of rice. And when you actually look at who's buying these local rices, it's like 2% of the population. So these people have ancestral knowledge on how to grow and cultivate rice, but their rice industries are falling apart more and more every year. It's really sad, actually. Yeah, they do rotate three African countries every 5 to 10 years or something on the UNSC. Shit is low key irrelevant if you're not part of the five main members. And this is what one of the AU member states actually begged. They begged that the African Union, so not an actual African country, interestingly enough, they begged for the African Union to have a permanent seat at the UN Security Council. And this was in September 24, 2022. The African Union has reiterated its demand for a permanent seat at the UN Security Council. It is time to overcome the reluctance and destruct the narratives that persist in confining Africa to the margins of decision making circles, AU Chairman Macky Sall said on Wednesday at the United General Assembly. He said that it is time to do justice to Africa's just and legitimate demand for Security Council reform as reflected in their Eswaluni conscious or consensus. And this is the thing that is just ridiculous about making this whole speech, especially at the UN General Assembly, is first and foremost, you're the AU chairman. Like, for, focus on the AU. Okay, focus on whatever you guys are focusing on. You're begging. I changed the word demanding to beg because if you're asking or demanding from a place of weakness or subordination, is that really demanding? You can't be demanding, you're begging. He said it's time to do justice to Africa's just and legitimate demand for the Security Council to be reformed. Now, the five permanent members, because he's asking to be part of the permanent members because they're already in the UNSC. The five permanent members are US, UK, France, Russia, China. Historically, we understand why they're the five members that never get booted off or have the best representation. We know, okay? Even though France is an ish hole right now, Historically, it has hundreds of years of war history, political relevance. Um, China, not so much in the past, but now it is pretty relevant. And, not to mention their population is huge, not to mention they're like, like the best, I'll say the best country to do business with in our modern day. Russia, same thing. Russia, for some people, they would say that Russia is not really relevant, but it is. It has always been. In fact, Tsar history is some of the most interesting history, I must say. And the Russian Confederation, it's just a very cool country, I'll be honest. Like, whether you don't like Russia or not, very cool. Putin did a good job, and so did his ancestors. UK and France, sorry, UK and US make sense why they're there as well. We don't really even need to talk about that. So the five countries that are in there, there's no question as to why they're in there. But this African is saying African Union, not even an African state, if you really want to go there, because all of these other countries are states, they're not unions. So I'm not sure why you would ask for the African Union to have a seat in the UN Security Council, a permanent seat at that. He's saying that it's not fair. Well, if China wasn't there, there's no Middle Eastern country there either. It's not that reflective of important states of today either. It's not that reflective of who's making decisions and who's important and who's not either. At least the five permanent members aren't. So when he's complaining that the five permanent members, the seats are not dynamic, it's like, where is that argument even coming from? No. The Eswatini conscience is a position on international relations and reform of the United Nations, agreed by the African Union. Who is the African? Who cares what the African Union says? Like, dude, even Africans don't care about what the African Union says. Okay. It calls for more representative and democratic Security Council in which Africa, like all other world regions, is represented. Africa's already represented in the Security Council. There are usually 3 African countries, non-permanent members that are already there. So what other representation are you asking for? Anyways, the UN Security Council has only 5 permanent members: China, Russia, UK, US, and France. According to the AU chairman, it is time for fair, more inclusive global governments that is more adapted to their realities of our time. I'm I'm pretty sure, well, I would like to argue that this is adapted to the realities of our time, unless you're really delusional. I think it actually is. It could be tweaked a little bit, but I think it's pretty much on the ball, right? He also said that Africa should be granted a seat in the G20 so that it can finally be represented where decisions that affect 1.4 billion Africans are being taken. Again, the whole population argument. Africa has 1.4 billion people. What does that have to do with anything? So does India has more people than Africa. Okay, I get it. India is a state, Africa is not a state. But what does 1.4 billion people, what does having more mouths to feed, really, in this case, What does that have to do with anything globally, politically, economically? Because he's asking to be part of the G20 member states. Okay, the G20 member states are composed of the world's largest economies, including some that are fast developing, but also have strong economic ties. So even the economies that are in the G20 that aren't um, developing, sorry, that aren't developed, are still really relevant politically, and they still have strong ties economically. So let me see here. So again, these are the 20 member states. Okay. That's who's in it. It makes sense why Brazil is in there. Makes sense why Argentina is in there. Makes sense why the EU is in there. Italy can be kind of subjective, you know. Makes a lot of sense why Mexico, Saudi Arabia, Indonesia, Turkey, and South Africa, South Korea, makes sense why they're in there. But he's saying that, oh no, there needs to be more Africans in there. And again, his favorite term, there needs to be the African Union in there. So it makes sense why the EU is there, because the EU is the Central European Bank. Um, Obviously, it has to be there, right? The whole point of the G20 is to discuss and implement new forms of global financial strategy, security, address financial stability, climate change, and sustainable development, which is actually really interesting because the UN does have a, is it the, I forgot what sector it is, but there is a part where they also focus on sustainable development. So clearly, all these organizations are pretty much doing nothing. Anyways, so who is in the G20? It consists of representatives of head of states, finance ministers, economic prodigies, and just really important figureheads of those countries. And another thing is they bring together systemically important industrialized and developing economies to discuss key issues in the global economy. I really don't understand why asking for this, or demanding for this, I should say, is even a priority. Who actually cares at all? No, but the AU feels like they're that important that they need to be invited to the table. Interesting. How about you fund yourself for once? No? Okay. All right. So, Mr. Sall, the president of Senegal, also called for the lifting of foreign sanctions on Zimbabwe. To me, that's just honestly ridiculous. Not only is that not a priority, but number two, it's, why do people act like the sanctions on Zimbabwe are the sanctions on the whole country? The sanctions placed on Zimbabwe are placed on specific members, specific groups of people. It has nothing to do with the whole population. It has nothing to do with destabilizing the whole country. So, in that case, is focusing on that really all that important at all? The Zimbabwe sanctions was a policy driven program that targeted human rights abusers, people who undermined democracy, and people who were convicted or suspected with evidence of partaking in corruption. They do not target the Zimbabwean people as a whole, the nation, or the banking sector, or the bank of whatever grades, but I don't even think they have a bank right now, but whatever. Their their banking industry. So what does saying that they need to stop focusing on the sanctions of Zimbabwe, what does that have to do with anything? That's not even a priority that anybody should be thinking of, to be quite honest. You know, and moreover, you're the president of Senegal. I don't know why you're speaking on moral stuff when a lot of francophone West African countries have a huge bone to pick with you specifically. So I don't even know why you want to be the moral police. It just makes absolutely no sense at all. And let me pull up the thing. The Unless I'm mistaken, this is still correct that the Zimbabwe sanctions are not that bad. Oh, actually, it goes further on to explain that in the article. One second, let me just pull it up. He described them. Okay, so he described the sanctions as harsh measures that continue to fuel a sense of injustice against an entire people, which is incorrect, and to aggravate their suffering in the time of deep crisis. While everyone is going through a time of deep crisis, I mean, we're in a recession or in a global recession. Everyone's complaining about the cost of living going up. So if Zimbabwe is complaining about that, so is everyone else. So I'm not sure what time of crisis they're really talking about. So, according to the US, the sanctions is targeted at Zimbabwe individuals and entities responsible for committing human rights abuses, which can be subjective, I understand, undermining democratic processes, or facilitating corruption. So, where in that does it say that it's against the whole nation? Anyway, on climate change, Mr. Saul said it is legitimate and fair and equitable that Africa, the continent, pollutes the least and lags furthest behind the industrialization process, should exploit its available resources to provide basic energy, improve the competitiveness of its economy, and achieve universal access to electricity. I agree with that as well. But that I think is more of an internal issue. He encouraged countries to work towards mobilizing the $100 billion per year to support developing countries, again, begging uh, countries' adaptation efforts to finance the African Adaptation Acceleration Program under the auspice of the AFDB and other global center for adaptation. He said Africa does not see adaptation funding as aid, but as contribution by industrialized countries to a global partnership of solidarity. In return for efforts by developing countries to avoid the polluting patterns that have plunged the planet into current climate change emergency. Absolutely ridiculous. Okay. I think that's actually all I I think that's actually all I have to say about that article. It got me pretty heated. Let me see what you guys are saying. Sankara was a legend. Yeah, UN is imperialist organization. It's irrelevant regardless of what African nations and their votes, vetoes are bribed. Yeah, exactly. Pretty irrelevant when four or three African countries have to go against everyone else who's more important, or more. relevant in the grand scheme of things. And again, I just find it funny how he's saying African or African Union because he didn't state which country he was actually talking about, which is very interesting. But he was saying the African Union needs a state, and the UNSC, right, needs a seat, a permanent seat in the UNSC. But, you know, India's not there, Saudi Arabia is not there, none of these other nations are there, Kuwait, whatever. None of these other countries are there. But he's saying that the AU needs a permanent seat and that this is undermining Africa's importance, which I really actually don't think it is at all. I think it's actually pretty accurate. And before Africa worries about being part of these organizations, how about you worry about other things that are more pressing, other pressing matters? Because it's not like your vote counts in any of this, right? But that's not what these sellout leaders, the AU, the chairman of the AU, worry about the AU. That's not what he wants to be worried about. He wants to be worried about going to the UN General Assembly, giving them a speech about how this is unfair and how about it's unjust. But you're already a member of the UN. What? Okay. When countries like Germany, India, Japan, and etc. don't have UNSC permanent seats, Africa thinking deserves one is laughable. Exactly. Exactly. Like anyway. Hi, Bertha, how you doing? Germany, Canada, Japan, and India are more deserving than the whole. Oh, but that's actually true. Hi, Jal. Noah. No, I'm actually not though. Um, it's good these shows are recorded. Why? What did I say? The Security Council is a bunch of European and Americans defining our realities. They're so nice. You know, they're actually so nice to have us be there, so that we could hear what they're discussing, but not have a say. They're actually pretty nice. At least they're doing it in front of our faces. So shout outs to the UN, man. Shout outs to the UN. These Africans are professional. I'm telling you. Indonesia, Brazil, Mexico makes sense. Okay. Indonesia, I know that they produce a lot of clothes or whatever, and they produce like they're a manufacturing hub. Brazil is has doesn't Brazil have $1 trillion economy? Hold on, let me check the GDP of Brazil. And Mexico's part of the US technically. That's why it makes sense. Mexico has a lot of deals and a lot of partnerships with these first world countries. So it makes sense why Mexico and all of these other countries are there. No, Brazil is really not that dusty. I mean, it kind of is, but it really isn't as compared to a lot of these African countries. So, I mean, it's doing better than Nigeria. So, yeah, it makes sense why it's there. Those who created the UNSC gave themselves permanent seats. Yeah, I know, looking too much into it. South Africa is already there, so it's enough. Tanky bot true. The only part post creation addition to the UNSC is China for obvious reasons. Yeah, that makes sense. They don't understand how irrelevant they are. It's embarrassing. I know, dude, it's this is just sad. I don't know why did these African leaders always embarrass people like this? It's really embarrassing. The sanctions don't affect Zimbabwe people. They don't, though. They don't. They don't affect. They don't affect Zimbabweans as a whole. They in. They affect specific members, but they don't affect Zimbabwe as a whole, like the way that people come on panels and say that they do. They don't. They're pretty specific with who they affect. Yeah. Mali, true. It's like an ugly fat woman who thinks she's a 10. African, you're wrong on the Zimbabwe thing. The country is sanctioned. Is it? Wait, what? But how come it says that it's not sanctioned? Hold on 1 second. Okay, so the US is lying about that? Okay, anyways, let me continue. Climate change propaganda is just part of the degrowth population. Okay, so no bank wants to deal with this now because you have to get cleared first. That takes ages and sometimes never happens. The whole country, okay, so the whole country is sanctioned indirectly. Okay, that makes sense because I know that they don't have money right now. No one really wants to do business with them right now. Okay, fine. That's a fair point. That's a fair point. Okay, fine. That's a fair point. The sanctions are a big deal. Still, though, the way that he was asking or begging the UN to lift the sanctions was kind of, I mean, I don't know. It was kind of, I don't know. I don't know why you had to ask like that. It's like you're demanding for five different things in one speech and you're not coming from a place of power, to be honest. I mean, the sanctions already exist, the sanctions are already affecting you, and you're telling them to please stop. They already did it. Why would they listen to you telling them to stop? I mean, demanding rights like that is kind of arrogant, I think, when you realize that you're really not important in the global atmosphere. It's like, why do that? You know? So all these things that these Africans are doing is actually really embarrassing. They already take advantage of you. They already see you as unimportant, low IQ, irrelevant, and it's like you're always begging them to make you relevant and important. Well, a fair point would be we didn't create any of these organizations. We didn't create the global economy the way that it is right now. Um so I'm not sure why Africans get so offended when these type of things happen. Um you should have seen it coming, and it's like if you're not willing to do anything about it, you should just be quiet because nobody cares about what Africans have to say, especially individual Africans. Like there's nothing that Africa is doing as a whole that's going to make anyone care or listen to you, to any of your demands. And that's just it. Now, someone was saying that Africans should take this lesson to create their own table and stop begging other people to be part of their organizations. But it's like, I mean, there's no other choice right now. We aren't capable of creating our own tables. I'm not going to say because it's low IQ, but we just aren't capable. We don't have the finances. We don't have the blueprints. We don't have the want to do it. No, especially Africans who, especially Africans who've left the continent, a lot of them don't care. I mean, they'll act like they do, but they don't. So, I mean, the average African just really is not worried about any of this. So, I mean, when an African leader acts like they do care, I find it to be very interesting. Okay, to be honest, that's actually all I have to say about that. So, if anybody wants to come in and has any thoughts about this. Hey, good morning. How you doing? How you doing? Hello.
Hey, what's going on, Africa? This is your favorite Okada, college underscore. You know, this is everybody's favorite Okada. That crazy African American that won't shut up. And everything. By the way, Bomani and I are doing a Pan African report card next month. We're gathering all the YouTubers and stuff like that. And we're gonna have different categories. Categories, not gonna be negative, but it's gonna be positive. Like who covers the content the most. To me, I was out talking to Mike last night. I said I disagree with AM on a lot of stuff, but you cover the most diverse topics in Africa. I mean, You only want to talk about Cameroon, the Amazonia situation, and what I like to say is this: what you're talking about is we got these YouTube platforms, right? We already know the global media. We have no voice. We have no anything, right? But instead of using these platforms to bring light to situations that nobody knows about, right? We don't care. We don't care about the suffering of these illegal sanctions in Zimbabwe. We don't care. We rather talk about uh, uh, Black Americans versus Nigerians and South Africans, all stupid stuff that means absolutely nothing. What about the people suffering right now under a dictator in Equatorial Guinea? How come we haven't made him famous yet? You know, That's what Dame Dash was talking about the Jews that control the media that's destroying Black America's image. Black America used to have the positive image, but the people destroyed our image and everything in the media with this. They controlling hip hop, sports, and everything like that. So we're fighting back against that, and that's what Kanye's talking about. And so what I'm saying is, a point I'm trying to make is this: we have issues that need to be brought to life, right? And if we get a hold to these stories, right, we can control the narrative. But what we do is we act reactionary to what the mainstream media is on. The mainstream media want to talk about an issue. Suddenly, everybody on YouTube is talking about it. You're not doing anything. I'm not impressed by being a content creator. You're a content creator when you create content that I can't see in the mainstream media. This story about Zimbabwe should be talked about. Why? Because even though it's not trending, it's not popular and everything, it needs to be talked about. Forget about your super chats, your likes and views, and how many you're gonna do. Let's talk about the stuff that really matters. There's people suffering right now in Cameroon. There's people suffering in Burkina Faso. There's people suffering in Mali. There's people suffering in northern Nigeria. There's people suffering in Liberia and South Africa and everything. When is their story going to be told? Okay, when are we going to shed light on them? Why is it that all we want to do is talk about celebrities and who got money and all the stuff like that to the mainstream media? And so, like I said, I would have to give content creators in the Pan African space, and the black, well, however you want to call it, the black conscious or African conscious, I have to give it a D minus. You know, because like I said, your channel is the only one, maybe Kaiser a little bit, that's covers topics that I can't find in the mainstream. And that's what I look for. I'm a Pan African junkie. I'm a fiend. I want to know what's going on. But if I keep hearing about the same five people on the continent, and who's playing basketball, who's sleeping with who, or who's dating who, I'm sick of hearing. I love Woody Meyer. He's a cute kid. But but anytime Woody Meyer is the face of Pan African, something is wrong, you know. And so I'm like this. Okay, Woody Meyer's in the pool. Wow, Woody Meyer's in the pool. Oh, hey, this is a Ghana baby. I'm your Ghana baby. I mean, that's cute. It's adorable. And then you got Go Black to Africa. And another thing I want to talk about too is there's people going around Africa, invading African spaces, right? Exploiting the people for clicks and views. Now, I would be a hypocrite if I say I have a problem with white people, but I do not like African Americans also going to the continent, right? Putting people on camera without their permission and going around exploiting people, talking about, oh, Africa's this, Africa's that. If you want to make a difference in Africa, you go there and you shut up about it, right? And you do something. Okay, but going around the continent, putting everybody on YouTube, exploiting the people and everything, I'm dead set against that. At the same time, the people who really need to be talked about, the people in Zimbabwe suffering, I don't know a consensus, right? When I listen to shows, why is nobody angry about this? Why is nobody angry about this? And then South Africans get up here and complain about the Zimbabweans coming to their country. What a cowardice. Because even though I like South Africa, they know for a fact that Zimbabwe is a message to South Africa. If you ever move against them, move against the white South Africans and that outpost of white supremacy called South Africa, that's what's going to happen to you. And the black South Africans got comfortable, just like the black Negro American is comfortable. And you don't want when the most dangerous Negro in the world is a comfortable Negro. You know, you give them a little bit of comfort and everything, and you got them forever. These people don't want to ruffle feathers. They don't want to take that land back. They don't want to take that back. So basically, Zimbabwe has to be a sacrificial land to the Hakuna Matata Negroes. Black. What I call Hakuna Matata Negroes are Black African Americans who go to Africa and know all the problems. And like, no, remember Lion King? No worries. Hakuna.
Where you at? Oh, watch this video. Sorry, guys. I'm eating rice.
Yeah, so.
Okay, let me quickly see what this actually means because I don't even know what this means. I'll talk about this in the future. I didn't know it was that bad.
Negative to the majority of the people. Joseph Busha of JM Busha Investments joins me now in studio to talk about this. Joseph, good to see you.
Good evening, good afternoon, rather.
This statement here released by, I think it's ZANU-PF South Africa, says the economic sanctions which were imposed following the country's stance to redistribute land on a more equitable basis and correct the colonial imbalances have been hurting Zimbabwe. Is that correct?
Well, the sanctions certainly have been hurting Zimbabwe, not the people who were targeted for the sanctions. But that's not the story, the full story. It's just part of the story. So we need to be able to understand the entire picture. Is that, was it just purely because of the land redistribution, or there are more issues than land redistribution in Zimbabwe? So I think we don't want to use this as a scapegoat. I mean, we are one of the first few guys who actually wrote a letter to the United States to say the sanctions are certainly hurting the ordinary man, and they've never worked. And sanctions in many countries, really, where they've been imposed, the effects have been negative to the majority of the people, not to the intended people, because they continue to fly. You just mentioned earlier on in your intro that President Mnangagwa is in Russia, so it does not really affect them as leaders.
We're talking about sanctions on 50, just over 50 companies in Zimbabwe and certain individuals. Zimbabwe surely should be more than 50 odd companies and certain individuals. Are those companies the crux of the Zimbabwean economy?
These are the guys who are controlling everything. I think if you look in terms of the fuel, you are aware that, in about a month ago, there was issues about the guys who are controlling the fuel. We also know the guys who are basically controlling the currency issue. You can go into a bank, you don't get the money, but if you go into the streets, you get the money. So who is printing the money, and how come the money is not obtained through the banking system? NASA, which is the state, the pension fund, also has been looted, by some of the senior officials in terms of trying to further their businesses, and one of the ministers currently is out on bail. So in terms of control, certainly it could be between 50 to 100 people who have been controlling the economic activity in Zimbabwe for their personal benefit.
I mean, that alone is a problem. Surely you can't have sanctions on so few people and then the whole country collapses. That doesn't make any sense.
It does not. But unfortunately, this is the consequences of global trade and leadership. I'm sure you've seen how some of the sanctions or acts that have been imposed by America have affected people, whether it's in Syria, in Palestine, and in different parts of the world. But I think what we like here in Africa, and in particular Zimbabwe, was to be able to reform so that we benefit the majority of our people. And you could also understand that, President Mugabe, the late president, I understand he had about more than 16 farms for one man.
Yep. Let's talk about what Nelson Chamisa, who's the leader of the opposition, the main opposition, the MDC, he says Zimbabweans are suffering because of failed leadership, because of corruption, because of bad governance, and because of rigged elections, not because of these sanctions.
Well, I think that's incorrect. The sanctions certainly has hurt Zimbabwe. He's saying that purely because, he's in business with ZANU-PF. So he could not come and say, well, it has suffered because not of sanctions, because his trucks were providing service to President Mugabe's Gushungo dairy farm. So I think we need to be very realistic and not be, talk things out of political expedience and be able to mention facts as they are. The issue is that sanctions sanctions have affected Zimbabwe. You cannot do business, with overseas countries. You remember Huawei, the CEO was arrested, and America will say, well, you can't do business with this company if once they put you on sanctions list. So a lot of people would not fund Zimbabwe. For example, DBSC here would not do any infrastructure development in Zimbabwe for country risk, not necessarily because of the sanctions, but they put it obviously as one of the countries with high country risk.
One of the issues, though, you have to admit, that has brought Zimbabwe to its knees has been corruption.
100%.
Massive corruption in that country, whichever way you look at it.
Massive corruption at every single level, every single level. Whatever you want, you have to do somebody a favor. In other words, they're doing you a favor. And you must just pay, whether you want a passport, whether you want to go through the police roadblock. So really, the corruption has gone to every single individual or state organ in Zimbabwe, and that needs to be rooted out. And certainly, for that to change, you need to change the entire political system in Zimbabwe. And the political system that has been there is ZANU-PF and MDC. I mean, MDC has been running the municipalities in particular, or the councils in Harare. And also you've seen dilapidation, in terms of the deterioration in terms of the function of those municipalities.
I just want to read to you here a message or a statement by U.S. Senator Jim Risch. He's talking about, he is the chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. He's talking about this sanction march is taking place today. He says responsibility for the current political and economic crisis in Zimbabwe falls solely on the ruling regime that has governed the country for decades. He goes on to say, if Zimbabwe's leaders put as much time, financial resources, and effort into delivering on their long-promised reforms. Let's talk about that word, reforms, because a lot of these countries are calling for reforms that don't seem to be coming. Why is it so difficult for President Mnangagwa to stick to these reforms, and maybe they might see an end to the sanctions?
If he does any reform, then they're out of power. I've understood that, those guys in politics, they don't want to make any changes that get them out of power or where they lose their grip to power. So some of the reforms really is opening to the media. You need to have more television stations in Zimbabwe. We only have ZBC. You need to have more independent media from a newspaper perspective, print newspaper perspective. You also need to make sure that citizens have got the rights and freedom to be able to associate and assemble, freely. Civil liberties, they need to be there. So you can't do anything in Zimbabwe without reporting to the peace security or police. If you are more than 7 people, you need to seek permission to be able to congregate. And those are some of the reforms we believe ourselves, that will show to the entire world that, you don't want to, kind of rule by creed. You want to make sure that people are free.
Joseph, lastly, though, we're looking at SADC and even out of SADC, other African countries supporting this day against sanctions or marches against sanctions and so forth. One has to wonder at the same time, are these countries also looking at the ruling party and saying, yes, we'll support your cause, sanctions are wrong, but at the same time, you also have to clean up your act?
Today is a working day. I think they would rather put the day to better use rather than to declare a holiday for sanctions. So if you're doing demonstrations, who are you doing the demonstration against? So those demonstrations should not be happening against the citizens of Zimbabwe. They should be doing them against the people imposing. So they must be actually having this march in America, not in Zimbabwe. Because if you're demonstrating against somebody, you go to the person's door. So if you have declared a holiday in a country where production is 10%, certainly you're just killing yourself.
All right, thank you so much. Insightful stuff there. That was our guest, Joseph Busha of JM Busha Investments.
Yeah.
Now, welcome back. We're joined in the studio here by Ken.
It's a problem I see in Africa, right? It's the cowardice, You notice his tone, right? He just says the sanctions is like inevitable. What's the root cause of the sanctions? White people invaded the country, took over the land under false pretenses. Almost like Liberia. Liberians were too smart for that. That's why Liberia is the only free country in Africa. That white people can't own land and only black people own land. But Zimbabwe, they tricked the Shona people into signing these deeds, and they said okay, and Cecil Rhodes and all these other people brought the worst white people that ransacked Zimbabwe and basically enslaved the people, took their land and everything. Their descendants created a state called Rhodesia, and most whites in there still call themselves Rhodesians, not Zimbabweans. They never recognized the Republic of Zimbabwe. The Lancaster Agreement in 1980 was supposed to be a transfer of land, a willing buyer, willing seller, right? The British was going to pay compensation to to Zimbabweans for their citizens' loss of land, okay? That never happened. The British reneged on that, right? And then what happened was the soldiers who fought in the Bush War in the 1990s began taking the land back by themselves. Mugabe had a choice: is he going to stop these soldiers from mutinying, or is he going to face a coup himself? So he basically sided with the soldiers, and next thing you know, the whites said called Mugabe a traitor, and that Mugabe benefited from the white farmers, everything. He had interest in everything like that, so everything was good. What happened was the people who fought in the war, the landless black people, began occupying white lands. You know, so in any other civilization, when the people have spoken, that's the end of it. The people say we want these white people out, we want our traditional lands back, whatever, right? And so, therefore, in any other civilization, when there's justice, would say the black people had every right to take their land back because it was stolen from them and everything like that. But we live in an unjust world. And the so-called first black president extended the sanctions on Zimbabwe, even had some African Americans who were lobbying for Mugabe arrested in Chicago. You know, this is the world we live in. The so-called lovely Barack Obama, extended the sanctions on Zimbabwe. You know, so this is what you have right now. And then what's the tone of the voice I hear a lot about Africans is coward. I don't know, maybe because they need a job or whatever. It's just cowardice. You know, the root cause of it is the white supremacists in Southern Africa. The root cause of Africa's problems right now, the tribalism and everything, is the presence of a large number of whites, racists who still live on the continent, who who instigate conflicts between different groups of black people through the media. You know, I can see it, obviously, but a lot of Africans don't see it. They really do think they got a beef with African Americans. African Americans are not your enemies. You know, it's these whites who are determined to make sure that Africa stays poor and down and out. Because if Africa ever rises, right, they know that they will have a rebellion on their hands in America and throughout the world. They're fighting for their life. So keeping Africa down and out and humiliated and everything is essential to keeping Black America and the rest of the diaspora under control. That's what it is. So when you think you're fighting against Black America, you're fighting against yourself.
Yeah, no, but I also do agree that these African thing is I will admit it is entertainment. No, it is funny, but it's really not that big of a deal at the end of the day. Nobody really hates each other.
Yeah, it's not that.
There is no civil war between
There's
Africans.
no serious. It's just online nonsense by dudes like Afro Dumbass and people like that who get on there. The coming, I guess he's mostly Nostradamus. He's Afro Dumbass, and he basically African Americans are coming, man. So Rick, the Bag family is really trying to. That's a real threat to Africa. The Bag family, you know, a poor family from Tennessee, I think there was, owning some land, and Ricky's an idiot. You know, you got Sweet Juicy Mama and whatever. Oh, that's a real problem, man. Geez, these African Americans. It's a problem, you know. And it's like I said, we get bored sometimes because I do it too. I like taking shots at people and everything like that. I don't mean any harm by it. But for the most part, we make too much out of these beasts that we have on the African continent instead of saying, look at the Asians. The Asians put their differences aside in 1955 and had the Bang Dung Conference, right? And 4 decades later, look at Asia. They got their own. They don't need anybody to come in and build anything. They have the groups like the Pongloy Group who do all kinds of infrastructure. They build stadiums, subways, and ports and everything. Where's the African version of the Pongloy Group? It doesn't exist. Why isn't Ghana, Nigeria, and all these other people create a multinational firm that could do logistics and building and everything, so we could train engineers and everything, to bring black people from America to Europe and everything. Under the thing, why aren't we doing that? Why is everything outsourced to Europeans and all stuff like this? Because everybody's trying to compete with each other. Everybody's trying to one up on each other. Nobody's really winning. I got more than you. My shithole's better than your shithole. Let's have a shithole award. Whose shithole's the best? You know. I'm like, dude. I like this. I want to see, like, as African American, right? I want to see that the African version of Bali. I want to see the African version of Thailand. Those villas in Thailand on the rivers that look so beautiful and scenic. Even the Philippines, they got islands there that look like paradise. And for cheap. I'm like, dude, you could get a house in Thailand, right? A nice house for $10,000. I'm like, yo, we're trying to build in Ghana. It's like incredible what they charge for rent. You see that one girl that's in Ghana. She's talking about Ghana is about to rise up because they can't afford palm oil or nothing. I don't know if you saw that video. Did you see that video?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course you saw it. You're up on these things. People are getting angry because we got leaders that don't want to, do the right thing. We need to produce our own rice. We need to produce our own. Why are we importing? And stuff like this. I don't understand why real estate. Why is real estate in Africa more expensive than let's say Mexico? I don't get it. I just don't get it. It should not be that much. You should be able to live it, and also you should have a nice place to live, 24-hour day current, right, and no blackouts, good internet and everything, and you'll get large numbers of people instead of living in Europe and America. They will want to live in Africa, but you got to build the infrastructure. The one thing that we haven't done as a black race, I figure out how do we solve this conundrum of infrastructure of stuff like that. We have to work together. We have to swallow our pride. And just say, nobody's superior to each other. You got your faults, I got my faults and everything. Let's just work together. There's no Negro is better than another nigga. White people come in and they'll be like, oh, look at these Ghanaians, they're so smart and whatnot. Yeah. Look at these Nigerians, they're so great and everything. We know that ain't true, but that's just a smack to other black people. Oh yeah. And so what happens was we end up fighting each other, trying to want it. But white people, you can't divide them. You can't go to a white person and be like, oh, those French are so smart than the British. They'll both look at you like, sit your black ass down. You have nothing to say about this. We're white. All you need to know is we're white. That's power. Because we don't have power and we're weak in the world, we are who we view ourselves through the prism of what white people expect of us. If white people are favoring Black America one year and the next year they're favoring Nigerians, oh man, now you're on the map. It's still white people controlling us. And we keep falling for that stuff like that. Yeah, one day, Ghana's gonna shine. The next day, oh, it's all about Kenya. Then it's all about Rwanda. Oh, look at Rwanda, what Rwanda's doing, and everything. Everybody start hating Rwanda. Fuck Rwanda, man. What Paul Kagame did 20 years ago. It's never ending. So.
No, that definitely is true. And I can't speak for all African countries, but I know definitely Ghana, Nigeria. See, like Nigerians get mad when I say this, but when they make fun of other countries for kissing to the West, I'm like, Nigeria is actually the biggest kisser to the West.
Mm-hmm.
They just say that they're not, but they are, because not a lot of things are going good in Nigeria. Nigeria likes to be like the top dog and tell other African countries what to do, but I mean, just look at Shell. Like, look at
Yeah,
they'll brag about Lekki. I'm like, I
I've been
won't lie. Real
yeah.
estate in Nigeria is very nice, but when we're talking about actual policy, it's not that impressive for a country of that size. It's not.
Yeah, I like this. I was wrong, right? I never forget this. Like back in 2010, when Nigeria's good at propaganda, putting out videos, stuff like that of their new railway system, and I'm sitting there like, yeah, wow, they're good at that animation stuff, right? Get you all hooked, And I'm like, wow, And then at the time, right, I was defending Nigeria, right? And some Nigerians like, look, these guys are nothing but clowns and jokers. All they know how to do is put out cartoons. And I said, how you dare you talk about your own country like that? You're a traitor. Had I known back then, that guy absolutely right. He goes, look, 5 years from now, Colin, you ain't gonna see nothing. All you're gonna see is videos, people get their hopes up, and the bottom of it, they can't even fix the electricity,
Yeah, they do. No, when I say Nigerians tell other countries what to do, I'm specifically talking about ECOWAS. They do that.
Yeah, yeah. ECOWAS countries and Nigerians don't even like ECOWAS because they say it's dominated by French-speaking countries. And what to Nigeria's offense is they said that a lot of these ECOWAS countries are French and they're not even black. They want to dump their goods into Nigeria under some free trade thing, and Nigeria balked. And then Ghana went to the EU, and it's so embarrassing. You go to EU to punish Nigeria for not go along with this thing, and the French are behind this. The French are like, okay, if we can get Nigeria and the thing, you got like 200 million people, and French will succeed in control of West Africa because you could set up manufacturing in any French country or importing or wholesaling, and you could get duty free into the Nigerian market. And Nigeria said, no, we got a little problem here, because of they said the French countries don't buy from them as a way they could flood their market. You see what I mean? What does Nigeria have to sell to somebody like Mali? Nothing really, and all these other countries. And all these countries, Nigeria said we can't get into their market, but they can easily flood our markets with their goods that are not even African in origin. Sometimes they're from Vietnam, from Malaysia, whatever country the French, whatever country the French have influence in. And so they basically like that. But yeah, well, I'm like with the Lekki Atlantic thing, Echo Atlantic thing. I love Babatunde Fashola, the former Lagos governor. I think that's the best politician in Africa. To tell you the truth, he's a great man. But I'm saying to myself, I am shocked because I'm looking at the time when Dubai started, right? And I look at Dubai started was nothing in 1991. By like 1997, they had the first Palm Island thing built, and people living there. Now look at Dubai. You would say this was once desert and ocean and reclaimed land, and Echo Atlantic is still sitting there. I think they got one building up after all this time. Is it going to be another white elephant project where like 400 of them in Nigeria, where they start, they have a big grand opening and everything, and we as black people, we don't have this thing called continuity. That means we continue on. We continue on for generation. And then we build this, it's going to be there in perpetuity. We don't know how to do delayed gratification. We want everything now, and that's something I thought it was just African Americans. I look at Africa, I said it's something we in our DNA. We just basically like uh, uh, instant gratification. If you can't get see the benefit today, you don't want it. You can't tell somebody a 5-year, 10-year plan, and they'll be like this. If what you have to do is know how to manage expectations, right? If you have a plan to be some self-sufficient in agriculture or industry, it's going to take 10 years. And the people have to be educated and say, look, this is our 10-year plan. That's what the Asian countries did. People are well educated of the national program. They're all involved. So they all make sacrifices and everything. And then they see the fruit of their harvest in 10 years. They say, oh, wow, we got factories, we got industries. Yeah, that's because of the such and such plan, like Lee Kuan Yew, that's because Lee Kuan Yew said this, we're going to do this with this. There's no centralized planning on the African continent. What I mean by centralized planning is we have a plan that everybody, the top people, the experts, the best minds came together and said, this is the way forward. And it can't be based on how we can basically get loans from the West. We have to learn how to finance the projects on the African continent ourselves. So we know the money's going to be there. So we don't have to worry about, if we could just negotiate a loan with the World Bank, or if we just get tired like that, we should be able to generate the wealth through taxation, through real estate property taxes, whatever. Charge a diaspora tax, Everybody doing to this international African tax pool, so we can have the billions of dollars in trust and everything to fund projects and everything. Then we can sit down and plan projects, and then when you do have that, you could basically make sure that to the T, there's no corruption, that there's transparency at every level, every scrutiny level and everything, and it's backed up by the force of law. Until that happens and everything, we're going to keep doing the same thing we're doing. People are corrupt and doing what they want to do, and they count on their tribal people to vote them back into power and everything. The most dangerous thing, scariest thing in the world is seeing a bunch of illiterates go into the polls with a purple thing to vote, because the people at power know that these illiterates, all you need is a chicken and a bag of rice and you got their vote. That's not democracy. Socrates once said, he said, you can't, that he doesn't believe in democracy. He said the majority of people don't know what's going on. Why would they be entrusted to make a decision at a poll? Why a poll could be suicide if the people don't know what's going on. That's why people have to be educated on all sorts of levels in a society, But when you have a society where if people are illiterate and they don't know what's going on, and they're just voting on their emotion, and this is what just happened going on. Everybody keeps talking about, we got bad politicians, and they don't say the one thing: who voted these people into power? Every country in Africa will say they were democratically elected. That's what they'll say. They're democratically elected. What is democratically elected? When people vote based on tribalism and background and stuff like that.
Right.
So,
Yeah, no, I definitely agree. And see, that's why see, you can't compare a Paul Biya to a Paul Kagame ever in life.
mm-hmm.
Paul Kagame is the epitome of what an African leader is supposed to be.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we don't need presidents. We don't need, because from what I've seen, what a president will do, they'll come in for 4 or 5 years, maybe 10. If they have 2 terms, they'll come in, they'll do projects, they'll do really good things, and then the next president will come in and just ruin everything.
Yep.
So we just need like one.
No continuity. You know what I'm saying? Paul Kagame,
Yeah.
if he steps down, Rwanda's going to go back to the war in Bush. He knows that.
Yeah.
And I'm like this. The West is basically saying, "Oh," and they don't say what I don't understand is this, right? See, we have that in America, Black America, but we don't, because we don't really care about politics in America for the most part. Black people only start paying attention to politics when Barack Obama got elected. Other than that, politics don't really put bread on the table or anything in America. But what I'm saying is this, though: when people, what is this? I don't understand this idea of an opposition. You're my sister from the African continent, right? Why is it? What is this opposition? What are you opposing? The opposition. I don't understand that. What is it? If somebody's doing everything right, right? Why do you have an opposition? What you just oppose just to oppose? That's what it's supposed to be about? I don't understand. Can you educate me on that?
On what?
What is the purpose of an opposition? Why is the Africans like
Oh.
with opposition? With opposition, no matter what it is, what do you oppose? They can't tell you what they're opposing.
Usually the oppositions don't disagree that much. They don't. I mean, what I noticed is there's usually one country who, when colonization happened, they were the favorite, and then other opposition parties came up, just having little like practices within taxation, but nothing really important, like no educational reforms, no reforms of the national languages, not really many reforms on taxation, not really any reforms that actually matter, but maybe political or ideological reforms, but not as clear cut as, let's say, a Democrat or a Republican. It's never really been like that. So it's like the Africans are voting for the same party, essentially.
They're voting based on their
Uh,
stomach.
Yeah, they just have
Belly
different names though.
And also, you remember Mobutu Sese Seko? You know what he did, right, towards opposition, right? He incorporated them. He says they would have the opposition, right, and he just bring them into the national party. Okay, we'll give you. He just buy them off. You know, it's something about how when you got those zeros in your bank account and everything, and they'll make an office for you and everything, and he'll create all the opposition groups.
Oh,
He'll make them
actually, let me
invite.
take that back. Let me take that back. Another difference between a lot of these parties would be just ethnical or tribal groups, and that's pretty much it. Like this tribe represents this tribe represents that. So they
Yeah,
have their own political party, and that's pretty much it. Yeah.
that's just sad. That's really really sad because people vote on tribal lines, everything. So when Nigeria had its independence, right? When the Yorubas got into power, they put all Yoruba in the people, and the Hausa got into power. And the Igbos basically said, we got no chance. So the Biafra thing said, we're going to succeed and everything. And you mentioned earlier about Shell. I remember, I don't think, or you probably weren't alive in 1995, were you?
No.
Okay. 1995, there was an incident called the Ngoni land, right? And I remember this vividly because I was studying Nigeria very, very heavily back then. Ngoni land, right? There was a shell or just shell. It did spill oil in the area, but the Ngoni people, right, said that they wanted money from Shell, and there was a guy, environmental activist. They called him environmental activist, right? And basically, at that time, I be honest with you, I sided with the Nigerian government because I thought it was a conspiracy. That was my Black Power days, right? I defended Nigeria. Oh, it's a Black Power country. Had I known what I know now, you know, it was a Black Power country. So any criticism of Nigeria, we were like basically like ready to go to war because Nigeria was a Black Power nation. We didn't know shit back then. I was a young Pan Africanist zealot, you know. Anyway, Ken Saro-Wiwa was executed by somebody like uh, President Abacha of Nigeria because he basically killed 3 Ogoni priests who basically wanted to make a settlement with the Shell oil and the government. So his youths killed him, but they held him responsible for it. Right? He was an international activist, Ken Saro-Wiwa. Look him up, and he was hanged. Right, and then for a time, we thought that the United States government was actually going to go to war with Nigeria, and people don't remember those time periods, right? It was abundantly clear that the Clinton administration did not like Nigeria, and Nigeria was a threat. Every day on the news in America was Nigeria. Nigeria was on every news every day. Nigeria this, Nigeria that, right? Nigeria this, Nigeria that, and because it was a black country and everything, and we just had the Million Man March and all stuff like this. The world was terrified of this country called Nigeria, you know, because it was a black country and everything. I'm like, it was something, but that sort of phased out in the 2000s. There, I don't know what happened, but sort of just phased out in the 2000s, and America got pretty much Nigeria under control and stuff like that. But for the most part, like I was saying earlier, when you have a black country, right? You cannot have that black country be fully industrialized, fully developed, and has its own military and stuff like that. Why? Because, like I said, you attract young college genesis and people like that to it. You know, that's what we thought Nigeria was. We thought Nigeria was this black power country and everything, and it wasn't. You know, it was. It was just an image they put out there. We thought, oh wow, we got this black power country and everything. And then apartheid fell in South Africa at the same time. And we were like, oh man, we got these two powerful black countries, Nigeria and South Africa, come together when none of that panned out, you know? And that's why I'm here today. I'm like, what the hell happened? I thought Nigeria had the oil, South Africa had a black government, and we had all these countries in Africa. We're going to have this global black power. None of it out. And also to hear, like you were saying, African leaders getting up before the world, this mighty black continent with mighty black men, just strong black men in the world. And we got to beg these little tiny Asians and these Europeans for anything. It's humiliating, you know, as a race. And so, like I said, this is why I said the next generation coming up got to say, you know, if it look, if it means Africa countries put their countries under a mandate, which a Supreme Council governs for like 20 years, I'm being so be it. So if it means suspending elections and restricting travel and restricted investment and stuff like that, and be that sort of country for 20 years where you can mass educate people and stuff like that, so be it. But something has to happen. We're patterning our countries after European countries, and we're not developing. And so, like I said, that was like 20 something years ago. I looked up. I thought Nigeria was going to be a power. I thought all the stuff like that. I thought we were going to be black people in America. We're going to be able to come home, build cities, and help build Africa. And none of that's happened. So that's what I said about that.
Yeah, agreed. What some people say, like I do believe it will happen. I'm not one of those people that say it's always gonna be like this, but I just studying, what these governments say and what they do, I don't know when that's going to happen because whenever an African leader comes out and says something, everybody claps whenever they go to these UN organizations and they say we have to stop working with the West, blah blah blah. I'll play the I'll play the Ghanaian and the Nigerian president speeches as not really evidence, but as just a placeholder. Whenever they come and they talk about how amazing they are and how they're gonna, develop their countries and do better, they don't.
And they
They
don't.
don't. I don't actually see the policy. I hear the speeches, but I don't see the policy. So I'm not really convinced of when this is gonna happen. I don't know.
Let me ask you, you're Ghanaian. Let me ask you a question, right?
Yeah.
The gold, right? Like this is how they did. This is how they fooled us back in the days, right? They would tell us, right? Wow, Ghana is the number one producer of gold in Africa. That's not, even though the gold comes from Africa, it don't mean Ghanaians are actually mining it and producing it, right? Foreign countries are taking the gold offshore and everything, but you get the label just like they give Kanye and Puffy the label of billionaire status, right? Because you got a contract with her. You know what I'm saying? Same thing to do with Africa, right? They'll say, "Oh, Ghana's the number one cocoa producer, right?" And Ivory Coast, right? But the thing is, though, who's actually processing it? Who's monetizing it? It's not the Ghanaians, right? Who basically has the markets? Who has the markets? It's foreigners. But they tell you that, see, they give the Africans their own set of progress, right? Okay, you need to produce this, produce this. It's still colonialism. If you produce this, we'll give you a line of credit, or your CDU reverts this, and you can earn some money right here to govern yourself and everything. But the gold, Ghana only gets 3% of the royalties of the gold that comes out of his country, instead of Ghana doing like South Africa did, right? Which they had private companies in South Africa mine the gold, right, like a mile down the earth, right, and put the gold into bullion, like we're doing in the Congo right now, and put the gold into bullion, and basically you could print money off the bullion reserves. The money basically, not only do Ghana doesn't have any ownership. It's, you see the Queen of England, and she's looking at her gold and whatnot with her white gloves on.
Yep.
Where's that gold come from? You know, where's that gold come from? France doesn't have gold. Why does the French got all this gold in their vaults and everything? Their gold comes from Mali. But at the same time, because the way things are so lopsided, right? The French provide you infrastructure, and like I said, French Africa is doing well. I see a lot of good infrastructure. I see Senegal got a nice new railway line and stuff like that. So, even though I don't like the French and everything, I gotta say, well, why does the French Africa seem like it's doing better than, I don't know, maybe, do you know something I don't know? Maybe it's not. But when I see Senegal and I'm like that, looking at their new railway system they built, I'm like this, and I don't see that in like West Africa like that. And I'm like, wow, French Africa looks like it's doing good, better than I thought. But I know the French benefit mostly from these colonies and everything. France has nothing. Without these places in Africa, right? The French would be poor. France would be a third world country. There's nothing. Same thing with Belgium. Belgium's a backward. Belgium looks like a freaking rundown part of Rhode Island. In the United States, that's what Belgium reminds me of. Rhode Island, they're like a rundown little town. But it has strategic connections in the Congo. That makes us rich. And like I said, this relationship between Europeans and Africans, that's for Africans on the continent side, but Africa's still my mother continent too. So we should have something to say what goes on, what the future relationship is.
I think a lot of African presidents, I can't tell. Someone was saying that they're playing the game, that they have to do this, but I generally think that they actually like these people and that they see them as co-equals, where the Europeans don't see them as co-equals.
Right.
But I do believe that they actually like having these personal friendships with these European unions. And
Yeah, you go overseas
yeah,
and free meals.
This visit is historic because it is only the third ever from a country south of Sahara, and the first since Ghana obtained its independence in 1957. At the same time, today is the logical consequence of a lengthy development, because relations between Switzerland and Ghana have for decades been characterized by mutual respect. Not every connection between our two countries can be deduced at first glance. Take the gold frenelly, or I can translate the traditional gold coin, and you have the raw materials. The resulting trade and business should benefit both countries. This principle is part of mutual respect. Gold and cocoa can create work and wealth in both countries.
Excellency the President and members of since becoming President of the Republic of Ghana, meeting of the World Economic Forum, at the invitation of its founder and executive chairman, the world-renowned Professor Klaus Schwab. Happily, it is much warmer here in Bern. I thank President Simonetta Sommaruga, head of the 7-member Federal Council, for the honor of this state of Parliament. Excellencies of the Federal Council, relations between our two countries date back to the 19th century, when the Basel missionaries arrived in the then Gold Coast, now Ghana, to undertake evangelical work. The missionaries pioneered the establishment of educational institutions across the country, including our first agricultural school at Akropong, my paternal hometown, in the eastern region of the country. Indeed, my own late father, President of Ghana's Second Republic, who was deeply imbued with the Presbyterian attributes of discipline, industry, integrity, and thrift, was a famous product of Akropong's celebrated Salem School. They are also credited with the establishment of health facilities, including a missionary hospital at Agogo in the Ashanti region, and were instrumental in the spread of the cultivation of cocoa, a commodity which is greatly indebted to the Basel missionaries, who were also responsible for the translation of the Bible from English into 2 of the main Ghanaian languages, and who have been accorded due honor by us. The names of Inter Elios, Andreas Ries, Johannes Gottlieb Christeler, and Fritz Ramsayer continue to reverberate in our history and collective memory. I've also personally benefited from these very good relations, because the first European head of state to visit Ghana when I assumed office as the 5th president of Ghana's 4th Republic on 7 January 2017 was your 91st president, Her Excellency Mrs. Doris Leuthard. Excellencies, in recent times, the ties of friendship and cooperation between our two countries have grown even stronger. Technical and financial assistance from the Swiss government, which have provided to the Kofi Annan International Peacekeeping Training Center, have helped it carry out its activities and achieve its vision of becoming the preferred center on the continent for training, education, and research in matters of African peace and security. Again, in September 2014, the Swiss government provided assistance to Ghana, which helped ensure that the country did not record a single case of Ebola, the virus, which unfortunately ravaged some neighboring countries in West Africa. In May 2017, our two countries signed a $2.6 million United States remittance grant facility to help lower the cost of remitting money to Ghana. Ghana is currently Switzerland's largest trading partner in sub-Saharan Africa, largely from the export of gold and cocoa to Switzerland and the import of chemical and pharmaceutical products, as well as light machinery and military equipment from Switzerland. However, as I have stated on occasion, Ghana no longer wants to be dependent on the production and export of raw materials, including cocoa beans. We intend to process more and more of our cocoa in our country with the aim of producing more chocolate ourselves, because we believe that there can be no future prosperity for the Ghanaian people in the short, medium, or long term if we continue to maintain economic structures that are dependent on the production and export of raw materials. We intend to add value to our raw materials, industrialize and enhance agricultural productivity. This is the best way we can put Ghana at the high end of the value chain in the global marketplace and create jobs for the teeming masses of Ghanaians. It is for this reason that my government continues to put in place a number of measures aimed at attracting investment into Ghana, as well as stimulating growth of the private sector.
I like what I heard. I remember when he did this speech.
I mean, maybe it's too soon to see some changes, but hopefully,
Why would he announce it? I just get it. Why would he announce it to the Swiss? Don't play it, tip your hand too soon. You know, you get the investor. We're gonna look for investors. You know what they're gonna do? They're gonna send out a fatwa. You know, like a worldwide fatwa, Islamic fatwa. Say, don't you do that? You know, don't you do that? You know, and put out all kinds of bad press. You give them chance to mobilize against you. What he should have been doing is learning about how to manufacture. Matter of fact, there was a Nation of Islam guy that was in Ghana that was making chocolate bars. You know, that was with the Ghana making chocolate bars. He had it packaged and wrapped and everything. It was a white wrapper. I don't think he had a name on it, but it looked like a Hershey bar. I don't know how it tasted. You know, I like milk chocolate, and it has to taste right. Chocolate has to taste right. You know, too. But if you could basically match the taste of Hershey or Snickers or whatever like that, and brand your own products, right? You know, don't Ghana has advertising on TV. The people advertise. I've never been to Ghana. The people, when you turn on TV, do you have products that are locally made that advertise on national TV?
of course,
All right, so therefore it's not hard to take out ads on Nigerian TV, right?
no.
It's not hard, right? So you
That's
got
not-
access to 250 million people between Ghana and Nigeria, right? So start by those two countries. I say, look, between warehousing, distribution, marketing, everything like that, you could start manufacturing, processing chocolate products, right?
Delay show
To that market, you know, to that market. And so right there, you basically and then in the meantime, you can even use cryptocurrency for the trade, you know, and the trade. You know, if you feel the Ghana CD or Naira is not strong enough, you can use cryptocurrency. Wherever there's a will, there's a way. You know, a way. You know, so that basically right there, stop importing from the West would basically devalue your currency and make it stronger on the world market, right? As long as as long as you keep importing from the West and money keeps going out and everything, and you only exporting raw materials and you're importing finished products and everything, your currency will never be right. You know, so I like I said, I don't know how this is gonna play out. You know, this should have been done decades ago. You know, it should be 2022 where we're talking about, oh, we need to process our cocoa and add value. That should have been done decades ago. You know, so that's just my opinion.
No, that's definitely true. I'll show you some advertisements. They're not bad actually. They're not bad. I guess for African standards. So I'll show you some.
The Delay Show is brought to you by Vodafone, GoTV, Pepsodent Toothpaste, Yas Sanitary Pad, Delay Foods, Tabia Takum, Gracefield Ventures, Alisa Hotel, and Potbelly Shack.
Delay Show and
Okay, hold on, let's see. Where's the commercial?
Vodafone, that's South Africa, right?
Da yeto aba na wofre former president Jim Fokachen say we
Okay.
Only e-levy applies. Dial *110# to send money today. Hey, it's influencing. Fufu, Pakistan. Vodafone.
No way. With so many fantastic shows on so many amazing channels,
they are bringing the heat.
GoTV couldn't get any better, right?
Right.
Wrong. Because we're bringing a whole bunch of brand new channels.
This is a whole new level.
Just for you. Like Movie Room.
For the entertainment.
Mnet Essentials.
Sounds like a scoop.
I love it.
Nicktoons and Nick Jr. Studio Universal and many more.
Awesome.
So upgrade or stay connected from 3 October for brand new channels and even more to love. On GoTV. Love it.
Pepsodent introduces charcoal and lemon essence. The unique combination of natural essences whitens teeth naturally for you and family because every smile matters. New Pepsodent Herbal. Introducing a unique combination of herbal extracts in an antibacterial toothpaste for strong teeth and healthy gums that protects your family and you. Every smile matters.
Nothing to eat, hungry.
I'm talking to Kojo, the guy I met at the park.
Hey, now my phone kwada. Yaya Briswishia will be. Now what you mean? No, the telegram call and son what telling. Hey, yeah. I hope you're using delay macro and preparing the stew.
I use delay macro.
My man can't share one more. Delay macro. A sham. Na de ankasa.
Delay macro. Nampa don't penny.
Delay macro de papa. Idi bare bia na twemako to delay macro make di dokonaka.
This advert is FDA approved.
I remember the days I just couldn't go to the gym because it was that time of the month. Yas extra long sanitary pad took the worry away. Easy.
Yas comfort, I got Yas confidence, I got Yas.
The new Yas extra long sanitary pad is the joy of every woman. It is extra absorbent and fits perfect. Don't allow anything to hold you back when it's that time.
Wow. Yes, yes, yes.
Feel confident. Stay fresh.
Hi. Is it supposed to be that time of the month?
Yes. I got yes confidence. I got
yes.
We got yes protection. I got
yes extra long sanitary pad for extra comfort.
We got yes protection.
Okay, so
I like
just examples of some advertisements.
And that's Ghana.
Yep.
Yeah, I like that. I like that. See, the whole thing is for those advertisers, are those Ghanaian companies based in Ghana?
I would say 2 of them are international, so no. So 2 of them are South Africa. The rest were
Vodacom is South Africa. I know
the
that.
ones, yeah, especially the ones that were not in English or mostly not in English. Yeah, those were Ghanaian advertisements. Yeah.
Right. So what they do is they hire an advertising. This is another thing what Africans have to get a hold of, right? The advertising business, right? And the advertising laws, right? You should be able to control your market, right? Your audience and everything. It should be sacred. You know, if a person wants to sell the product in your country, they should basically come to your advertiser and your advertising firm will have links to magazines and billboards and stuff like that. That right there could make a lot of Ghanaians rich and everything. So therefore, while you're getting something back, whether it's a foreign company, you're the one doing the average. Like in Japan, you can't just go in Japan, set up your own advertising, stuff like that. You got to use Japanese advertising and marketing and distribution system. You got a product, right? Japanese firms will say, okay, we could sell your product for this price. We can get it on television, ad, everything like that. We do that for you. So that's a good business for young Africans to get into. Marketing, advertisement, and television ads, and stuff like that. And internet-based ads, whatever it is. So foreign companies that come here, you don't let them set up shop where they're controlling the advertisement and stuff like that. You want to control that. Or we'll say you got a product, we'll sell it, we'll distribute it for you, we'll sell it for you, we'll market it for you, and you come to our advertising. Then that's the way it is. That's how you gain back control over your economy and everything. Because anytime you can be like, hey, look, your company's not doing right, we're shutting you down. Or we're going to go with this other company right here. We're going to push this other and make them compete. Make them compete.
I'll show you one more advertisement. These are more local. There are some international companies, but let me show you some more local ones that you'll know it's local because there will be local numbers on the advertisements.
Right.
Life. Water is life. Enjoy the pure, refreshing taste of Awake purified drinking water, which comes in a uniquely designed bottle with a lemon green top. Water is your perfect way to stay hydrated. And remember, for every bottle you buy, an amount will be donated to the National Cardiothoracic Center, Ghana. Awake purified drinking water. One for life. For bulk purchase, contact 0262 351 251.
ɛnɛ ɛduru me so di abusua hyia mu yɛ ni sɛdeɛ munim no ɔmo a ɔmo gyagye adeɛ bi a wobɛyɛ no nso bɛba hɔ bi te sɛ uncle ni school judge no
ɛwɔ sɛ wodi kora no to school foforɔ mu
auntie ama suban mu gya nsɛ mmerɛ ɔm so dodo ɛna makuma awosiesie mu judge
Debbie sister wontumindra sister
ɛwɔ sɛ wonya akokoduro wɔ nhyehyɛeɛ bi a wobɛyɛ ho mpo sɛ nnipa nyinaa na wɔnya adwene mmom adeɛ baako a wɔn nyinaa gye tom no wɔaduane no adɛdɛɛdɛ ne ne hwam papa bi a ahoɔde duro wɔ mu ɛne fɛ ɛne sɛdeɛ paste na pi na yɛde fiber ɛne vitamins aka ho nti Tasty Tom and Rich Tomato Mix mabusua no nyinaa aduane a ɛdɛ ɛsan so ma ahoɔden Tasty Tom and Rich Tomato Mix. Strength comes from within.
This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
Yes, some 12 amounts. 1,000 Ghana cedi. Say, 1,500 Ghana cedi. Wow!
Okay, yeah. So those are just.
I like that. I like that. I like the fact that they're marketing to modern Ghanaians and everything like that. We got to build that, I like the one commercial where a lady had the stuff on the plate. Said, "Oh, this is delicious" and everything. That right there, products, Ghanaian manufactured products going to Ghanaian stores and people purchasing it and stuff like that. That is something beautiful, because I see that in Asian countries. They manufacture their own stuff. They market to their own directly to their own people and everything, and it's not.
I will. So I'll admit that, like, obviously, not all the products are, because the products would be maybe assembled or the manufacturing would be finished in Ghana. So I'll admit that not all the products are 100% Ghanaian, but the question was, are the ads Ghanaian?
Yeah,
and the answer is yes.
Yeah, if you could do that, the ads, because Ghanaians are. So you're telling me Ghanaians are controlling the flow between the product, and the medium between the product and the consumers. Is that what you're saying?
That's correct.
Okay, that's good. That's a good sign. Now, how many? Excuse my ignorance, right? America, we're addicted to television. We have television. Everybody watches. There's a television in every house. Is that television the main sort of communication in Ghana?
No, it would be radio.
Radio. Okay, we're still radio. So
Yeah.
so so majority of people when you reach now, what about radio ads? Do people sell stuff on
Oh
radio?
yeah, there's plenty of radio ads.
And
And some of these ads that we listen to would be on the radio. They would so
oh,
no picture would show up, but it would be just a radio ad, yeah.
right. Okay, so that's good. That's good right there. That and then people who own the radios are Ghanaians, right?
Yeah.
Okay, that's great. And the advertiser will pay the ads if you want to sell your product.
Yeah, they listen to a lot of like radio, FM, AM stations. So those ads would be on those stations, especially after playing music or playing devotion, like Christian worship devotion or things like that. Then those ads would be, they actually overdo it, to be honest, but yeah, sure. Okay, that's interesting. He just hopped off. Okay, let me, I guess, read the comment section. I heard Africans in the UK were afraid of Jamaicans. We were never afraid of Jamaicans, but we didn't like them. We had like beefs with Jamaicans. We had gang wars with Jamaicans. We're cool now, but we never used to like Jamaicans like that because some of them would be very arrogant. But we're over that. We're over that. We're family now. We're cool. Africa, every is a common dancing. I love the confident people were afraid of Jamaicans. Okay. I think afraid is kind of a bit of a stretch, but whatever. Um I heard the same, but once Africans got their numbers in, they were fighting each other, but stopped a while ago. Jack Dorsey. Is that the CEO? Because isn't Elon Musk the CEO now? Or something like that? Or is he the president? Because I'll tell you a lot of people like Jack Dorsey. They're really happy that, he chose a certain country over Nigeria. And he's probably has a headquarters in Nigeria too, but you know, no one really wants to talk about that. Just saying. So that's the competitive nature. Um Yeah, it's like, bro, is anybody gonna call in? Jeez, man, this is kind of boring. I'm a piano. House music is more connected to 88 in Chicago. Yeah, it's house music. Damn, they call Vodacom Vodafone. Damn, it's been long since I've seen that in a long time. Yep, we call it Vodafone. I didn't know the company's name Vodacom. That just sounds so wrong, man. That just sounds so wrong. And what's the other one? ShopRite. We just call that ChopRite as like local dialect. We just say chop right because chop is eat. Yeah, I mean, yeah, we just butchering everything. Um Okay, I think I already answered that. I remember back in the days when Nigerians were complaining because they had a new satellite to give them digital media. They old Nigerian, just the old ways. Yeah, I'll be honest with you, like the TV shows in Ghana are pretty bad. They probably got better now, but I would still say they're pretty bad. So Ghanaians don't really watch TV like that. And then the ones that are in the village, they don't watch TV like that either. 'Cause it's not really interesting. I mean, can you imagine being in a country and you're watching Bollywood as movies? Yeah, no. So the Ghanaian movie industry is pretty horrible. So there's not really anything to watch unless you're watching the local news, which is pretty bad too. It's pretty unengaging. I never seen a light-skinned Ghanaian in my life, but they're all over Ghanaian TV, movies, and billboards. Jeez, that's so rude, man. They exist. Light-skinned Ghanaians exist, but you really do have to look kind of hard. I remember back in the days when, okay, I think I already read that. I'm just trying to finish quick before Kifaro comes in. Those people do not look like the average Ghanaian. I don't even want to get into that. I don't want to get
Yeah,
into
man. Let's forget about this looks thing. I think. Well, what's up, African millennial?
Yeah, not much. Thanks
Yeah,
for
this week you've been going hard on the Cameroonians. No, you've been hating on Cameroon.
No.
No,
I've
I'm
only made
just
one live stream on Cameroonians. Come on now.
I'm just. I know I always come and support you, but I know you're just trying to throw. We fight back when we're trying
Yeah,
to
and
fight
I'm
back.
also
It's
trying
all
to
right.
be diverse, like not just the same country.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, it doesn't matter. But wait, just before I start, why is my avatar not showing on YouTube?
Okay, try uploading it again and changing it. That's usually what happens.
I think YouTube is scared of this. My avatar is so powerful. I don't know. They don't want people to see it.
Dude, yo, you have a playback. I can't hear you. Okay. I think Senegalese are the only ones who loves their dark skin, very proud people. Dude, who said there's no dark skin in Ghana? Or who said there's no dark skin representation in Ghana? Have you watched the average Ghanaian news station? The average Ghanaian news TV presenter? Like, you guys seen 2 ads, and all of a sudden, oh, Ghanaians love their dark skin, by the way. I don't know about other Africans, but most of us are actually dark. No, Ghanaians are actually dark on average. I'm sure you guys know that. So I don't know what you're talking about. Hold on, let me see. Shoot, there was this one lady I can see. I don't know their names because I don't care. But there's this what. Let me just. Okay. So me showing one representation of dark skin is not gonna automatically mean that, just like how we saw 2 representations of, I guess I wouldn't even say those were light skinned Ghanaians. I'll just say those were medium skin. But this is the news station we love watching all the time. And this is the lady we see all the time. So I don't know what people are talking about. But anyway. Hello? Can't hear you.
Don't worry.
Oh.
I was gonna say, don't worry. I'm not gonna have it. I'm not gonna porn bomb you.
Yeah, I recognize your profile picture. I don't even know what
Yeah,
that.
you
What
saw
was
it
that?
yesterday, right? It's
Yeah,
like a
what is
wave
that?
of puppies or something.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. It's an art piece I got for my room, and I just decided to take a picture of it and use it.
Oh, okay. Cool, cool, cool. What's up?
Yeah, I was gonna say, AM. No, Zimbabwe is hurting of those sanctions, man. You can't just say those sanctions are just sanctioning elites. Like any country, if you sanction the elites, the whole economy tanks. Even America, think about it. Let's say you sanction the 10 biggest corporations in America. What do you think happens to the economy? Because technically, those people are considered elites in America.
True. I mean, I didn't even know that. Like, dude, I literally can't believe I was actually believing US when they were like, no, it's only the elites. I actually believe that lie. I was repping for
I mean,
that
technically, they're not
lie.
lying.
I was so delusional.
Technically, they're not lying.
Oh gosh, I didn't know.
Technically, they're not
How
lying. They
people
just
would.
leave out the part where if you sanction elites, you're literally sanctioning the country. Because
Mm,
every elite technically owns the country in almost every part of the world. So unless you're Cuba, even Cuba, I mean,
oh
unless you're a
wow, I
communist
didn't
country,
think I fell for the propaganda. That makes a lot of sense. Okay, 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 fine, okay, fine. Free Zimbabwe, free Zimbabwe. I'm with it right now. I'm with it. I'm with
but
it.
they're never gonna free Zimbabwe. Like the only thing I agree with Color Genesis when he said is Zimbabwe is there as a threat to South Africa. They're
Mm-hmm.
just there to show South Africans, look, stay in your lane. If you don't want us to fuck you over, it's a warning shot to the black South Africans, pretty much.
Definitely is.
Yeah, sorry, I had a call. So can you hear me?
Yeah. But question to
Yeah.
Abby, do you think that's one of the reasons why people should not be so harsh on South Africa when they go like you guys are
Yes,
bootlickers when they're like, well, we don't
yes,
want to ruin our country, so let us be
yes.
bootlickers. Yeah.
Yeah, to be honest, and let's be honest, if South Africans did what they, you got like the Pan Africanists want them to do, would any of these countries support them, or would they just let them fall by the wayside?
Shoot, I know Ghana wouldn't. Ghana would be too busy partying with the UK. No, for sure,
Exactly. So why
Ghana
would
would
they?
not support South Africa. I already know that.
Yeah, so they shouldn't.
True, true, true.
And to be honest with you, South Africa does a lot of good for Africa. It would, okay, it does a lot more good now than it would if it was being sanctioned and its economy was tanking. Like pretty much, South Africa is the only country that puts money into the AU. It funds a lot of African projects, so it does a lot of things. If it was sanctioned, and let's be honest, no African country is going to help it, so it's going to tank. I mean, it would just be another bigger Zimbabwe, so it wouldn't be of any use for anyone, let alone for themselves.
Yeah, no, South Africa, I mean, it doesn't just help Southern Africa, but it does help other countries as well. I mean,
Bro,
so
let me just be
that would
honest.
not
It's
be a
feeding
good
me.
idea.
It's
Huh?
literally feeding me, so I can't hate.
Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah,
congrats.
so what was the Security Council topic? I'm a little bit late.
Oh, okay. Let me see if I can summarize it in 2 minutes. There was a booty clapping African Union chairman saying that, you know how like there are three every a couple of years, or I think every 2 years they
That
rotate
rotation.
from
Yeah.
African, like three African Security Council. They were like there should be a permanent AU seat in a permanent
Africans
UN
don't
Security
need,
Council.
Africans don't need no Security Council. What security can they do? What can they do as Africa? These African countries. I think all these fancy name security councils. Come on, it's some kind of affirmative action. What security can Africa give the rest of the world when it comes to fighting peace and security in some other countries? They know you're just there because they want diversity. What can Africans say to Russia or China or even like most European countries? So I don't even know why they worry about being part of that thing. It's just
Kifaru, do you know that when you're a member of a Security Council, you have the power to veto anything, any votes
Oh,
in the UN?
please.
Do you know that? You
Mike,
know
come
what
on,
veto means?
look, come on, Mike, let's not be delusional here. Who can veto America in the
No,
Security
I'm
Council?
saying you don't get the
Who
point.
You
who
don't have
can
any
veto
power in the
China?
Security Council. It's a ceremonial
For
role.
example, let me give you one example. For example, when they were trying to invade Gaddafi, right? And they went to the UN, they had to vote on it, right? And there was no member of the Security Council that if one member would have vetoed that action, then you can't do it.
No, it's the 5 permanent members. I think it's
That's what I'm saying. There was only 5 permanent member. The
Africa.
only relevant. Listen,
Yeah, I get you. But this
Isn't it
other
four?
this
Isn't it
rotational
China?
this
Isn't it
rotation.
China, Russia, US, and thingy? Like it's
Sandra,
four. I thought it was four permanent members.
you will come,
No, it's
please.
5.
Yeah, I don't know 5, but this rotational ones, your vote don't really count. It's the
It
5
doesn't.
veto ones. If one say
Yeah.
no, or the majority says no, then okay, it's a problem. But still, then it does matter who is the veto power. There was no Security Council that supported America going to Iraq, but what they say, fuck you all, we're going anyway. So it just depends how
Yeah,
powerful you are.
exactly. Kifaru.
No
no,
Kifaru, this
one
is
they
where
can
didn't
you're
go to
right.
over
vote on that.
Russia.
Kifaru, wait. Kifaru, this is where you're right. Mike, even if, let's say, Russia or China voted no against invading Libya, if the West decided to go in anyway, who was going to stop them?
That's the thing.
Well, at least I get that, but I mean,
Okay.
like on just like, I get that, but there are so many global policies, issues, things that they go out there. This is what I think. I think any country that's a member of the UN and you're not in the Security Council, you are there for nothing because you don't matter. You're not relevant. There's nothing you say that matters.
But every
At least
country, wait, every country has
Hey,
been in the UN Security Council, though. Do you see
They
the
just
list
go and
here?
have
no.
it's
hey,
just they just
The
have
thing
a
the
seat.
thing they say about the Security Council, if you're a member of the Security Council, you have a power to veto, meaning your vote,
Come on, Mike. Do you think Africans country have got power to veto anything when it comes to security?
It's not
hey,
Security Council. It's not necessarily all about security. When they use the word Security Council, you think
Okay.
you're focusing on the word security.
No, but
Like, what's your point?
that is a
The UN, they
security
do more than just
Mike,
war and other
Mike.
stuff. There are other things, global
What do they
No,
global
no,
do?
no,
trade.
no,
There's so
no,
many
no,
other
no, no,
policies.
Mike. No, Mike.
Yeah,
The
sure.
No,
security
no,
can
but no.
the
Wait,
veto is to fight
Kifaru, wait.
security.
Maybe you guys are not debating the same things, and that's the problem I'm having here. He's saying something else, and you're saying something else, and for some reason you keep
No,
saying no,
he's
no, no.
okay. Let me explain what I understand. What Mike is saying. Mike is saying that when they say Security Council, it does not mean security. It means something else. That's why I
I
don't
say doesn't.
understand.
I don't say. What I'm saying is doesn't mean just security. You will
What
focus on
else
the
does
word
it mean?
security.
Okay. What else does it mean? What else do they do? What was their
The
responsibilities? Not just
Security
security.
Council is a special kind of like they have General Assembly, right? And they have the Security Council. The Security
But
Council is
that's
more like
General
a
Assembly. Come on, man. Let's not complicate. It's Security Council of the United Nations. They've got so many other chambers of the United Nations. This is in charge of security, the world security, how to make peace and stability in the whole world. That's their job.
No, that's not their
No.
job. No, it's
That's
not
what
their
they
job.
write down. That's not what they will do. That's just the wording. Like that's what the word says. Oh,
Okay,
where
so
the
what do
UN.
they do apart from that? Educate
No,
me.
anything.
Their
No,
own
listen.
agenda. This
Kefari,
guy.
listen to me. Listen, you're not paying. You're saying just like you guys say. I'm saying one thing, you're saying something different. You're arguing against something different. You're doing a strong argument against me. What I'm saying is, if you're a member of the Security Council, you have a power to veto. Veto means like any bills they put, anything they present in the UN. If you say no, it doesn't have to be about war or security or anything. But anything else, any conversation, anything they have in the UN, if you veto it, it can't go through because you have the power to veto. But
I'm not
nobody
sure
else,
about that.
everybody else is
I'm
just a
not.
general assembly. You have a power to vote, but your vote doesn't mean a
But
whole
that's
lot. Your
General
vote is just
Assembly,
Okay,
man.
wait.
Wait.
All right, one
No,
second.
it actually.
Actually, yeah, Malvin, go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, I was trying to talk about the whole UN thing. Actually, it's not like there's one particular nation that has like all the power. It's all about voting. Like just now, there was this big thing about how the UN wants all the power and whatnot. Like people voted no, so everybody has a say. Every nation has a say, which is in.
They do?
They do.
Oh, okay.
Theoretically, theoretically, they do. Let's put it that way. In
Listen,
theory.
I think you have the power to vote, but your vote as Zimbabwe or Cameroon is one. You understand? But your vote as Cameroon, if you say no on anything, you just one vote. But if majority of the members vote yes, they're going to go by that. But
No, we are talking about
but
the
listen,
Security Council. We're not talking
well, I'm
about the
going there.
whole UN.
Sorry, stop being a. Come on, man, stop it. Okay, I'm trying to explain something. If you just every member when they vote one vote, right? And then if the majority vote yes, they go by that decision. But now, if you are one of the 5 members of the Security Council, even if the all majority of the nations vote yes, you have the power to veto it. If you say no to it, that's no. They can't push you with
Okay,
it.
that's
That's
good.
what I'm trying to
Okay,
explain
yes,
to you.
we can agree on that. Yes, but that's so. If so if the 5 members have got veto power, so what is even the use of all the other ones?
That's what
That's
I'm
my
saying. They're
question.
all useless, man. The use of them. Let me tell you the use
Okay,
of them. Let me,
all right.
they're useless basically, but the use is kind of like when they vote, majority vote and things. Well, your vote doesn't matter because one of those security members can still veto it. So that's why every time America, France, and what's the third one? England. They always vote along the same path, but then China and Russia, they are the other 2 members. They always veto everything America and the other ones want to do. And then when the Russian and the Chinese want to do something to America, will veto it. America and England and France. So it's like a West versus East. You understand? So the whole the UN was created. It's a Cold War idea, Cold War politics. So the rest of us, we are just members, just there to ride along and be, we really don't matter. That's UN was created
Exactly.
for those 5 nations, those superpowers. That's it.
Exactly, because they're
So
the
you
ones
want
who finance it.
it makes you sound like you want sympathy, Mike, or something. Oh, look at us. We always just there and we're not contributing anything. What's up with that?
But that's also the truth, Musanda. Those 5 people actually sponsor this organization. What do you want?
Yeah,
What
but
you?
they have the power, of course, because they have the power.
So what do you
What do you?
expect? So you go tell them what to do in the
Nothing. There's
organization?
nothing to tell them. Hey, bro, there's nothing. Those countries that are up there will probably even have war with each other one day, or let's probably in the
I don't
coming.
think so.
Yeah.
But well, yeah.
Oh, okay, not directly, but through indirectly, like the same way China, America, and Russia is kind of having a proxy war right now with the Ukraine thing. Like I see more proxy wars happening than just direct wars, because everybody just scared of a
Yeah,
direct
like
war.
basically this is gonna be the new thing. It will be just proxy wars.
Yeah, so this thing like
Even South
Africans
Africa,
country being
is
part of
fighting
the
a proxy
Security
war.
Council. Go ahead, sorry.
So you can understand that right now South Africa has been threatened to be put into a grey list, which of course the West control, whereby this grey list, if you're in it, you're not gonna get investors coming in. It's basically a list to show countries which they're bad for investment. So that's what's happening. As we keep on going, you will see that the West will try to attack more and more African countries because that's what's happening right now. That's what they're doing because they feel threatened. They even had like an assembly about this matter that African countries are now sovereign, which is bad for them. So yeah, proxy war is being fought.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
the thing Africans country should not be like.
They buy guns from Russia and then sell them to Africans. And they say, look, it's Russia funding the war or something. I think proxy wars are definitely the future. They're not going to have a direct war with any African country just so they have that image. This is why I think Donald Trump was the best for all Africans. He was just concentrating more on himself instead of other countries, you know. But hey,
It's so funny. You see, I'll give one example, right? In the UN, they have this thing, the ICC, right? International Criminal Court, where they can try and head of states. But guess what? When they have all these international laws, right? So basically, within your country, if you're carrying out some act, if your government doing something that's against the international law, right? UN law, they can use that UN law to against that government, right? But you have cases where these superpower, those so-called superpowers, they break all these laws. For example, like there were so many war crimes against George Bush during the Iraq invasion and everything, right? But they never went to the ICC. But Charles Taylor and some other African leaders, they sent them straight to the ICC, International Criminal Court. So the only leaders being prosecuted in the International Criminal Court are leaders of all these third world countries. So why
Exactly.
don't these guys just? So what's the point of you being a member of the UN? Just pull out of it. If I become a leader in Africa, I'll just pull my country out of the UN, pull them out of all these useless
But
organizations.
yeah, but if you want to pull it out of them, but don't go against them, because if you go against them, they will come and get you. They don't
Well,
care.
come get me.
That's not,
Come
eh?
and get me.
Yeah.
Until you
So
Africans stop thinking the way you're thinking.
the issue is, the solution is like Africa as a continent, and it's the biggest. We should be able to organize or serve independently of the rest of the world. Everything.
Exactly.
If we
But
can't do
unfortunately,
that, then we can't go anywhere. So that's why I'm emphasizing on this PA ideology, but we're going to talk about that some other time. Because when I see all these Africans in the League of Nations, well dressed, on suit, they're just there for variety. You understand? They're just there like just for variety. They don't really, people don't care what you say. You don't care
Yeah,
what you
they
say. There was
don't.
one, yeah, there was one minister from Gabon that when they addressed exactly what Mike was saying, he said like, it's when something pertains Africa, everyone trying to say, oh, persecute them, do that. But if that same thing was to do with any European country, people will have a different different approach to it. But this is just a fact, and we know. And but we, for some reason, we're still happy to be part of this organization. Oh, my dad is working for the UN. Oh, my uncle is part of the UN. Come on, yeah, just work, but just think you don't matter. It's just like a typist in a director's office. You just go like type what they say, and you say you work for them, but they don't really need you. It's just that they don't want to make it a complete European organization like they would do, So all these fancy names, we should know as African how to organize ourselves as a continent, Georgia oneself, make things work for us and stop allowing these people pay for our things, because that's the trap. They build your organization and put you there, they finance you, they have the money. We just accept that. No, at least if we can be in a bedroom house, that we know that's our organization, and we start building from there. Not someone builds you a palace and put you inside and is in control of you. So that's the idea that we should try to change and move on. But as we know, people are greedy, and they always come and get those greedy ones and make them head of this institution.
if you keep having president like Akufo-Addo, those kind of people, man, forget it, man. It's gonna be the
No,
same.
leave
Because
Akufo do. That's a bourgeoisie, bro. It's a black bourgeoisie.
I was listening to when I think I was playing his speech earlier in Switzerland. I'm like, this guy here, I think he should be like a press secretary. He shouldn't be a leader. He knows how to speak grammar, but he always talk rubbish. This guy,
Just to
I
cut you
just
short,
heard
yeah.
out.
Sorry, you go back. Marvin, what's that flag?
Sorry?
What's that flag for Marvin
Oh
KSA?
no,
What's that
the
flag?
flag is it's kind of like a tribal flag during apartheid,
Okay.
right?
All right. So, okay, good.
I haven't
Okay, that's
finished.
fine. Okay. Yeah, no, I was thinking it was a different country, but okay, go ahead. Yeah.
Nah, it's not. It's South African. It's South African. It's South African. Same stuff.
Okay, so what
So
happened with the
if
flag?
you've noticed, if you have noticed in the UN, right? If you've been watching how these African politicians have been doing. They've been putting this matter, on the table that there's no real representation of Africa within the big positions on UN, and they were telling them that if they don't make something about this, they're gonna pull out of the UN. I'm talking about Africa as a rest, as a whole.
I think if Africans are saying they're gonna pull out of the UN, they should just do it because nobody cares.
Exactly.
That's the thing, though. Like, if Africans are like, if you don't have me in this
They will beg
position,
you
I'm
and
gonna
say,
leave.
no,
Why
man.
don't you just leave then? Why
They
are
will
you
just
telling them?
replace you with some other country,
Yeah,
bro.
like it's not a big deal to them. It's only a big
The
deal to
problem,
Africans.
the problem is that you guys don't understand how critical Africa is to the Western world. It is what it is because of Africa. So therefore, they need each and every African country. That's why right now you are seeing threats coming in, all these terrorist groups, being created. It's nothing but the West because they know how critical Africa is to their own benefit. So African countries making such sovereign decisions to pull out of the UN, it's a huge thing for them because this means that Africa is waking up to the realization that they can just be their own thing. And by them doing that, it is definitely gonna destroy, the Western world. Like let's look at countries like Germany, the UK. Right now, it's about to be December. In that side of the world, it's gonna be cold. They don't have any gas. They don't have this. They're talking about shortage of electricity. The same thing. Let's say South Africa's been going through the whole thing of load shedding. They're about to experience it. Why? Because they're getting no more gas from Russia, and they've been trying by all means to collide with African leaders to export their own gas to their countries, and they've been saying no. You know, just recently, the president of Nigeria was complaining to the West, particularly USA, about them stealing their gas. They've been stealing oil in barrels, and it was found that it's Shell that's been doing that. And this year, Nigeria has produced less gallons than they have in the entire life because the US have been stealing their stuff. So Africa is very critical. Very.
So should we be worried about ourselves, or we should be worried how we are important to other people, man? That I don't get it.
No,
You
no.
know.
I'm trying to explain how
No,
much
yeah, I
the
understand what you mean.
Western world values Africa, the value that we don't see in ourselves. They know how critical it is for African countries to remain under them. You understand? So if we were to pull out of the UN, that's a huge move from Africa, which they will not like. That's what I'm trying to explain. That the sovereignty of Africa is a big threat to.
But Africa is not a country, though. How can Africa pull out? You mean Africa? We keep saying Africa,
I mean,
Africa, as
all
if we are
African
just one.
countries. Obviously, when I mean Africa, I mean also continent. I mean we're one thing.
Yeah, but
We're not one. We're not one like that. We don't.
We try. This is a thing. We try to say we are separate. Yeah, good, but they treat all of you as the same. It doesn't
They
matter.
do, but then we don't. We're not one like you people always say, like Africa, Africa. We're not. Come on, do Somalians think they are one with you, Cameroon? Come on now, or do? We're not one like that.
Yeah. See, we use some words, but we know what we mean. We don't want to go into details. The West treat Africa as one. The package that's coming to Africa is coming to Africa as one. They're not sending package to Nigeria.
I mean,
they have an
which
African
package?
I'm not
package.
saying we're one country.
There's no African
That's what I'm
package.
trying to talk
One
about.
country.
Yeah.
I mean, that's impossible.
The United Nations is not treating you. They have this Africa United Nations something. It's Africa. It's not Nigerian United, Ghana, Cameroon. No. So when we're talking at this level, it's how these people see us. It's not. They don't see you like Nigeria. You might see yourself as Nigerian. That's true. We South African, yeah. But at the UN they have a package. They have a plan for Africa, not for Nigeria or not for war. And anyone that is under
They have
that,
plan
they
for
treat you
every
the same.
poor countries, every so-called third world countries. But the fact of the matter is, I don't think so. Like they just say Africa. They see this. You're not relevant. They see as irrelevant people. So of course,
That's the
and the
point.
reason why they see like that is because you have brainwashed people. Really, really. Someone like Akufo Addo, they went in front of those.
What's man? Come on, talk about. I don't like when people want to talk about different people's going. Talk
No,
about.
no, he was on his. You know, he was on his show today. It's not like I'm bringing it for off the wall.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
she was playing the video earlier when he went to Switzerland, and it was praising them and saying it was an honoring thing that they came and they came and translate the Bible to their native
Oh my
language.
God.
That's what he was saying. Even the people
But
were like, "Oh,
that is just one person. That's not
he's the
Ghanaian. That's the
president,
thing.
man. He's the president."
But
If you have a
yeah,
president like that, they're reason like that. They see why people as people that came to doing great by coming to introduce Bible to him, and
we,
they translate it to his local
Mhm.
language and praising them for brainwashing him and saying he wants to build a cathedral. I mean, those kind of people are the one ruling you, man. How do you
Mike,
think they're going to
Mike, I
represent you
understand. Mike,
in
we
the
only
presence of?
have people like that because people like you, me, everyone here does not want to get into politics and we start complaining. That's the best we have. Yeah, he's going to be a cathedral. This one in Ivory Coast, he sent money when Notre Dame was burning, almost 5 million. He said that's a special place for me. Rubbish. And his country has not got road. People died. 5 million he sent to build Notre Dame in France, and France is losing his country. So most of these politicians, they're not that disconnected from their people. It's like they live in a different world, and the people that are supposed to be ruling, they don't even know what the hell they're going through. But yeah, but that's what we get if we don't want to be involved. They just give us
They're
everything and we
Europeans,
start complaining.
Europeans in black skin.
Yeah. Maybe in South Africa, English Africa is even better. In French Africa, French West Africa or Central, we've got French white, French black French men that we just call them French governors. Yeah, they're just like French governors ruling African countries. Yeah. Sometimes they will tell you how this Leopold, what's it called? Leopold Sédar Senghor of Senegal that told the Senegalese that they are disgusting. They should all abandon the African cultures and take the French culture. That the French culture is superior. That was the president of the country saying that. You understand?
Ah,
So
that's what Carla Genesis was trying to tell us, man. That we should. He wants to come to Africa to introduce us to Americanism, and he said we are.
yeah,
We don't need that. We don't need
There's
that.
African. I get it, but we see Pan Africanism in two different ways, and that's why they need to accept the difference and see where we can come. They are more pro-black, and African is, when I say Pan African, is the political and economic collaboration of African countries. But to them, Pan African means all black people need to be one. That is the difference, and so they will need to understand the differences. Then we see how we can get somewhere in the middle. Because when I talk about Pan-Africanism, it's taking Africa out of this organization that we're just there just to represent. We just want to be part of the United Nations with this, that. They don't even need us. They're just there because it's easier for them to use this organization to control our people. They bring us together to them
African people
to control Africa. They don't really want
they
to.
bring you close so they can know what you're doing. They can shape what, because that UN General Assembly they do every year where they come to speak. Basically, every country come there to give an account what they're doing, what they've done for the past year.
Yeah. Bro,
So you
if
come
you
to
see
tell
when
them.
African leaders are speaking, the chairs are empty. Have you ever noticed? When this African leaders start to give a speech, no one is sitting in the hall. Everyone is gone.
Kifaro,
I'm like, what is this guy doing?
exactly what you said. Amilcar said when Guinea-Bissau president was talking, there were only three people in the conference room, and two of them were other Guinea-Bissauans, bro.
Exactly. That's what they do. No one is listening.
He said
to
there
them,
were only two Guinea-Bissauans and one photographer.
Exactly. Even sometimes I see Paul Biya speaking, it was maybe 5 people in the hall, bro. That's what I don't know, but they want to be there. Some kind of rubbish, bro. We need to create our own.
Yo, by the way, where's things from? Where's Melvin from?
Huh?
Where's Melvin from? He's new here.
South Africa.
Someone's asking if that's a vendor flag that you have on your
Yeah,
screen.
that's a vendor flag.
Yeah, sorry, I
South
cut you short.
African.
Explain that flag, please. I'm interested. Explain the flag.
It's his tribal
Oh,
flag. Musanda and his tribe.
it's a tribal
I'm
flag.
guessing
Like
they're Venda.
during apartheid, there were homelands which were ruling themselves. They call them self-governing state, and Venda was like its own country within South Africa. It was a self-governing state. We had our own president. We had our own flag. That's all it is. It's just a tribal
Do you know
flag.
Musanda?
Yes, obviously. From here on YouTube, yeah.
Oh, I
We're
thought you
from
knew him
we're
personally.
from the same tribe. I know that.
Yeah, that's why I asked you that. I thought you knew him personally.
Yeah.
I thought he showed you the space here.
Nah.
I heard the
No.
vendors came from Congo. Is that true?
Yeah, that's true. They come from Central
Okay.
Africa. I guess. We don't really know for sure, but it's just ideologically they believe that. But yeah.
Okay. Yeah,
They are the
Jude
only ones.
Empire is
They're the
here.
main tribe without any Khoisan admix, apparently.
So there should be
Yeah.
more the most intelligent one, because if you mix with Khoisan,
They are.
I'll be saying you become
They are.
stupid.
They are. You don't even have to. They are, bro.
You get light skin, but you come dumb.
You got
Okay, that was so
And you know what's so funny? All these other retarded tribes always brag about being more light skinned, but they're more retarded.
Yeah.
Yo, how can you be proud of being admixed with a Bushman, bro? That's crazy. Hey, I'm gonna keep quiet now.
Yeah.
Yeah, does anyone else have anything to say?
Yeah, no, I think you want to say, because I want to talk about, you're talking about the sanctions, but if someone has to get some, let's talk about the sanctions, how, if it really affects Africa, and how does it affect Africa? I see people have different thoughts about that. Adrian has not got something to say.
Jude is here,
Mike.
though.
Mike.
Jude, you coming for me today? What's going on, man?
Man, you have a problem?
Did I offend you, man? It looks like you been upset with me lately, man. What's going on, man?
Jude has got
I
fire,
thought we
man.
were
You don't
buddies.
want to start it with Jude.
Jude, you cool, man. You just funny, though, man. I just be messing with you, man. Jude is funny, man. Jude is very entertaining to watch, though. Because he comes to bring some humor, I mean, Jude was saying about tectonic plates and stuff like that, man. That stuff was funny, dude.
Hey,
Jude, we cool, though. We cool, man. I ain't got nothing against you, man. We cool, man. I just mess with you.
We not cool, bro. We not.
Why we not cool, man? What's up?
I'm not cool with you, man. I can't say I'm cool with you, man.
Why?
Yeah, Jude's not gonna lie.
Not really, bro.
Why? Because I don't believe in this tectonic plate theory or what? What? I mean, come on, man.
Just
Oh my
like going back to say, believe in it. So
Come on, Jude, you're in America. Your internet's supposed to be good.
Hey,
Jude was telling us that the tectonic plates swing from Africa to America. I'm like, wow.
Kifaru, all these guys in the US and South Korea, they all have the wackest internet, bro. Remember the other South African? He was in South Korea, bro. He was talking about how there's no potholes in South Korea, but his internet is full of potholes, bro.
Yeah. So, like...
No, but on a serious note, Kifaru, be honest with yourself. Here we always talk about Africa's problems and so on. Considering all the problems in Africa, bro, is it hopeless, man? Be honest.
No, it's only hopeless
on a scale of 1 to 0, 1 to 10 on hopelessness.
Because we don't have the right politicians to make the better policy. It's not hopeless. The present status quo is hopeless, but we need to change it. We can't build on this. I'll accept that. But if you say like for eternity it's hopeless, no, it does not make sense. I was just watching.
Be honest. How do you change a status quo that doesn't even need you? How do you change a status quo that is sustained by outside forces from outside of the continent?
We need to stop that. We don't need it.
We can't do shit, bro. What are you talking about? We? What are you saying? We
Africans.
like we are irrelevant in the status quo. The status quo is perpetuated and
No.
upheld by.
We are the ones who accept all these laws. You know, for example, if somebody comes and just give you money to dictate on you, if you don't need to, you understand. But if you take your money, you become subordinate to them. That's just the fact. So, like, if someone comes, like you say, okay, I want to invest in Ethiopian wheat industry. I'm going to give you $15 billion. You take that money. Now he's veto. He's controlling everything. But you can say, do you know what? We're going to struggle by ourselves and build these things from scratch. That's the option you have. But you can say, you know what? We'll
That's
get the
not an
money.
option. That's not an option, though.
Okay.
I mean, it is, but like, let's be honest here. Nobody wants to do that. Like, I don't know why people want to sugarcoat like Africans.
Kifaru,
Africans don't care about anything.
AM is right, man.
So what do you think? That
When I
there's no
even
hope for
say
Africa?
the system is not sustained by us, Kifaru, when I say the system is not even sustained by us, I mean
Hey, man. Hey, look,
getting to
I
power.
had to change my computer, man. Hey, let me talk, bro. I haven't spoken. What are you guys talking about?
Wow.
Oh my God, this guy.
Jide is
Mike,
angry
You don't
today.
even know what it's.
Mike, Kifaro, hold on. I have to talk to Mike one-on-one.
Damn. I'm in trouble.
Hey, Mike.
Jide, what did I do, man? Come on, man.
What's going on with you, man? Like, you trying to be funny sometimes, bro, for real. What's going
I
on?
was joking about this tectonic plate, man. Come on, just messing with you, dude. It
Oh,
was
okay.
Audrey. It was Audrey that started talking about the tectonic plate.
No, because me and Audrey came in, man. We were trying to find out what's going on with you. You know what I'm saying? Like, for real.
So
I
what's
mean, you
wrong,
got
man?
a
What did I say
problem with
that's so offensive, man? I mean, you got so upset. I mean,
Okay, no
I
problem,
was just
man.
joking about the tectonic plates, man. That's all. Come on.
All right. It's cool.
So
Now
what are you
let's go
mad
back
about,
to
man? If I said something bad and you offended, I will apologize to you, man.
no,
What
man,
is it?
because look though, you said the same thing when me and you talked. You told me you were in Nigeria, you were Yoruba, and the same time you told me you weren't colonized. If somebody like hear what you said, that could be something funny, right? Because we know
But that's
everybody was
fine. You don't
colonized
have to
every
believe
country.
me.
Right, that's what I'm saying. So if you had to say things like that, then me coming up with something that says slave trade doesn't exist. So why does that sound funny? It doesn't sound funny.
I mean, but what I say is factual. I wasn't. Were you colonized?
Of course, I mean, if I'm from Cameroon and Cameroon was
When
colonized,
were
then
you
I was.
born? When were you born?
What you mean? Where was I? I was born in
When?
Cameroon.
When?
Mike, we're talking about the country. Come
We
on,
are
man.
talking about the
Let's not
country. We are not talking about where were you
complicate
born.
all this stuff. You know,
And in
you were
fact,
not
this
colonized.
the
Mike, just because you're speaking English, that's the effect of colonization.
Why?
Come
That's
on, Mike.
it's
colonization.
no,
Why?
not really.
It
What you mean?
is.
No?
It is just the fact you're reading your books and doing your GCE. You
Exactly.
do GCE in Nigeria. That's a British form of education. That's
Exactly.
colonization.
Exactly.
They brought that to Nigeria. So you
So
can't be saying you're
so
colonized.
if I take something to America, that means I'm colonizing America.
Of course, if you have to make all of them do that, you're colonizing them.
No, no,
Exactly.
no. If I
What's
take
no?
something somewhere and the people accept it because they see value in it, that's not me
Well,
colonize. That's
you did
not.
not have the choice. You were forced to
No,
accept it. That's the
nobody was
difference.
forced. They didn't force you to go to school. They didn't force anybody to attend
They
school, or they didn't.
forced their educational system on you,
They didn't
Mike. What are
put
you
gun
talking
on
about?
anybody's head to come and learn something. So what are you guys talking about? You see,
Well, I
this your
think this is
mentality.
just.
It's the
It's
same
not a
mentality
mentality. It's a
Akufo-Addo
fact that
has.
it does not
Akufo-Addo and
mean
all these leaders.
it does not mean you have to be like that. But the effect of colonization, African countries are
They
suffering
didn't
from it.
force you. They didn't
I
force
mean,
anybody.
if you were
I think
colonized, if you come on, Mike.
this is just a non-valid argument. Anyway.
Exactly. It's not valid. Yeah. So blame Jude for that. He's the one that brought it
It's
up.
not valid. So
No,
let's
it's
talk
from your
about.
own side. You're trying to make an argument that has no point.
You stop. You guys like you Kifari. So you talk like you complain about you got bad leaders. Yeah. When you become president, you're gonna do the same
Yes,
thing.
but that does not
You're
mean
gonna act
look.
just like them. You're gonna believe someone's your master and all
No,
that. When you get there, you're gonna be
Mike. First
behaving the
of all,
same
this is
way.
what I believe. Mike, just listen. If you don't believe there is a problem, if you just reject that there's a problem, you're never gonna solve it. because you say no, there's no problem. But identify the problem and say, yes, this is a problem we have. Let's fix it. That's how I think.
And that
What
was the
problem are
same
you
point I was
identifying?
making, Mike. That was the same point I was making, Mike, because you believe in slave trade, but you don't believe in colonization. And when I say slave trade didn't exist because people had
No,
to sleep
no,
during the
based on your
slavery.
definition, I ask you. No, no. Listen, your slip theory, your theory is bullshit. That one is just forget it, man.
No,
You
that's
just
not bullshit, bro, because I
listen.
have people that
You said
that
slave
have
trade never
confirmed.
happened. That it was this tectonic plate that split, and then two
Right, and
black
I
people
have
came to America. Come on,
look,
that what
look,
kind
look,
of
look,
logic is that, man? Come on,
look,
that's
Come on,
there's,
now.
ridiculous.
there's this American guy. He's on YouTube. You should follow him, and he's a black guy. He said his own people were already in America before slavery.
Okay, good
Yeah,
for him.
those are just hoteps. Those are hoteps, bro.
But if black Americans are telling you that their own people were already in America before slavery, and you are the one that is moving forward with slave trade, so who do you want to believe?
Who's moving forward? I'm not moving forward. So essentially, what you're saying is we should all be doing propaganda. That's what you're saying.
That is a
Of
huge
course,
cap.
you have to create your own history and move on with it. You don't take
Your own
European
propaganda.
history and make it. It's no
Well, if you're
propaganda.
gonna do that, that's fine. But don't create some senseless
But
history,
don't you
something that
know
doesn't
all
make
history are
sense.
propaganda? Hey, bro, Mike, all history in the world are propaganda. Don't you know that? What are you
I
talking
know,
about?
but your own is ridiculous, man. How can you say
It's not.
a plate, tectonic plate broke
It's just
and two
because you have
people were
taken a
away? No
European
one's gonna
history
believe
and
that one, huh?
it's just because you have taken a European history and make it yours. And every history
So,
that you come across that doesn't make it right, you say it's propaganda just because it's from a black person. If that history was from a white
do
man,
you
you
know
would
what
have taken
propaganda
it.
means? Do you know
I
what
know.
propaganda?
Come on, man.
There's a
When you're
difference between
asking,
propaganda and lie.
you,
Propaganda is you take the truth and you mix it with lies, right? Well,
and
yours is not propaganda, just straight lie. You said
that's all history.
the Titanic
Propaganda
plate
means a
broke.
lie. It's all history. When they came over and tell you that your own people sold people in
Mike, you
slavery,
see the
you believe.
comment? They say Mike is not a Yoruba name. That's colonization. What are you going to say about that? Okay. Are you going to argue that? Now you're laughing.
Listen,
They got you.
I pick name that I admire.
Nah. Your name should be
Name
Olua, Olutunde, Babatunde, whatever, but not Mike.
actually, what you guys don't know is actually. Well, let me not get
Yeah,
into
so
my
they got
personal.
you. You can't argue that, Mike.
By the way, guys, yeah, thank you for having me, AM. Yeah. So what happened is yesterday I was at work, but I think it might have been some of what Afrodamas' again channel was talking about, or like his live stream.
About
And yeah,
Was Somalia yesterday.
Mike was clapping, coping for the come on. You just continue on back. Yeah.
No, I was actually defending Somalia, so don't.
no. Wait, but there was some interesting things that was said that I wanted to go over. Look, with the Al Shabaab thing, right? I can say this. Look, I'm not from Somalia, or I wasn't born in Somalia. I'm not from there. But what I can say is, looking from, huh?
I thought you were Somali.
No, I'm Somali, but I'm not from Somalia.
Oh, so, you were not born there, born in UK. Okay, I get it.
No.
He's from Djibouti.
Really?
You have no right to talk about this point, man.
Yeah. I'm not from Somalia.
You want to talk about Somalian issue?
But he's an ethnic Somali. He still is.
Right, but he should say he is Somalian. He shouldn't say he's not Somalian. But
No. I'm wait. But Judah, it's like you. Look, it's like you saying you are a Cameroonian, right?
Right.
Judah, you're Cameroonian, but it's like you speaking for the other side, the English side of Cameroon. Two different countries.
Cameroon. I haven't called myself a different side. I'm still Cameroonian.
No, but it's just look, two separate countries. That's my point.
So are you Somaliland or you Somalia?
No, I'm not from both.
He's from Djibouti.
Come on, man.
But this is the thing. Somali is an ethnicity. Then Somalia is a country.
But look.
Right.
And I look. This is what I was gonna say, right?
Yeah,
in general, right? I heard a few things that Mike said that I wanted to go over. Mike, it's not necessarily bad before you jump and say, "Oh, no, look." Mike made a good point and said that not all Africans.
You did let the man talk, man. Golly.
Exactly. Exactly. He made a good point and said again, not all Africans can get along. You cannot use the European borders to justify this BS meaning of trying to unify a country. And why are Africans the only country or the only continent that has to forcefully work with other tribes to unify a country, while other Europeans, again, an example would be Catalonia of Barcelona. I mean, you'd have to look at Italy. You'd have to look at so many other European countries. I mean, England, where I live, you have the Irish, the Scottish making rallies every day saying they want independence. The Irish are trying to push for a unified Ireland. You have so many European countries that are pushing for independence. Why are
But
Africans
UK,
forced?
but Scotland also wants to separate away from England.
Yeah, Scotland and Ireland, yeah.
Right.
Look, Scotland and Ireland, yeah, both of them.
Right. So it doesn't
They
mean that
don't
Africa
call it
should stay
tribalism,
together.
but once the Africans say it, they say it's tribalism.
That's my point, Mike. You made a good point on that, and that's what I wanted to go over. You made a solid point on that. So again, the question is Kifaru and a few other Pan-Africanists were pushing this idea, yo, we have to forcefully work together. No, that's the reason why Africans start wars, because they cannot forget so easily. It's hard.
Right.
Look, Mike,
Now,
Mike made a good point, because again, look, let's say if you're an African male and you're old enough to remember certain things that happened to your tribe, let's say it happened 30, 40 years ago, it's not going to be so easy for you to forgive, because it affected you
Africa should be
negatively.
100 countries, is what you're saying. It should be 100 countries,
No,
not
I'm not.
50.
I'm saying to you guys is take African problems seriously. You can't just say to them, no, this is tribalism. You can't just put it under the rug. You have to take the problem seriously. If two countries or let's say a part of the country doesn't want to be part of that inclusive country, then you have to look at it in key detail. Why? What's the past?
And
What happened?
That has been my point, because now you are promoting marginalization, and it's happening in all of these countries. Marginalization. And
There's
that's
a reason
I
why
said-
there's Boko Haram, Al-Shabaab, Tigray, TPLF. All of these bullshit organizations started because before the Americans, got involved. Most of these organizations started because they didn't want to be part of that country, or they wanted to put their own ideals. You have to look at these with better
But
visuals.
we were kings.
But this is the thing, right? Most
We were
Africans
kings, man. Why can't we come together? We were kings.
No, you cannot force. Look. This is the problem. Before the Berlin conference, Africans didn't care about or didn't have this idealism of country and borderline. No, they lived in their land without any trouble, and there was no civil wars. There was no people pushing to cause a commotion among. No, there was none of that. But what happened?
Yeah, they live like nomads from one place to another. Is that what you call a country?
No. Kifaru, what I'm trying to say is there was no commotion. There was no brutalization. If you look at today, there is not a country where it doesn't have a group of people that want to break off.
Most of these things were not really country. They were just like little herds of tribal men ruling some small society. You couldn't call them a country.
No, but there's
They were nations.
There's too much of a difference. There's too much of a difference between certain groups.
Listen. There were big.
I'll give you an example, Mike. You're Nigerian. There's too much of a
let me
difference
say.
between the Fulanis, the
big
Yorubas, and
kingdoms,
Igbos. There's too much of a difference.
Listen, there were some big kingdoms that you can tell me.
You cannot
yes,
force
this-
those group of people
this
because
big-
look, Fulanis want to live a different way. They have
People that
Islamic
speak different
fundamentals. They don't want to progress. They don't want to progress the country forward. While Igbos and Yorubas in the south, they want to progress the country. So there's going to be a clash.
Yeah,
and look, let's say, let me finish, Kifaru.
Kifaru, let him
Southern
talk, man.
Nigeria-
Let him finish.
Let's say if Southern Nigeria
don't
wanted
talk
to
about
break off.
Nigeria, talk
Let's
about
say,
you
wait,
because
let me
you
finish.
don't
Let's
know
say,
more about
wait,
Nigeria,
Mike, Kifaru, wait. Let's say if Southern Nigeria wanted to break off and say that, you know what, we've had enough of this BS. We're going to break off and we're going to try to build the Southern Nigeria up into the best economy we can possibly make. No, the Fulanis are not going to allow this because most of the wealth is in the south. So they're going to cause a war, and they're going to cause a commotion because of the European borders. So now they're entitled to what's in the south, even though technically it's not theirs because their ancestors have not lived in the south. You see how that's going to cause a problem?
It's not going to cause a problem. See, when people were coming to create a country, they came and created a country and they created a constitution that everyone had to be under and they accept. The problem is you dusty Africans don't know how to live under a constitution. That's the problem. It's not because
there's too much of a difference, Kifaru. You're putting African problems under the rug again.
No.
You have to get
Well,
along.
Kifaru,
While
they
Europeans
never
can voice
agree
their
on the
opinions.
constitution.
I understand what you say, but some of these tribes are so irrelevant. We even can't be talking about them. A lot of what you call tribal people in Africa. There are some big kingdoms when they say, okay, they will make sense. And those kingdoms are just really few. And some of those kingdoms are even part of country that they rule. But there are some little, small, dusty tribes that maybe, who cares? It was just made of 300, 400 people. You want to
But
create
look,
a
you
country
cannot
with
ignore
300,
these problems. You cannot.
We
Because
think
that's
I
gonna
ignore
cause
them.
more.
No.
You can't because that's going to cause more wars. That's going to cause more factions to break
They
out.
need to merge. We can't.
Kifaru, your mentality is the problem of Africa. You just look at people say they're irrelevant. You can't do that. You see,
my problem is you can't live in the
Hey,
past.
Kifaru, you know why they
there is
won't
no
match?
such thing as the past. There's no such
You
thing
Kifaru,
as
can't live in the
you know why they
past.
won't
It's
match?
not sustainable.
Kifaru,
It's not
Kifaru,
sustainable. Yeah.
people like
Kifaru, what
Kifaru
does
are the head of
me?
states in Africa. That's why they don't solve no problem because they dictatorial minded. You're a dictatorial minded person. Like you just want to
Sometimes
dictate. You
it's
see, this is
better,
what it
Mike.
is. That's how it's got to be.
Sometimes
You
it's better,
can't do that.
Mike.
You still got to
Mike,
bring
you
those.
don't ask stupid people for solution of a nation. You don't just because
How
they're
can you call people stupid? How
Listen,
can you call the
listen,
entire
That is a
tribe
problem.
of people
yes,
stupid? You
see,
can't do
This
that.
is the
some people are
Kifaru,
stupid just because
What
they
makes
live in
them
a
dumb? Because they
you
don't
don't
speak
ask.
French and English. That makes them dumb, right? Because they can't speak French.
No, I'm not. No.
Oh, they be like,
I'm
oh,
not
those
talking
people
about
don't speak
speaking
English,
French.
so they are dumb.
I'm not talking about
Kifaru,
Kifaru. Mike,
in the
you won't go
80s,
in a village
and the
that
90s,
people
there was a brutal war in the UK between the Irish and the
One at a time. One at
English.
a time.
I'm not talking about UK. I'm talking about Africa.
No,
You
I'm
won't
giving you
go
an
to a
example of what can
village where
happen, and
people
it's happening in Africa.
sacrifice people towards some ever evil god, and you go to start to talk with them to be the nation. You don't
Well,
do
you
that.
still got to talk to them. That's them. They're
No,
still their
no,
own
no,
people.
no. If they
So
are
you have to
big
force them,
and
right?
massive,
You have to force them. So we continue
if
to
that's
have
a
civil war.
massive kingdom, that would be a problem. If they're like a really
So
huge
Kifaru, the
people,
tribes that want to
that would be a problem.
progress
But
the
if they're
country,
just some small people,
they have to be forced to work with the other tribe.
Yes.
You have to force them.
That's the problem.
Okay, no, how's that been working for you now? If I how's that been working so far in Africa?
It's working. That's why Africa has
It's
just
working.
54 countries.
It's not
Yes.
working.
Oh, no, really? Africa is working.
Listen. How many countries? You speak as if the whole Africa is fighting. How many
No,
countries?
Kifaru, there's
in
a lot of
Africa
countries
is
in
actually
Africa
fighting
that can't seem to
tribal
get
problems?
along with each
Apart
tribes.
from the Horn of
You
Africa
cannot
or
force two
Nigeria.
tribes, Kifaru.
Listen,
If one tribe wants to live in the forest
how
and another
many
tribe wants
tribes
to
in
progress the
give me the
country,
numbers.
you cannot force them to work together. You cannot.
Out of 54 countries in Africa, how many countries are having tribal
Kifaru,
problems?
listen
Apart
to
from
me.
the Horn of
Every
If
Africa
one
one
of
tribe,
them.
if
Nigeria.
one
Give me
Kifaru,
the
if one
numbers.
nasty tribe wants to live in the forest and another tribe wants to progress the country, you cannot force them to work together.
You don't
That's what you're
ask
suggesting.
anybody for opinion when you want to be a nation. That's just the fact. I don't know what you
Kifaru, I
guys
can
do.
give you a lot of
We have to subjugate people to be together in a nation? Are you seriously saying that?
What?
You have to subjugate, you have to force people with coercion to be together as a nation state.
They had to form some kind of cohesion. Okay, example.
No.
Look, let's take Ghana. Let's take the Ashanti or whatever. Don't you think the Ashanti they're using their power to make all Ghanaians be under them because they're majority?
But
Don't
it
you
just
think it
doesn't
works
make
for
sense.
Ghana? Don't you? It works for Ghana. That's how
No,
it is.
Kifaru, I think you're missing the point.
Guys,
Kifaru.
if I show you the map of Africa based on tribe, that shit is impossible to sustain itself.
Kifaru, do not blame tribalism. There's a lot of history behind this, Kifaru. You're being very you're being very indigenous with this, Kifaru. You're not being truthful with this.
Let me ask him a question. So Kifaru, you think that colonization was a good thing for Africa?
Well, we can't say colonization was a good thing because it brought its own bullshit that we need to live with. It's not because they brought us together. They brought us a different.
There's positive and there's negative. There's positive and negative.
Yes,
just like in everything in life. Everything in life comes with positive and negative.
Yeah,
so
So what are the positive of colonization? What are the positive?
We can be okay. You might not see that.
Well, you got exposed to European ideas, way of life, knowledge. You got exposed to them. You can learn from
We're a
them.
little
Learn
bit
from them.
modernized. Our countries are a little bit modernized. We dress, we do
Wow,
things.
so you're telling me if Africa wasn't
Kifaru, this works in every part.
Okay,
From
listen,
the wait,
have you
Kifaru, wait.
Have you
This works
seen
in every part.
the give up people of Namibia with these people that have not been exposed to colonization? Do you want to live like that, Jude?
What do you mean? Are you saying they wouldn't have evolved on their own? Kifaru, are you saying people would not have evolved on their own? I don't know why you guys talk like this. You always talk as if Africans cannot evolve without somebody else.
People say that.
You're talking as if.
Listen,
Yo,
Mike,
one second,
listen, Mike.
Wait. Before you go ahead, 1 second, please. Habibi, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I just
Can
answered
you,
no.
Can you
That
just
you wouldn't have developed
can you
on
just
your own.
watch the panel for like
Thank you.
15 minutes? I'll be right back. I'll be right back.
Yeah, okay.
You're talking about, I see that tribes in Africa now that have not been exposed to colonization. These people are eating raw meat, raw monkey, living. See, you can't even make that argument because those are people that, okay, they didn't want to be
Kifaru, it is
colonized.
not about
But
that.
these people are dusty as you
No,
can ever
Kifaru, you
think.
don't even have to. No, Kifaru, you don't even have to go there. Literally every society that has moved forward has done so because it got colonized at some point. Look at the northern regions of Europe.
So wait,
It's because they got colonized by.
Abi,
Wait,
you
Mo,
suggesting
let
that
me just finish.
colonization was good for Africa?
Let me just finish. Bro, every society moves forward. Like I said, there's pros
Is
and
it yes
cons.
or no?
One of the pros.
So Ethiopia that
There's
wasn't
pros and
colonized
cons.
is not moving forward. That's still primitive
No,
people.
Ethiopia was colonized. Ethiopia was colonized. That's another
They've
thing.
got some
Ethiopia was colonized.
influence of colonization. Even they were not colonized, they were introduced to people that brought some
Bro,
different
Haile
form of
Selassie was a
colonization.
CIA agent.
And they had to embrace that because they saw that was better.
Are you
Dude,
kidding me?
Douala Mangabel in Douala, this guy was in Cameroon. He had no clothes, you know. You just see how they live. But when the
So
Germans
you're
come with
telling
their
me
big boats
evolution,
and
so
their
people would
everything, they say,
Okay,
oh,
Kifaru,
this
Cameroon is
civilization
one
Kifaru,
mind.
let me ask
better.
you something. Yeah?
The moment there's democracy in Cameroon, don't you think there's going to be an all-out war to try to get that presidency seat? The moment
No,
the power
that's
lets
why
up.
I just want him to be there for now till sort our shit.
No, man, come on, Kifaru. You see me and you have different ideologies, man.
I know. Over that, yeah, we were a little bit different, but we'll talk about Cameroon some other time. But
Oh,
you know,
okay.
because my idea, like this was the thing. These countries that they say, oh, the
Once that
president
dictator
has been
steps
there.
down,
These
Kifaru,
countries
and
that have been
there's
changing
that play
presidents
for
for
power.
the past
Cameroon's
20
going to be in
years,
chaos.
are they better than Cameroon? All these countries that have been changing president, we are democratic. Are they really better than Cameroon? Of course not. Some of them are even worse. And I've got so many different presidents. So you can't even make that comparison.
See, you guys were there yesterday.
Can somebody else speak?
See, you guys were there yesterday. The Somaliland guy and the Somali guy could not get along. It's everywhere in Africa. You cannot have too much of a different. Like you cannot have two people that have two different ways of life to come together and try to force them to work together. It's hard.
I'm not saying that there are no differences. There are. No one will say there are no differences. But we need to make compromise and live together somehow. I'm not saying that that's only how we can survive. Because if we're that
okay, Kifaru, I'm gonna give you a rhetoric, right? So I'll use the Somaliland and Somali guys as an example, where the Somali government bombed the north of Somaliland, basically killed more than 200,000, suffocated the country for more than 30 years, killed basically people. Like right now, there's adults in Somaliland that remember their mothers and fathers being buried alive. You want those people to forget what happened and what the Somali central government did, and
people
to join back up with Central Somalia and work together. That's
if
what you want, Kifaru.
Then you're not really.
They still remember it,
People need to
Kifaru.
make
That's the point. It's hard for them to forget that.
More. I don't know about Somali history so much. Did Europeans, some other foreign people didn't come and commit bad things in Somalia?
No,
Kifaru, you're a very self-centered dude, man. You're too self-centered. That's your problem. You're very self-centered.
Why do you call me self-centered?
Yeah, your view, the way you see things is just the way you believe it should be. It's like you're not willing to like kind of compromise.
Mike, I'll tell you what I believe. I
Kifaru,
believe that there's
Hutus in Rwanda still hold grudges for the Tutsis for what they did to them.
You believe exactly, and that's exactly what you're saying right now. You believe because you believe it doesn't mean that's where you have to be.
Mike, it's not about belief. Mike, this is what I believe. I believe that there's a universal truth, even you like it or not. There's an absolute truth, and the truth is not relative. You might.
And what is this your universal truth?
You don't like it. I'm just giving an example. Let me give an example of universal truth. I don't know your mom, but your mom is who she is. If someone says, no, that is not Mike's mom, they might argue. But if that woman is your mom, that is a universal truth. They might argue. That's just a basic example. That's what I call universal truth. That's how I think. It doesn't matter if you like the opinion or not, but if the truth is that truth, it is the truth, and that's what's supposed to be.
Your argument is not universal truth. You're saying if you have to force every tribe, force them to be. Come on, that's not universal truth. What the hell? It's not. It doesn't even correlate. What the hell are you talking about?
If I show you the map of Africa based on tribes, that shit is scary.
Do you know that? Yes, it's not scary. Let me tell you why. In fact, let me put this argument to you. Do you know that if Africa divided into these 2,000 tribes, it'll be more difficult for Europeans to have their way because they have to negotiate with 2,000 different tribes to get anything. That's why they created those countries to be small, because when they were coming to Africa in the beginning, it was difficult because everywhere they go to is one language, different language, different language. So they had to negotiate too many times to get their way. So they were like, you know what? Let's teach them our language, put them together, so we don't have to negotiate with too many bunch of people. We just negotiate with one person in this all thousands
Okay.
of, you understand? Place like Nigeria, for example, so big, so huge, with plenty of different languages. All England have to do is talk to one person in Nigeria to get his way. Whereas whatever they're trying to do may be against the interest of a bunch of thousands of tribes, right? But all they have to do is find one guy from one tribe where whatever they want to do doesn't affect him, and just get the negotiation, get the deal done. And it's
Yeah,
easier for the
the way
Europeans to exploit
the
Africa.
way you guys
Africa,
speak, it
wait. Listen. It's easier for Europeans to have their way in Africa with just dealing with few countries than dealing with thousands of ethnic nations. So that kills your argument. Now, am
Can I,
I
can,
arguing? Am I
can I,
telling you that it's a bad thing that we can live together? That's not what we're saying. The argument is you don't force it. You have to bring these people together on the table to discuss how they can live together. You have to do
can
that.
I
You
exactly? Can I
can't
make another
force
point?
them. That's the
Can
point
I
we're
make
making
another
to you.
point?
They have to negotiate
That's
it. You have
true.
to bring them on the
I'm
table.
not rejecting that, Mike. I'm
Exactly.
not
That's the point
rejecting
we're
that,
making to
Mike.
you. But what we have, the
But
status
that
quo
is
is
not because we are separated. That's because we have bad politicians who can
no.
negotiate how
It's
to
not
come
necessary.
together.
It's not necessary.
Kifaro, they are not talking about tribes or the tribes splitting. You have some tribes that have really come into agreement. They want to stay into one country. We are talking about countries that others believe that they have been marginalized. If you go to Cameroon, you have the English and the Francophone. You go to Somalia, you have Somaliland and the Southern Somalia. You go to even Senegal. There is one part of Senegal that want to seek, that they are seeking independence. They call them Zigoshore in the south of Senegal. You go to Niger Republic. There are people in the north that they look like Arabs. They call them Agades. They want to separate from the south. You go
That's the
to
one
Mali. Mali is fighting the same thing because the north also in Timbuktu. They don't like people in the south. And it's across all countries in Africa. How do you solve problems? You solve problems by coming up with a referendum. People want to stay. They should stay like what England did to Scotland. They give them a referendum. Even in Canada, you have a problem between the Francophone Canada and the English Canadians. The English Canadians gave the Francophone Canadians referendum if they want to stay with Canada or not. And that reduced problems, because the problems that Canada used to have, they don't have it no more. The problem that countries, but you see all these problems are happening because people don't want to stay together. And you have to solve problems instead of causing more problems. That's just what it is.
This is the thing. The average African just want to eat, have a shelter, and take care of
Kifaru,
the
you're
family.
making Africans sound like they're low IQ. Listen,
No,
Kifaru.
don't make me
Kifaru.
talk. Don't do what I'm
Nah,
telling you.
it doesn't help you.
This is the
Kifaru,
thing.
no,
I
listen,
believe. I
Kifaru.
don't know. I
Very
don't.
dictatorial.
Let me tell you my belief. I
Kifaru,
believe people are
wait,
only
Kifaru.
powerful if they come together, and it has been
Kifaru,
proven
there's no
in
such
history
thing
so
as
many
coming.
times.
Look, Kifaru, you're living in a delusion
Yeah,
right
if you
now.
don't want to come together, you're gonna go extinct. That
Look,
is just a fact.
no, Kifaru, look.
You will
No,
go
you know why?
extinct.
Listen,
It is a fact.
Kifaru, there are too many. Look, as Mike said, he gave an example of Nigeria. There are too many tribes for there to be one country. There is a reason why there has to be shared power. If the
Yeah,
North
Nigeria
overextends its
should
power,
separate
listen.
into
Kifaru, if the North decides to add an
300
extra
and
year,
300
there's gonna be
countries.
all-out war.
Yeah.
You understand? You
Nigeria to
cannot.
separate into 300
Wait.
countries. Cameroon to
Kifaru,
separate into
Kifaru.
350 countries. Right?
No, Kifaru.
Yeah, we
This is the
don't
problem
mind.
with
So
you.
what's wrong with that, Kifaru? What's wrong with that?
Okay, I don't know. It's
Kifaru
everything
thinks that
wrong. There's
the less
everything
countries there
wrong with
are,
that.
the more
I
powerful
don't even
Africa
know how
is.
to
No,
start
the more wars there is.
Exactly.
Kifaru, you have to understand there is too many tribes in Nigeria, as Mike gave an example. The north and the south is massively different. Different
No,
religion, different
Somalia is
tribes,
only one
different ways
tribe.
of life.
There's only
You
one
cannot force
tribe
those
in
people to
Somalia.
work together
Listen,
because they're
Somali
too
is only
different.
one
Kifaru,
tribe,
sometimes
and they
people have to
even
accept
can
that.
carry their shit together. They're still killing everyone. What? How are you sure if these
Kifaru,
people separate,
Kifaru,
they're still not going to kill themselves?
Kifaru, do you
Somalia is
not
just one
understand? Do you
tribe.
not understand the
Forget
It's not about
Nigeria.
whether we kill ourselves. It's more about
Forget
we're gonna
Nigeria.
progress.
See, I'm just giving an example. Somalia is just one tribe of people, but they still find a way of fighting among themselves.
No,
So all
Somaliland.
this
Wait. Somaliland
separating
broke
and
off. Listen. Somaliland broke off Somalia due to the past tensions, where
no,
Somalia
okay,
used the
let's
government.
talk about Somaliland. Let's talk about Southern Somali. Only within them, they're still fighting tribe. The same people. So this idea of if we separate,
No,
gonna be
no,
better
no,
is
no,
a
no,
lie.
no. South Somalia has too many tribes. No, wait, Kifaru, you're not. Wait, Kifaru.
South Sudan got
There
so
is
many
more than
tribes, man. South Sudan got
Kifaru.
like 46 tribes.
No, South Somalia has more than 50. I would
No,
say
he was
close to.
talking
There's
about
so
South
many
Sudan.
tribes over there.
Yeah, and
You
they're still
have
fighting. I don't know, but
no. That's the point, Kifaru. They're two different.
no, but
You
it's a
have people
clan
that live
thing. It's not a
differently.
tribe thing that's in Somalia. That's my point. You're fighting
Kifaru,
based on
it's a
clans,
tribe
some
thing. It's a
stupid,
religion thing. It's a way of life thing. It's a
some
corruption.
stupid
There's too
bullshit.
many problems, Kifaru. That's my
I,
point.
I will tell you. I will tell you. I think Jude is going to accept or no. Like even the Ambazonia people,
Kifaru,
the
let me
side
help you
that is
out a bit.
separated.
Let me just help you out a bit.
Okay,
You're
thank you.
putting
Mike said
little African problems
because
under the rug,
wait,
Kifaru, and you're saying no,
bro,
this is what you
chill.
believe. Wait, let me finish.
No,
Abi.
chill.
Kifaru thinks the bigger or the less countries there are in Africa, the more unified Africa is, the more it can stand up to the West. No,
It is.
the more it's
is.
easy to exploit Africa
No,
because
let
there's
me just
wait.
let me just debunk all the stuff you've been saying here. First of all,
Go ahead, try.
you Somalis are not better off because Somaliland broke off from Somalia. Literally, because you guys broke off, Kenya and Ethiopia play you to like a fiddle. Because anytime
No, it's not.
they want
No,
something
it's
from
not.
you, well, they play you guys, man. Mo, stop lying to me. I'm from the same region
Abi,
you
it's
are.
the same thing with
Ethiopia and
Eritrea and
Kenya. Oh my
Ethiopia.
god, bro,
But, you know,
Mo,
you finish
let
your
me
point.
just finish
I'll
for a
answer.
second,
I'll
bro.
answer it. Go ahead.
Kifaru, let me tell you
Yeah.
something. Somalis are fucked in the horn because now that they've broken off, Ethiopia and Kenya can play them off of one another from now till the end of time. If the Somali Mogadishu government pisses off either Kenya or Ethiopia, they just go to the Somaliland president and they
Simple.
give him
Divide
hopes
and
and
rule.
dreams of recognizing him. Yeah, they divide and rule them. And this guy's talking about it like the division has helped anyone. You guys are going to be subservient to Kenya and Ethiopia from now till eternity because you've broken off. Secondly,
Exactly.
when Mike said the 3,000 tribes will help Africa become more independent because Europe can't control 3,000 tribes. Bro, they colonized you when you were 3,000 tribes. What are you talking about?
The what?
They
Say it
colonized
again?
all the 3,000 tribes because they
No,
had
they
to just
did not.
one tribe.
No,
What you guys
what?
talking about, man?
Wait,
Listen,
Abby. Wait. So let me define this. You think that the Europeans colonized Africa because it was easy to exploit the tribes that were there in Africa that time?
It
Is
did
that what
not
you're saying,
matter.
Abby?
Your 100
Oh
tribes,
my
that's what I was
God.
trying to say. The
Kifaru,
300 tribes does not
Kifaru,
matter to them.
There's literally YouTube videos, like 3 hours long. It's like a long documentary where they go step by step showing how the Europeans, every single step of the way,
No, Abby,
if they
you
didn't,
in
if
your own
one
words
tribe,
define it because I
Mo,
can
bro.
easily debunk this. Go ahead, Abby.
No,
Define it in your own
Mo,
words.
the way you speak
bro,
as
I'm
if
literally
all these
defining it.
tribes were some great kingdoms doing good. That's not
Most of them were
that's
dusty as hell,
confusion.
bro.
People are saying these
Well, no,
people are
wait,
just
Kifaru,
some
wait,
were
let him
doing
define. Let him
good.
having
define that
some
video.
spears and they say that
Kifaru,
they need
let
to
him
give
define
their
that
country.
video.
Come
I want
on.
him to define that video. Go ahead,
Yes,
Abby. Say what you're gonna say. How did they
pretty
do it
much
step by
he
step?
showed every single step of the way, whereby if one tribe would tell them no to a certain trade deal they wanted, they would go find the other tribe to come and invade it, or they'll just go and get a better deal from it. That are pretty much undermining each and every single tribe, using the tribe next to them, etc. This is common sense, bro. I've never heard anyone say the smaller you
Wait. So
become, the more stronger you become. Use the
the
muscle power.
reality
Use the
back
muscle.
then is not
Wait,
not the
No,
same
just look
reality
at what
I can
today.
debunk this. Listen, Abby. There are certain tribes in Africa where they tried the breakaway technique and they couldn't do it. So they entered there with again heavy machinery, heavy weaponry, and they ruled them by force. There is again, Sudan is the case, Somalia is the case, Egypt's the case. There's so many countries in Africa where they force these countries using their extreme weaponry, machine guns, planes. What's it called? Gas that they
How
used in
does that debunk
Ethiopia.
what I
Pastor
said?
Thomas, let me say this.
The
Let me say this.
advancements.
How does that debunk what I said?
Abby, you're
No,
waffling right
let
now.
me just. How does that
Pastor
debunk
Thomas,
what I
right?
said? I
Look,
said when
No,
they
Abby,
want.
he does because you said that. You said that again. You said that they use tribe against tribe. No, there are countries back then that were unified before tribes. Ethiopia, the Habashas were under one flag.
Obviously, more when I say
That's
they
my
use one
point.
tribe against another, I don't mean it every single step of the way. Like it's not
No, but you literally
100%,
said
but
no.
other.
But I asked you. Okay, wait. So listen. So in that situation, that's my point. That is easily my point. They had advancements. You can't beat people. We're fighting with spears
Okay,
versus
Mo,
machine
let me
guns.
ask you this.
It's
No,
impossible.
Mo. Even what you said makes no sense because you said the Habashas were united. Habashas not one tribe. Habashas are like 10 different tribes put together. Imagine if
No,
those
but
tribes
again,
didn't come
that's
together.
though.
Do you
But
think
again, you
any
were
of
all
them would
under
have
one
fought
flag.
off?
That's my point.
This things of tribe is just some nonsense. That's the
Well,
fact.
you guys,
Okay,
it's
so
one-sided.
no,
Bro.
there's
You're
no,
not
if
understanding.
there is no
Abib,
compromisation, then
what's his
there's
name
no
now?
movement forward.
Mo, who
There's no
told you the
progression without any
Habashas don't have
compromisation.
stark differences amongst
You don't
themselves?
listen up because
No, but
Abib,
again,
the way
no.
it stands,
Abi,
just
I don't care
listening
about
to
the
you.
tribalism that's going on. I said you guys were under one flag, which is true.
But you're saying that these tribes should separate. I'm showing you that the only reason Ethiopia even managed to stand up to them is because the tribes came together.
Because you all are the same. The Habashas are the same. There's not much difference.
We're not the same, bro. This guy.
Abib,
Yes, you
you
are.
got to put one
There's
thing into
just
You all
no
have the
account.
same
Wait,
origins. That's my point.
Mo, let me say one thing. You guys need to
So
put one
what?
thing into account.
I'm sure
Abib, wait.
advocating. No. Isn't this guy? No. Mike, isn't this guy advocating for Somalis to break away? Aren't you guys the
Listen,
same? Why don't
again,
you guys
again,
come together?
and I
Why the
wait,
fuck
Abi,
shouldn't they
Abi,
break
Abi.
away?
Listen, Abi, and I never advocate. I said in my own. Listen, I pointed out the fact that the history that happened between Somalia and Somaliland, there was none of that between the
No,
Habashas
let me
until
just break
recent
it to you
anyway.
nicely. Let me just break it to you
There was
nicely
none of
because
that
you
among
tried
the
to use the
Habashas
Somali
until of recent.
example.
That's my point. I
No.
used
You tried
evidence
to use
that
the
happened in the
Somali.
90s.
Okay, you tried to use the Somali example as a reason why tribes should break away. I'm just going to say this to you. Somalis in the Horn will never have a say on anything until you guys come together. You can be Somaliland here, Somalia there, Puntland there. You guys will
You
become
understand?
irrelevant.
Okay,
You'll be
Abi,
a
it goes the
puppet
same with
for
you.
both
The
Ethiopia and
TPLF,
Kenya, bro.
sooner or later, will rule Ethiopia. Sooner or later.
What are you talking
Let's
about
not
sooner
make
or
this
later?
about Somalia, man. Hold on. Let me make one
No,
point.
but
Listen.
no,
No,
Mike,
but
I'm
I'm
pointing out the fact
showing
that this
him
guy is
as
look,
in,
look, Mike. I'm pointing out the fact that you have in Ethiopia the Oromos that won their independence. They advocated for Oromia. You have the Tigrays again, the TPLF or not the Tigrays, but the
they
TPLF.
just surrendered,
They are a
bro.
group of
Relax.
malicious. Listen, they are a group of malicious terrorists that I promise you sooner or later will take over Ethiopia. These guys work as a unit. It took listen with the
Okay,
combined
so now
efforts
you
of
can
all
see
of
the future,
Ethiopian
right?
military. They still couldn't
Okay, so
beat
you
them.
can see the
So they
future.
had to resort to
Bro,
a peace treaty.
what
Other
does this
people
have to
got
do
to
with the
talk to them, man.
conversation?
You two can just keep going back and forth. Hold on.
What does this
Wait,
have
wait.
to do with the
You're not
conversation?
talking
I'm
about
showing
Somali.
you how
I think
breaking up.
Somaliland too not really.
Exactly, bro.
Somaliland is
This guy's
totally
just
topic in
waffling now.
that
I'm
No,
is
showing you how breaking up.
Wait.
Look,
Okay,
for a
You gotta
I'm showing
control
you.
the show, man. Others got things to
okay,
say,
No,
man. I
no,
mean, you
Mike.
two are gonna go on and on
no,
and on and
come
on.
here, let's
Let
talk about
everybody
No,
else
it.
do
Mike,
their
go
own
ahead,
thing,
No,
Mike,
man.
go
but
ahead.
Mike.
Okay, listen.
Okay,
One thing you
relax.
guys
Let me
gotta
just
put
say
into
this, and
account.
then you guys can go. Look,
Okay,
I'm
let
just
me
going
say
to mute
this.
myself after this, and then you guys can go turn by turn. The only reason I used the Somalia example is to show him how breaking up turned a country like Somalia, who in the 70s was relevant enough in the Horn to where every country was afraid of it, was bordering it, to now an irrelevant country, which the bordering nations pretty much pick off one. They they pick one another. They pin them against one another to get what they want.
In them, no.
You
The
think if we
Somalis
break
took over
away?
You guys
Somalis.
keep
Abi,
going
there was
back and
nobody
forth,
else
You
in
man.
the
don't
Hold
Horn.
on
stop,
now.
you don't stop,
Use
man.
factual
Man, don't
information.
comment
The
there,
rest of
all
you
that.
can go. The
Okay,
Somaliland
all
that here
right.
is coping. The rest of you can
Let
go.
me say one. Listen,
No,
you
wait,
guys
wait,
gotta
wait.
put
Mike,
one
Mike,
thing.
Mike, Mike.
Come
Can I
on,
say
man.
one thing before you start, brother?
He's gonna
Look,
respond
he never
back,
used.
man. You guys keep going. Come on now.
No, I'm gonna be quiet after this. Wait, Mike. He
Well,
never
he's
used
gonna
factual
respond to
information.
you, and then
You
you're
gotta
gonna
keep quiet
say,
after this,
Wait,
bro.
wait. He never used
Fucking
factual
anyhow.
information. He said that the people turned Somalis against. No, it was the Somalis that destroyed Somalis. There was nobody else that interfered or turned one against the other. No, it was the Somalis that did that to Somalis. That's the factual information right there. But go ahead, Mike.
okay. See, one thing you guys gotta put into account. Whenever people are saying, "Oh, the Europeans came and they went from tribe to tribe to tribe," you have to understand. Back then, the situation back then is different from now. Back then, most Africans didn't know the Europeans. They didn't know what they were doing. They didn't really know. It was just like they caught them by surprise. They came in, and most Africans were not. They didn't see it coming. They didn't know them. They didn't see it coming. But you can. That today's reality is different. Everybody know what the world is. We all know the whole world. We all exposed to the world. So today's reality is different. That's the reason why scientists are saying we have to go look for life out there in space, in other planet, because we have to find them before they find us. You understand? Because whoever find who first, we have the upper hand. So when you guys are saying when the Europeans came to Africa and this and that, yeah, they came, they found the Africans first, so they had the upper hand. So most of the Africans didn't know what they were there for, what their nature was, or who they were, and all those kind of things. But today, we know the world. Everybody knows the world. So you can't say that the way the Europeans came and carry out their engagement with the Africans back then is the same way it's going to happen this time. You know, it's going to be different. It's different, and we just have to accept that fact. Dude, it's better when each of these ethnic nations independently govern themselves.
I agree,
However,
100%, Mike.
yes, they got, and that's what you will stop all these wars. Now they can come together for one common goal. Maybe they can have say one military or something like that, and kind of like NATO in Europe and things like that. one security force. But as far as governing yourself, it'll be way easier if all these ethnic tribes in Africa
Yeah.
independently govern themselves.
America was
And
gonna
in
say about
fact,
that is this.
it's going to be very difficult for Europeans and others to even easily find their way on the continent because they have to negotiate with bunch of different ethnic groups to get anything done in Africa, and it's going to be tough. It's going to be tougher for them, for European countries or Asia or anyone else, to
America was
easily
gonna
have their
say
way on the
about that is
continent.
this, right?
Well,
I was
as
gonna
long
say
as we
about that is
continue to
this.
say you have
Look,
300 tribes in one country and one guy from one tribe is negotiating on behalf of everybody else, you think a Fulani guy would make a good
look, Michael was gonna say about this because you pretty much
exactly.
going in
Big
circles.
dog, you from the
Mike, you're
Niger
going in
Delta, right?
circles like the Somalis and Ethiopians have been doing. I was
Yeah,
gonna say about that is this.
yeah.
Look,
Let me finish. Let me make last one. You go
no,
next.
I know. Well, hurry up
You
and
see. For
finish, bro.
example, hold on. Like I think Kala was discussing Kesariwa situation. He said like when Shell wants to do oil deal in Nigeria, right? And the president is from the Fulani land. Do you think he's going to cut a good deal when the oil is in Ogoni land and Ijo land, all that stuff? So when a man from another tribe is trying to negotiate deal with the Europeans over like a resource that belongs to another tribe, he's not going to cut the good deal because that resource is not from his tribe. So Africa is not getting good deal in the world because we have people from one tribe cutting mineral deals and all these deals with Europeans that about over resources that don't belong to his tribe. So that's why we're having all these problems. Well, go ahead, my friend, man.
Yeah, yeah. No, look, I was gonna say right when you made the example of the bird, the Fulani birds up north. In the case of Nigeria, be cutting up deals to the Europeans for the tribes that are in the Niger Delta region. Let's say the Ogoni tribes and them man. You talking about the Ijaw tribes and them man, the Shekiri tribes and them man, the Efik tribes and them man, or the Calabar and them lot. Like I was going to say this, right? When we speak and in address to our baby's position as well, like when we speak about separation, we're not speaking about 100% separation. And when we speak about inclusion or pretty much inclusion, we're not necessarily speaking about 100% inclusion. We have to compromise up to a certain extent. If we want to separate, it has to be to an extent. If we want to include ourselves as one, as a group of tribes that come together to form a nation, it has to be up to an extent. If you understand what I'm saying, like you can't tell me that. Okay, let's say in the case of the Somalis, right? Let's say Somaliland and a group of other people were pretty much added together. The Somalis and the Abishas were added together to like create a certain nation or whatsoever. I don't really know. I'm not very familiar with the political scenarios in the Horn of Africa or whatsoever. But there could still be a separation. However, it doesn't necessarily have to be every tribe coming to going on their separate ways. Like when you guys make this this point about, oh, a tribe of 300 and 400 people, what are they going to do by themselves? No, you lot sound like foolish people. Like, just listen to your stupid fucking selves, bro. Like, literally, no one is saying that any tribes that's made up of 100 or a few people should go separate on their own. They can come together with other groups of tribes that they share culture with, they share a common goal with, and they share a common idea of socio-political and economic progression with. You know what I'm saying? That's what they have to do. The Somalis can come together within themselves to a certain extent and say, okay, you know what? We are going to separate from certain nations whatsoever, and we're going to create a nation on our own that's going to pretty much be to our political and economic benefit. The Yorubas in Nigeria could do that. The Niger Deltas in Nigeria could do that. Even within the Niger Delta region, or should I say the Middle Belt region, you go at least easily, you go another 10 tribes within those regions. You know what I mean? So it's one of them things where you don't necessarily have to 100% separate with people. You don't necessarily have to 100% include yourself with other groups of tribes to build together. We have to understand how to create nations. The Europeans did that, and this European arithmetic is pretty much the best. There are nations on the continent of Europe today that are worth 5 million group of people. For example, like Ireland. When they broke away from what they call it, the UK or the British Empire, like no one was there forcing over, oh, how are you gonna look after yourselves? Because they had the resources, they had the minds, and they believed in themselves, they had the confidence in themselves. If you can't have the confidence in yourself and in your own people, whether they be in your land or they not be, you can't necessarily make any create any sustainable nation. So don't come on here and speak about a few smaller tribes that will have to go fend for themselves, as if you were speaking from Pan African perspective, when there's practical evidence that group of nations can go fend for themselves, whether they are small, whether you consider them to be small or to be big. You know what I mean? The truth of the matter is, just to cut the short, lots of countries on the continent, they need to separate. You understand what I'm saying? Too many countries, too many ethnic nations without any historic or foundational goals or an objectives or common ideas of political and economic progression have been put together by a group of people that are not aboriginal to those lands. They've been put together with no mutual consent to themselves, and they have to separate. You understand what I'm saying? So it's just what it is. And by the way, I was going to tell Kifar before I left. Man was moving like Candace Owens, bro. Moving like Candace Owens, talking about, oh, colonialism was beneficiary to the continent and that. I don't know what nonsense it was talking about. But anyway.
Yeah, oh, he's not on the panel anymore. Q, did you have something to add? Q? Okay. Only me. Welcome back.
Wait, AM, before Only Me goes, let me say this. You say you're going to take a shower, bro.
I listen, I was gone
Yo,
for
that shower was the quickest shower I ever
no,
seen,
well,
heard of in my
I
life,
said that
bro.
before I
What
left.
dog, man?
That
Why you
shower
trying to
lasted for
picture
like 5, 7 minutes.
showering? What's wrong with you, man?
Hopefully you wash your ass
last
proper, bro.
African millennium.
That was another shower. That wasn't like my first shower, man. That was just another shower. You know how
Come
like
on.
All
you
right,
take
we'll leave it there.
normal.
We'll leave it there.
Anyways, yeah. So I'm back, by
Yeah.
the way. Yeah, I'm back.
Can I?
Yeah, only me.
Hi.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. Good evening, everybody. I just came in. It was very interesting topic you guys are having here. I just jumped on to piggyback what Habibi said, Abi, and I do agree with Abi in this situation. He is right. I think divided you stand weak, and united you stand strong. It is what it is. And let's say if we like divide every tribe to itself, right? The conflict that's happening right now in South Sudan, right? South Sudan, one tribe, they cut off, and now there's interfighting. There will always be smaller sub tribe or sub clans of that tribe will feel suppressed than the bigger ones. You understand what I'm saying? So it's never going to end. Each tribe has a sub clans, right? So the smaller one will feel marginalized again. So it's going to be something that's never going to end, and fighting will always continue unless, and I think like a country, for instance, as Nigeria, it's a huge country. It could be, it has a potential to be the most powerful countries, one of the most powerful countries in the world. The fact that it has the human resources, it has the natural resource, it has the potential. But imagine if that country would be small, useless tribe, just bunch of small countries. It's useless.
But
So people, when you have a when you have a when you have a human resources of that mechanism, right? This is something that the world is looking for. Everybody's looking for. So that's why people expand. That's why they want to have like empires, because that's what you're looking for. And a country like, let's say, Nigeria or Ethiopia, or you know what I'm saying, these countries have a lot of populations. So these countries will always be competing in bigger platform than a small country like Estawini or whatever. Do you understand what I'm saying? Or Rwanda. You understand what I'm saying? So of course I don't agree with all this breaking off these stupid tribes. And historically, Abi was right. Historically, what they did was one tribe against another tribe. They were playing the tribes back and forth. The small useless kingdoms, they were playing back and forth. That's exactly what
Why do you
happened
keep
before
calling
too.
the
So
kingdom useless? And why do you keep calling
it
tribes?
is useless,
Tribes.
bro. It's a small clan.
Really?
I'm just saying it, let me finish my point, and that is exactly what it is. Small things here and then your neighbors will be played over you, right? And Abby made a perfect example of of my country was literally strong, one of the strongest military power in Africa, in a platform of Africa. We were very strong. And what happened? We broke apart. As he said, he is right in this. Abi, I do agree with you. Kenya and Ethiopia is playing us like a ping pong, you understand, here and there. And this is exactly what's going to happen when you are not united. And also, small tribes and small kingdoms, it's you have nothing to play on this world power. You don't. You disappear. You understand? If you have a country like Nigeria, why would you be in small kingdoms that's going to be played that happened in the history too, and that's going to happen again. That's exactly what they want. That is the weakness that the European actually would love to have. That is exactly what they would love to have a small tribe that they can play against
So the
each
one
other
you have
like a
right now,
ping
they're
pong.
not playing you. The one you have right now, they're not playing you, right?
At least you have at least in your country, for instance, as Nigeria, at least you have a central government. They don't go to another tribe and fund them to attack
Let me ask
this
you a
tribe.
question.
You understand what I'm saying? And that's
Let
exactly
me
what's going to
Wait,
happen
so
if
let
we
me
have
ask
a
you a question.
wait,
Let me ask you a question.
before
Let me
Brian asks a question, can I ask you personally a question? How
Yeah,
do you
please
feel
go ahead.
about the
yeah.
secessionist movement in your country? How do you feel about that? Do you think it's necessary? Do you think it's just a waste of time?
Yeah, listen, I am for Greater Somalia. I have always been for the
Okay,
Greater
good,
Somalia.
good.
Why am I being for the Greater Somalia? Because together I believe we stand stronger than being bit by bit. You understand? My region, I came from the northeast Somalia in Puntland. We are doing great. Puntland is doing very well in that past 30 years. You understand? They have been governing themselves. But you know what? We still go underneath the Somali. That's I think that's what makes us strong. And I don't feel like breaking apart, just
Look,
like my brother here
look,
Abi
look. If
said.
you
We
break
are
up,
being
you don't break
played,
up. You're still gonna
brother.
be weak in Africa.
No, that brother said just now, he explained to you, we are being played both sides. You understand? Everybody coming in and using us against each other. And that is what I find is horrible, what we are actually facing right now. But yeah, everybody
Let me
to
say
his
this.
own.
Let me ask you this, yeah? Are you currently living in Puntland or Somalia? Where are you from? Are you
Oh,
currently living there?
no, I live in Germany.
Alright. So with that said, you have in some way, shape, form separated from your people. You know what I mean? Just
Sorry,
let's
what's
make
it?
that clear. So don't come
I
on here and
what?
talk about
I did not
Don't
understand
use
what you
that
because
said.
there
argument. Don't use
You
that
sound like
you're
Genesis,
separated.
I don't
Yeah,
understand at all
it's
what he said.
separation.
Wait,
Yeah,
No,
this is
no,
the
no, no,
most
no, no. You've
retarded
already
shit.
separated in some way, shape, or form.
Bro, I did
You
not
have done
understand
this
what he
Don't
said.
even don't even
That's
go
what I'm
there,
saying.
because then you
No,
shouldn't be speaking on
there's nowhere to
Nigeria.
run to here. Our countries are fucked
Bro,
up because of the structure that it has.
I don't understand at
The
all what
national
you guys.
structure
What
doesn't
did you
benefit
say?
but
us.
Dad, just ignore him. He just made some retarded point, bro.
So
You are
to
also
some
removed
Is he
from
extent,
your
attacking
people in
me
that logic.
personally?
Why are you
to
in
some
Ireland?
No,
extent,
no, not you personally,
we
but
have
he's
to
using
separate,
everybody
whether
else.
you like it or not. Now, I'm not saying that every country on the continent has to separate. It's not that.
exactly.
That's not what I'm saying.
This,
So
Every
your
country
country
is
might not
unique.
necessarily have to separate, but there are certain countries that have to separate. So whoever foolish cunt was up there talking about making a retarded point, listen,
it's
learn to
me. You
listen
did make a
and
retarded
understand
point, bro.
people's
Shut the
point
fuck
before you
up. You
talk like
literally
you're
said she removed
fucking
herself from her people
you
while
like
you live in Ireland.
sounding
Wait,
fucking mouth.
guys,
Suck
can
your
I say
mother,
Yeah,
something?
bro.
you live in Ireland, for God's sake. You
Guys,
don't even live in
can I
That's what
say
I'm
Nigeria.
something?
What are
saying.
Pussy,
you
yo.
talking
That's
Who
what
about?
I'm
you
saying.
think
So
you're
Look,
trying,
don't
you're trying to
you and
come at?
I have the
So
same pain?
look,
how
You're
is
the
he
can I
same
can I
using
say
Like
that
the
something?
poor
against
bro.
Look,
But
midget.
are we supposed to
how
same
is how is he
wait,
political
guys.
how is he
context
using that
politics?
One at
against
a
me when
time, man.
he's
One at
living
a
in
time.
Ireland?
Oh, Mike,
Everybody
I want to
just
say
How is
something.
he
Look,
Let me
using?
finish
guys, I
talking
Okay,
wanted
before
to
you
and
just
go
we
say
are
fucking
something.
there.
educated. Let me answer
Look,
this guy. He's living himself in Ireland and he's using that against me. Like, what are you talking about,
I'm
bro?
not using
You
that
don't live in
against
your own
you.
country.
No, no, no. Look, if you think I'm using that against you, then you clearly have
Bro, you
comprehension
made
of
a
this against
retarded point. Just move
No,
on, bro.
you shut the
It's
You
fuck
fine.
up.
just
Who's gonna
did.
stop
Everyone
talking?
laughed at you when you made that point. Even Mike, who's on your side, laughed at you.
Keep quiet, yo. Hey,
Shut up,
hey,
dude.
mute that fucking brother, bro. Mute
look,
that
can I say
fucking
something?
terrorist incel, bro.
Relax,
Oh, you
Hey,
want to
relax.
guys,
cry now?
guys, guys, let's
Mute
all
your
calm
fucking
down.
brother. How about you keep
Abby,
your
Abby,
mouth?
you relax as
Pussy,
well,
yo. You
and
sound
other
like
side
you
as
have
well.
15,
Brian,
What's wrong
will
with
you?
this
15
stupid
pounds of
bully?
shit in
All
your
right,
mouth.
guys, let's be mature,
What's
man.
wrong
Let's
with
be
this
mature,
stupid
guys.
bully? Yeah,
I mean,
mute
the
the brother.
conversation is we're all making strong points.
Look, this is
Let's keep
all
it like
about
that, man.
conversation. It's not about
No,
Mike,
let me
your
even
talk.
you laughed at
who's
the
the
retarded
tallest.
Let's
point.
not
So
be
Abby, let's
personal
all
why
let's
are
all
you
attack.
calm
acting
Let's
like
down.
you
just
made a...
let's
Wait,
go one at a
what's
time.
your
Let's
point?
Yeah,
not be
look, Mike,
personal
I want
attacking.
to say something. Look, this is the
No,
problem
no,
with
no, no,
Africa,
no.
right?
Mo, before you go, let me respond to only me first.
Oh my
Jesus,
God, shut
that's
the
what I'm
fuck up,
saying. Are you
Man, you
shut
have
up,
been
man?
talking for
Hey,
so
Fucking
long.
I
beard
Let
and
me
mean,
sound
use to
little
quiet
fucking
hey,
down.
cunt.
hey,
Let
Mike, Brian,
Look,
please.
Guys.
only me. Oh my, can I respond to someone first? That's all I'm
Go
saying,
ahead,
bro.
Habibi.
no,
Okay,
my
Because
God,
it's not
God,
gonna
don't
end
talk.
there.
Let
You're
me
gonna
only me.
respond,
let
What
and
I'm
then
me
gonna
she's
say
gonna
let
is,
me
respond,
say
and it's gonna
something.
continue.
only me. No. I swear that when I, as soon as I say this, I'm muting myself. Yeah. Only me. Look, okay. Let's say I don't live in my country. You don't live in your country. So that's a similarity, right? That we share within ourselves. Now the difference that we share, the difference of opinion and proposition towards our social, economic, and progression and political progression is that we need to separate. I said a lot of countries on the continent need to separate. You said no, they don't need to separate. Whether or not we both live outside our countries, we still have a difference in propositions of our political and economic progressions and their ideas. You know what I mean? So I'm not using that against you. I'm just saying that since we both live outside our country, let's see it for what it is. Where in some way, shape, or form, we have detached ourselves from our people. You know what I mean? So let's just be honest. That's all I'm saying. Go on, people.
Okay,
Look,
okay, go ahead, Mo.
this is what I'm saying. I'm the opposite. I'm for separation, and a prime example would be African colonial past. I mean, look at Rwanda. Look how bad the genocide got because two people were forced to live together. They didn't want to live together. That's a prime example. Yes, you can say that, and this country had very little to no, outside intrusion. It was just a colonial past between Hutus and Tutsis that started off, I think, way back when the Belgians favored a certain tribe. But again, from there all the way to what happened in the recent times, there was a hatred among those two tribes, and they were still forced to live together due to the Berlin Conference. So you cannot force two groups of people that don't want to be with each other to live under one constitution, because that is going to result to a civil war that can reach the scale of Rwanda. So again, I'm with Mike when I say that I advocate for, if you don't want to live in that certain country or a certain tribe don't want to be under that constitution, they shouldn't be forced. And they should again be allowed to govern themselves. Because again, don't forget this, it also makes it harder for the Europeans to exploit. Because when that problem leaves that country and that part breaks off, then you cannot exploit that part and you cannot twist it on that country because they're their own separate entity. It makes it
Yeah,
actually
exactly,
more
Mo.
challenging for the Europeans. That's what people are not mentioning.
More
More,
exactly. That's what I'm trying to say.
more.
What
I
about
think we're
confederalism?
more.
What about
Let me help you out.
confederalism? No,
Yeah,
Mike,
that,
Mike and
Actually,
Mo, Mike
Rwanda
and
is
Mo,
after the. Actually,
Mike and
Rwanda has
Mo.
been doing
Hey,
great
my name.
before
What about
before the
confederalism? Why don't we start
colonization.
from?
You know that, Mo.
and that's what we're saying. That's kind of
Yeah,
like what we're
but
saying.
Before
only me. It's
That's
not
what I'm
about
saying.
how
colonization.
You
it's
don't
doing
understand.
now. It's about
It's not
the
like you have
past.
No, no,
devils.
no.
You
Wait,
can't.
Before,
You know
wait.
what I mean?
Let me
before
answer it. Look,
the
it's not
the
about how it's
Rwandan
doing now.
kingdom. No,
I'm
before the
Wait, let
colonization,
the
before
lady
the
finish.
Belgian came, Rwanda was doing great. Rwandan people were
that's why
living
I made it.
together
That's why I
perfectly.
started off
Then
with the
white
Belgian
people
part.
came and make the divide and rule, and they divided these people, and that's exactly what happened. This is because of what happened in Rwanda is exactly precisely what it is about colonization. They came
But there were
and
many
they
countries,
divided the
only me, that.
people. Rwanda was perfectly fine before the colonization until the Belgian came and said, "Hey, you have a long nose, you have a short
But again,
nose, so
I
you're not
use
the
that
same
look.
people."
I use that as an
You know.
example to show my difference. But there are also countries in Africa where there was again no European interference, but they destroyed themselves. It's not always Europeans. Like
Exactly.
Africans love to blame Europeans. No, it was actual Africans that destroyed Africans, and that's the truth.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm
See,
saying.
let
And
me.
like, let's say, let me make this proposition, right? Confederalism is a viable solution to our political problems on the continent. Look, even if let's say we make an AU
Remember,
like
that's
an
what Nigeria
EU,
agreed, right? After independence. Remember, we agreed on that, and things was
exactly,
remember
but it was
exactly.
never made through.
Yeah.
It never got through. You know what I mean? Like we need to make those things. Look, every group of people,
Yeah,
and even the
federal
ethnic
is
nations.
okay.
Oh my God! Let me speak in it.
Sorry,
Like no
sorry,
matter,
bro. Go ahead.
sorry, love, yeah, I get you. No matter how small or how big you consider these tribes to be, they can confederally govern their own states. If you get what I'm saying. Now, understand they might have to fall into an umbrella, a greater umbrella of a political structure, but there have to be some level of confederalism. The problem is this, as it stands now, our nations on the continent are 100% and flat out governed by and ruled by one group of people or one ethnic nation, should I say, in
Mhm.
every single one of the countries. It can't be like that. It cannot be like
Exactly.
that. It just literally
Exactly.
can't. Now,
Okay,
with that said, I
wait,
want to say this, right? Shout
wait,
out to Leonie Mansi in the chat, and shout out to
But,
Janjo
but
in the
but
chat.
but this is the
And
thing,
okay,
right? You
sorry,
say it
one
can be
second.
like that.
Pokemon.
Does it mean that
Okay,
you
yeah, go
see?
ahead.
Does it mean that you see? Can I please talk, man? I haven't talked. Can it be that you see the other person as not your brother, or just because you guys are not from the same tribe doesn't make
Oh,
him
no,
capable of
no,
ruling?
you see them as your brothers, but you have to understand that you have to no, you see them as your brothers. However, in between the way that you guys interact with yourself as state has to be from a political and economic perspective, and you have to show a certain level of respect to them, also a certain level of structure and organization to them.
Yeah,
And
my dog. Let
Yeah.
me
that's
let me
what
add
I'm
to your
saying.
point.
And with that said, Mike, hold on, let me say, once again, shout out to Leonie Mansi and Janzo and the chat.
I've
That's
Is
your
never
there
brother.
I've never
anybody who
considered
wants to reply?
confederation, man. I've never considered confederation. What my point was, if you go to Nigeria, right, you have three main tribes, even though you have smaller tribes. This is what breakups mean. Yoruba, maybe they want to become a tribe, and they can go ahead and they want to become a country, and that's what it is. You go to Cameroon, right? They have so many tribes, but none of these tribes wants to separate. But the problem that we have in Cameroon is because there are two places, the English and the French part, and these are people that wants to separate, and they should go ahead and separate. I haven't had no tribes coming around and say they want separation, and this is what my own policy is. Countries that have marginalization on particular people, these are people that have to separate. It's not like, oh, tribes have to separate into small. No, it's not. It's not that. It's just countries that have problem of division. They should go ahead and do it.
Okay, that's the same point I'm making. That's why I said not every nation on the continent has to separate.
Every country is unique, exactly. So
You
that's
know
why
what I mean? Like, if you don't have a problem in your
when only
country,
me
do not
started
even think of
projecting
the
like
separation route.
Somalians,
For countries like
the reality
Nigeria,
of Somalia
Mike,
onto
hold on, let me
Nigeria
say
and
this.
other
One
African countries.
person
I
Mike,
at
can't
a
disagree with
time,
her.
please.
Mike, let me say this. Mike, you complain about how the Fulani structure, how the hierarchy of tribes in Nigeria that place Fulanis on the top of the hierarchy has
No, no,
affected
I
other
never
tribes
said that,
in the
man. I
country.
never said they put Purani on the top of the hierarchy or anything like that. That's not what I
No,
said.
but you know, you and I know that Fulani structure also has they control the nation,
No, they
especially
don't.
the
They
north.
don't. I don't agree on that. No, I don't believe that.
No, but the north controls the nation.
They don't.
If that's not the case, then there's no point for separation then.
There's no one tribe controlling Nigeria. What I'm saying is,
No, They control a larger. They control a
those things
larger
are
part of
fallacies.
the nation.
That's fallacies, man. Those are fallacies. No, every tribe is a member in our Nigerian system. You know, there's
Yeah,
no
can I
question
ask
about that.
you a question?
No,
Now,
Can I ask
Wait, let
can
me
I
make
ask
this
question
statement.
to the
No, let
guys?
me make this statement. I'm going to speak before anyone else speak. So what I'm going to say is this, right? For a nation like Nigeria, there has to be a confederal resolution to the problems that we're facing in the state. Here's what is: if there's no if that structure doesn't come in, the nation will forever be a third world nation. You guys can cry about it all you want.
and that's what I agree with you. You know,
You Pan Africanists like to idolize Nigeria as the top dog of the continent, as the giant of Africa. Look, if there's no confederal structure to the political structure of the country, the nation will never ever move forward, not even an
Is
inch.
Nigeria not a federal
That's
government?
me speaking as a Niger Delta. Let me make one thing clear.
It's not
Jews just
Mad
sound
Dog.
about
It's
three major
not
tribes in the country.
Mad Dog.
Look, the
It's
Yorubas are only
Nigeria.
a few million people ahead of the Ijaw people. Let's make one thing clear. The Ijaws are not going to bow down to anyone. The Yoruba Shogisoko people are not going to bow down to anyone because they're the fifth largest ethnic nation in the state. So that country needs some level of confederal separation.
Is
This is what it
Nigeria
is.
not a federal government already?
Yeah, but the federal government is shit. That's what I'm saying. I'm going to make it as simple as that. You know, that's why I'm saying that it's not a confederal state. It's a federal state. It's not a confederal state. Even if it's sold to you as a confederal state, me and Mike can tell you that look, the actual practical and realistic
it's a unitary style of
allocations of
system, and it
resources
doesn't make
and
sense.
passages of power it's not a confederal state.
So you guys are both from the same region in Nigeria, I'm guessing, Mike and Mad
We're
Dog.
from
No,
the
I'm
south,
not.
but we're not from the same region, exact same
We're not
region.
from the same region. We're from the southern equator,
But you
I'm from
guys
the
are the
Niger Delta,
same.
he's from the west.
Okay, so he wants to cut off, you want to cut off, and everybody else want
I
to
don't.
cut off,
What do
probably.
you mean?
I
I
think
don't
you're
mind, you know.
mistaking it. We're not saying cut off in a sense like, okay, we want to have our own
Okay, federal
break the
state
country.
then.
Let me break it. Let me explain what we're trying to say to you. What we're
Okay,
saying.
go
I
ahead,
think
please.
there's a lot of misunderstanding. I mean, you know,
Okay.
we're not saying let's divide and be enemies and be all those kind of things or just into smaller state, and that's not what we are saying. The point we are making is when you have ethnic nations, right? They have their own language, their own custom, their own way of doing things, their own ideology and things like that, their own resources in their land and things. You have to give them that autonomy for them to govern themselves in their own manner. They can be under one country, but that's what he's
Yeah,
telling you by
I agree with
confederation.
that one.
You understand? And that's why
Okay.
when I make the
Yeah,
argument
I
earlier,
agree.
when I make the argument earlier that even if Africa, even all these ethnic groups, you give them autonomy, now we can have one military and things like that. You understand? Maybe one army
Yes.
for security. We can work together in the basis of
Isn't that what the
collective interest.
UAE do? Isn't that
Yeah,
the UAE
that,
system?
that- exactly. That's what. But whenever I
UAE?
speak, but people like Kifara and you think we're saying, "Oh, let's just break into different countries and be all isolated and be separate and not deal with
No,
each other
no.
and just
Okay.
like that." That's not the point we're making here. We're
No,
just
that's
saying
a
this.
good idea.
Yeah, exactly. This
You
the
should
idea
govern
of
yourself, but okay,
exactly.
okay.
But listen, let me
Mike,
not let me.
Mike,
Okay,
Mike.
go ahead. I want to finish
Let
the
me
point,
just
but go ahead.
explain.
Yeah.
No. I just want to point that if I understood you right, you guys want to run your own state. You want to govern your own state, but then you have a central government where you are united, like military wise and stuff. But you want to run your own state, your own region. Is that what you mean? That's what you
No,
guys mean,
none.
right?
Yeah. Some things of that nature. Now, I will tell you why. Check
Yeah.
this out. Check this out. When you have a country of bunch of ethnic nations, like in the case of Nigeria, right? And we are under a unitary style of government, a unitary system where okay, just one government, one system for everybody. Now, what happens is this: Nigeria is so huge. Yeah, if you go to the northern part of Nigeria, you have like a Kanuri tribe, and you come all the way to the south where my brother here is from, but my dog is from, the
Niger
Niger
Delta.
Delta, right? Where they have a whole different language as well, different culture, different costume, different ideology, right? Now, in this tribe, they have oil wealth, right? Now, a president of Nigeria now comes from this Kanuri tribe. That does kingdom, he doesn't know their culture, nothing about them or stuff like that, or have interest in whatever is going on with them. So now the Englishman comes to Nigeria. He wants to he discovered the oil in his region, right? Now the Englishman wants to strike a deal, the oil deal. Do you think that Kanuri man from the far north is going to he's going to sit down and actually make a good deal on behalf of Mad Dog's people? He's not, because he doesn't really care about them like that. You understand? So that president from a whole different tribe, he's not going to cut a good deal with a white man. You understand? That's
Yeah.
what we are trying to
Yeah.
tell you, that it's what's holding Africa back. The leaders are not cutting good deals with the West, with the outsiders, because they really don't care about. They don't, not like they don't care, but they don't have so much interest or so much
The leaders don't
connection
care
with
at all.
other part of
They
the
don't care.
country like that for them
Mike,
to be.
Let me say this, right? Let me say this.
No, I
In,
want Lamando, let me round up. You continue. Hold
yeah,
on.
go ahead, go ahead.
In the case of where they were having conversation about the Ogoni land being polluted by Shell and all those things, right? In the 90s, when the whole pollution was going on by Shell, the leader, people that were the head of state, like Sani Abacha, is from way in the Kanuri land. He never visited that area. He didn't even know pollution was going on. Babangida is from Nupe,
So
from
that's what
a
I'm
tribe that even
saying,
far
bro.
away. So Shell was just doing whatever they like to the Ogoni people. But the leaders, the presidents, the head of states, is not from the Ogoni area, so he doesn't care. He didn't care what
That's what
Shell
I'm
was
saying.
doing there. But
That's what I'm saying.
imagine if the president of Nigeria was an Ogoni man, there's no way he would have allowed Shell to destroy his own land like that. You understand? So that's why we
Exactly.
are telling you,
Mike, let me take
Mad
it
Dog, let
from
me
here. Let
land
me
now.
take
You
it.
will go. Let me land. That's
Mike,
what we are saying. If you allow these ethnic nations to independently govern themselves, govern their own region, they can be under a country, but if they independently govern themselves and the Shell wants to exploit the oil in Ogoni tribe, he's going to have to sit down with the Ogoni people and cut the deal. And they're going to make sure, hey, why are you doing what you're doing here? You don't pollute our environment. You do according to our interest. So that's the point we're making here.
I
Yeah,
understand. I
and with
understand.
that said,
I
let
agree
me just
with
say
that.
this. Let me piggyback
I
off what
agree with
Mike
that.
just said, right? I promise you, it's gonna be only a minute. And look here, right? What I'm gonna say, bro, is this: in the heart of every first world nation is community development. Like if you go to any first world nation, most especially in Europe, they will tell you that the heart of our social economic progression is small businesses and community businesses. And on the backs of that is community development. The prob that is very, very politically applicable to every first world nation on the face of this planet, including the USA. If you go to the USA, the way the power structure is made up there is that every state has its sovereignty to govern its own self. That that then helps the state pretty much promote their community development. The problem with these third world nations is that we're not doing that. You know what I mean? Like like Mike just said, because there is no connection between
Mute
the
your
leaders
mic.
of the greater state and the local communities where those oil resources and the natural resources come from, those places are not developed. It is the cognitive dissonance of having a successful nation without successful local communities that is our problem. You need people that are connected with local communities. That's why the USA's political structure looks what it looks like. You know what I
Yo,
mean? That's
one
what we're
second,
trying to
sorry.
create here
One
as well.
second, please, one
With that
second.
said, you're looking gone.
Brian, 1 second. Whose mic is that? Mute yourself if you're not speaking. Please, you're rude. Continue.
Yeah, you're making a lot of noise.
That's one of them Kenyan rats, bro.
Somebody's making a lot of noise.
You can continue.
If no one's going, can I go next after Brian? Because I have to go.
Go ahead. Go
It's
ahead.
just the closing.
Evan's past it. I have to go as well, bro. Go on.
Also, all I wanted
Go
to
on,
say
Abby.
was Mo asked for the documentary that I was talking about. I put the link. Any of you guys can check it. The link is in the private chat. It shows you pretty much, I think it's called African History from 16th to 20th century. And it shows you every single step of the way how the Europeans, if they did not have the manpower to take any region at that moment, especially early on, what they would do is they would go to a separate tribe next to that tribe with guns and get a better trade deal with that tribe until they were strong enough. Then they would just decimate both tribes. So this idea that Mo was arguing with me that they didn't use tribes against one another, bro. That's like their number one trick was using tribes against one another. Secondly, just to end this whole debate, Apuntat, you are right. The greatest gift God has ever given Ethiopia and Kenya is the separation and the division of Somalia into different states. This cannot be argued. You don't even have to look at European countries trying to divide you. Ethiopia and Kenya are playing like fiddles, bro. Literally, recently, the Somali president, whoever the new guy is, Ethiopia was able to bring him to Ethiopia, send him to Jijjiga. For those of you guys who don't know, that's the Ogaden region, capital city. And though they didn't even send the president, they sent the regional president to meet him there and to acknowledge that that's Ethiopian territory. When on earth, if Somalia was one country, would they be able to do that? Do you think they would have been able to do that when Somalia was unified? So this idea, they're playing you guys as a. So this idea that you're going to be better off divided, you're going to be okay. Stay divided. I'm Ethiopian. You know, it works in my interest. So, inshallah. But that's the end. Bro. Stop the call.
I agree with you 100%. By the way, you know,
for your case, and only me and
can
Abibi,
I?
for your cases, you guys can stay
Whoa.
the same nations. There are some nations that just
Go
have
ahead.
to
I'm gonna
divide,
speak afterwards.
and we can't
Yeah.
run away from that. This is what it is.
Yeah. Yeah.
So you're not going.
No.
But
No.
I have
I
to go.
actually.
So peace out, guys.
Wait,
Yeah.
I'm gonna speak
No.
afterwards.
Okay. No. I would just pick back what he said.
Where did he
I've
go?
read a book. Woo bahay, woo bahay. He had to go. And you know, I have read a book and where there was this was a colonizer who wrote this back in the I think 18th centuries or whatever, and it said specifically there was the Brits they used a normal Somali guy. They paid him, right, a random Somali guy. They paid him to dress like a one clan who lived in northern Kenya, so in northern Ethiopia. So he got the dress and he had to kill someone from Isa clan. Okay, by the way, my brother is from Isa clan, so he had to go to their territory and kill some of men from them and then take some animals from them, and then the Isa clan got so angry that they had to go and get a war with that other clan. Both clan, by the way, Somalis. Who did this? This was a British guy who did this. They literally wrote in that book. Inshallah, I will give it to you. And that's exactly what they were doing back in the days. But I do agree with Abi, what he's saying. We cannot hide from the truth. It is the truth. The way that we are right now in my country, it is not good at all for us. But I don't know what it is in Nigeria, what's going on. You guys do you guys, but this all this separation, and this is not good for us in my
Only
my area.
Nigeria is chaos right now, bro. I
Wait,
swear
Brian,
down.
I want to
Our
speak
people,
afterwards. Wait,
always into it. Yeah, Mo,
look,
I'm
I was
gonna
gonna
go.
say
I'm gonna go
with
now. I'm gonna go, Mo. So just let me get a few 30 seconds to a minute to myself, innit? I was
go
gonna
ahead,
say
I'll
this.
speak after you.
Yeah, I was gonna say this. Look, most of our countries need to come to a resolution. It's not all of the countries. Once again, we're not coming out here to promote any separation within ourselves or any demonic agendas whatsoever. We're just saying that a lot of the countries need to confederalize or separate or create a new political structure rather than the one that is now being neo-colonialistically enforced on us. That's all I'm saying. With that said, I'm gonna say shout out to you lot because I gotta go now. I gotta go eat some jollof rice and drink me some Hennessy or whatever whiskey I've got in the closet that's left in the closet
Bon appetit.
before Monday morning. You know what I'm saying? None of that bon appetit shit, bro. I'm African now, it's French and that. So might as well be doing that bon appetit. You know them things, bro. But with that
What do
said,
you
yeah,
say in your
shout out to you lot.
language?
Shout out to you lot. Respect you lot, yeah. Shout out to
All right, respect.
Thank you for
the
calling.
man,
Respect.
the
Good
brother
night.
in the chat. Shout out to Jean Zola. Shout out to Nia Nimanti. Shout out to Bala. And you lot take it easy. Wish you guys long life and respect in it. Mad.
Have a wonderful day or
Oh
evening.
yeah, this is what I was gonna say. With the point with
Night.
Abby made about separation of countries, and he gave the example of the Somali one. I mean, I'll give an example with the same thing that he said with Ethiopia and Eritrea separating. That was a blessing for Djibouti because now they overpay for exports and imports. I mean, Djibouti makes Ethiopia pay some silly money for exports and
Yeah.
imports. We rip that country up
Yeah.
with finances. They
Yeah.
have to overpay so much. I mean, they can get it
Yeah.
for cheaper with Eritrea, but we know they're not going to negotiate with Eritrea
Djibouti
because
is
of their cost.
benefiting from that.
Yeah.
Yes.
So look,
Yes.
with Ethiopia and Eritrea, we know they're not going to go back to Eritrea and like cut a smaller trade. No, it's not going to work. So they come to us and we charge them at least 4 to 5 times the normal price.
Yes.
That's the whole point.
That's true.
We exploit
Yeah.
Ethiopia.
Well, that's yeah.
I mean,
but
look,
Mo, do you see what you're
look.
saying? This is exactly. So you guys are playing in Djibouti. You're playing divide and conquer. You saw where the chance there that
No.
Eritrea don't want to deal with Ethiopia, and you got that chance, right? And that's exactly what's happening in Somalia now. Kenya and Ethiopia looking at Somalia, they have a chance,
But
right?
look, but then
So
there's also the
everybody's
fact
playing
that
against each other.
look, but there's also the
Yeah.
factor as well, like, I'm not an advocate of, what's happening in secret or, secret shadow meetings or whatever, right? I'm not an advocate of, conspiracy theories. But you can clearly see that, Djibouti foreign bases are paying TPLF. I mean, there was a plane that left Djibouti city, or a private jet, that went to the northern parts of Tigray with weaponry, money, and finances and information. Djibouti supplies TPLF. We give them the arms to fight Ethiopia. Because again, don't forget, it's in the Western world benefit that Ethiopia falls. And again, this whole thing with this peace deal, it's not gonna last. Ethiopian
Yeah, he
government
agrees
wanted
with
to
you, by
extinguish.
the way. He
Huh?
agrees with you, by the way, in the comment section. Abi agrees with you. He said, you
Look.
just made my point. I agree with you, Mo.
No, but again, that's my point. That's what's
Yeah,
gonna
he
get to
does
it. I'm
agree
making
with
your
you.
point so I can
Yeah.
counter it, Abby. Look,
Yeah.
that's my point. Each country is gonna exploit each country. That's my point. I'm not gonna look. It's gonna be much, much worse if you try to force people to be under one significant government. It's not gonna work because there's always gonna be people that are voicing their opinion. The
Mo,
minorities
can I
are not
ask
gonna
you a
like it.
question?
Go ahead.
Mo, سؤال مكودية. Can I ask you a
Yeah.
question? Look, for instance, you're Somali, we Somali, so
Yeah.
I have to ask you this question. The separation now from Somaliland and Somalia, right? Look, what happened in the 90s? No, in the 1988, this was happening, right? Do you believe that Somaliland could come together and work out? Because notice, America gave atom bomb to Japan, and today they're working together. You understand? Can we do you see any chance that you can move forward and just come together and move forward, or is it like a deadline, like it's done, it's like finished, we are done? What do
I
you
mean,
think?
look, I'm
Question,
gonna give I'm not an
I know
emotional
you're not
person, but
from
I'm gonna
Somaliland actually, but yeah, go ahead.
yeah, but due to half of my family being there, I'm gonna try to give the best answer I possibly can. Look,
Yeah, what do you think?
with the Somaliland thing, right? You also have it's not on Somaliland's hands, it's actually on Somalia's hands. It's the coming together has to come from Somalia because don't forget the war criminals that devastated the north are still in the government.
Mm-hmm.
2K is still there. He's roaming free after what he said and done. I mean, Morgan has a house in Mogadishu and Puntland that he's living there free. The government,
Yes.
he's part of the government. He's there enjoying his life. I mean, the people in
So
Somaliland, some of them are old enough. I mean, it only happened in the 90s and late 80s, so some of them still remember what happened to their
yo,
family members.
we're still alive.
That's my point. So you can't like
Exactly.
for Somaliland and Somalia to become one, massive action has to be taken in Somalia. They have to do a massive exodus, meaning they have to send their war criminals to the north so they can take the rightful punishment. There has to be actions like that. There has to be in good faith. Somalia
Yeah,
has to be the one
but
to take the first
it
step.
can be done, right? It can be
It can
done.
be done,
It's,
yes.
I
But
don't believe.
Somalia has to be
I
the
don't
one to
believe.
initiate.
Yeah, of course. I totally agree with you. Like, look, Somalia right now is struggling with Al Shabaab, as you guys know, right? We are literally on a war in Al Shabaab, so they're struggling with Al Shabaab, and let's see what's gonna happen. But like the way that we are going right now, I don't see a great hope for us. As I said, we could really not be good. We could be
No, the
just
problem
divided
with
into
this
small
is
clans.
Moha.
That's not good.
Look, the problem with Somalia is like the federal Somali government. I mean, they say that they're the country's rulers, but they have no hinyo, no backbone.
But they don't have a lot of power, Walalo. They don't
No,
even
it's not
have a
about power.
power.
Well, it's
Come
not
on,
about power. These other yan, they
nothing.
all in it together. We're such a Kenyan. Simple as it is.
Yeah, of course. And they don't have any power. Yo, they're
Yeah,
still
and
fighting
wallahi, there is
3
not,
months with Al
including
Shabaab.
Somaliland, including Djibouti, there is not a single leader to Kisakafikaria. The
Yeah,
people still,
there is no leaders.
have this tribal bullshit alliance. Oh, that's one tribe. No, you're all
You know,
fucked
Mo,
together.
what I've noticed, I've noticed, if you go from clan to Kabil, right? Even if you go, like, let's say I'm from Puntland, right? And I say, okay, I don't want to have nothing to do with other Somalis. I'm just for my MJ family, right? As soon as I enter MJ family, you know what happens? You from Haladaha, this, and you from this, and you from this, and you from, it gets even nastier. The inner you go, the further
Yeah.
you go, the nastier it gets, really. And
Exactly.
I found out that you're gonna be ending up with your family, with your brother and sisters. That's all you're gonna end up, because this clan is not with my clan. It's disgusting. That's why I actually advocate as a as a nation coming together than a tribe, because tribe you get it gets disgusting. Further you go, that's what I've noticed. You understand, Walalo?
Everyone loves their tribe more deep down.
Yeah, and then your tribe, and then once you enter your tribe, sister, right? Then you have sub clans, right? Oh, this family, and then this family. That's how it is by us. We have sub
Puntai, it comes
clans,
down
right?
to one thing, wallahi. It
And
comes down
then
to one
Mahmoud
thing.
Salawan is not this, and Hiblo Salawan is not that, and this Salawan is not.
Look,
it gets disgusting.
Puntai,
Further you
that's what I
go.
say. It comes down to
Yeah.
a word of faith. So Somalia has to take an action, something in good faith to Somaliland to show that, okay, we're not your enemy anymore. Because again, if we're truthful here,
Yeah.
Somaliland sees Somalia as its biggest enemy.
As an enemy.
In the surrounding
Yeah, of
area.
course.
So does Somalia. Somalia, I mean, Somalia, even though it has so many problems, is still focusing on Somaliland. I mean, that's the problem.
I
You're
don't
focusing
think
on each other.
Somalia's.
It is. I mean,
Yeah,
your prime.
everybody's looking at, the Somalis. Some Somalis think that Shabab is coming from Somaliland. Other things that the Puntland is funding Al Shabaab.
That's what I'm saying. You're
All this
focusing on each other.
craziness. You understand?
You're focusing
Yeah,
on each other. That's the
we
problem.
are
That's
we
what I'm
are
trying to tell
looking
you.
at each other. That's a very big
And again,
problem. That's a very
for me,
big
for
problem.
something, again, in my opinion, for something to, again, because don't forget there's a distaste for what happened in the past. And partially the Somali government is responsible for it. So something has to be done, meaning something of good faith has to be done for Somaliland, for them to see that, okay, Somalia is not our number one enemy anymore. Or something like that.
My
You have to
God.
change the people's...
Oh
What
my
happened?
God, Mo, look, Dai just made my point. She said it's true. Basically, Mahmoud Salawan is running Somali Puntland, and the other ones are not happy. Same is happening in Somaliland. One clan is running, the other ones are not happy. Same is happening everywhere. That's what I'm saying to you. Further you go into deep to this, uglier it gets. You understand? Even if you say my tribe, there's going to be the stronger one anyways dominated the smaller ones. They're going to be always smaller clans. You understand? But now if you
Yeah.
look at other clans in Somaliland, there's like these two clans or one clan who's more majority and who have the most power, and the other ones are not happy. That's exactly what's happening
Look,
in Somalia, all over the place.
what I can say
I
about
thought you're
Somaliland
whole
is...
Muslim in
Look,
Somalia. What happened to Muslim Brotherhood? And I thought Islam was supposed to unite people. So I don't.
no, this was done by a central government. Look,
But again, it's the
Muslim,
whole.
wallahi. I wish Muslims. I wish that would be the case. It's crazy by my country.
But then, brother
what's
Mike,
going on.
that would
Anyways.
apply for everywhere. Nigeria has Muslims, but they don't apply to Islamic Brotherhood. Tribalism,
No,
that's the
they don't
problem,
know.
Mike.
They northern Nigeria, trust me. Islam coming forward, they are tribes. That's why the North are more united. We literally call the
And
whole
that's
North
why
Hausa Fulani, even though they have
Okay, then Nigeria,
over 200 tribes.
that's
Nigeria is better, Mike.
beautiful.
No,
I
I'm
wish
serious.
we
The
had it
northern
that
Nigeria,
way.
they're one. Their religion coming before their tribe. That's why they don't have much tribal issue in the North, like division
Yes.
of the tribes. You know, they're more
You know
Islam.
why they don't have? You know why they don't have? Because there's Christians that live there, so they feel that they're united because
Puntai.
they are Christian and Muslims. In
No,
Somalia, we
no,
are 90% Muslims, so
no. Northern Nigeria is
everybody is
99%
Muslim
Muslim.
there.
But again, how about this, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
But
why
yeah, that's what I
a
like
good first
about
step?
them.
A good first step would be, let's just say, giving a minority tribe the power in Somalia. Why not give the Barwanis a power in Somalia? Why not give, like, let's say, the people that have no or minimal power in Somalia the power? Why not give them the reins? Because there's always two tribes ruling in
Yeah,
the south.
the big ones are always listen above it. I
Yeah.
understand what you mean. There's supposed to be everybody should share equally, right?
Yeah.
So, but you have to know, 30 years, there's two clans who've been killing each other to the extent there's no extent. You understand? They've been killing each other for 30 years. You have to be able to set them down in one place and say, hey, let's share power. That's what they're doing right now. But yeah, I do agree with you. Everybody else has to have their share power. But you know what? I'm just gonna give them a slack and say, let's get rid of Shabab first. Yeah, like let's get rid of Shabab this
It's
coming
not as
years.
easy as that.
Get rid of
مدحوينا
I
كم
know.
الشباب.
Oh my God. Anyways,
سوق
let's
لانكرانين
hope.
الشباب بينو سوق لمدحوينا. أعوذ بالله.
مدحوينه وزيرة laga dhigay.
سبحان الله
Yo,
العظيم.
I'm gonna have this topic inshallah next time. We can just talk about Somali issues next time. Let's not overcrowd the channel. Sorry guys, we can have this discussion over my channel inshallah one day. Yeah, go ahead, everybody else. Sorry for that.
It's okay. It's okay. No problem. It's actually interesting because we're learning more about Somalia and we're starting to see that, Somalia is not that different from other African countries. It is, but
No, all
the
African
internal
countries are the same.
problems
Suffering of tribalism.
are the same in other countries, except their tribes, not clans. That's basically the problem in other countries.
Yeah.
Somalia was known for war during the 90s, man. Wars. When you mention Somalia, you think about war, man. Somalia and Ethiopia. So the thing about those wars, man, these scars lasted a long time. Man. Even the Nigerian civil war happened in the 60s. And you still like the effect of it is still being felt to today, man. Like the trauma
Let
of
me ask Mike
war.
about the Nigerian Civil War. Who was responsible? Because I heard a lot of people saying there was the Northerners that
The
started.
Biafra war, right?
Yeah.
The Biafra war.
Yeah, who's responsible is the stupid guy named Ojuku, the Igbo leader guy. The guy he misled his people into that war, man. The guy was the son of a billionaire, right? And he wanted to join the army just to have an experience of being a soldier. It kind of appealed to him. So he's the son of a billionaire. He had no business joining the military. So he went and joined the army. And then when the whole thing came about, he happened to be when all the Igbo officers were killed, he happened to be the guy that was now the next in line. And he just wanted to go to war. He wanted, and people talked to him. Even he was arresting the Igbo elders, their politicians, put them in prison so they don't stop him from doing what he wanted to do. And the guy he went to that war, man. It was a big mistake, man. Right? And Igbo people
Guys,
pay every
ignore
price.
my background. I mean, there's the
one
stupid
minute.
neighbors throwing fireworks, man. So annoying.
Oh, yeah, no problem.
No, we don't hear them.
Oh.
Are they Indians? Okay, never mind. Q. You've been here for a while. Do you honestly have nothing to say? No? Okay.
I came here
No
to
problem.
sleep, man.
Mr. Faro, thank you for
I was gonna
He
say,
can't take a nap.
look,
He
with
call
with
you to
the
sleep.
Mike, I've got a question for you, right? With the whole again, because before there was always conflicts in East Africa, but in the 60s, West Africa took control of the dictatorship overthrows and the civil wars, the Biafra. I mean, they even have a name for Biafra wars. Look, with the thing with Nigeria, right? You told me about the billionaire. I mean, there was also the whole conflict with Ghana as well, where the Ghanaians were secretly killing Nigerians. I'm sure I heard about that story. I think it might be Tonight
What?
telling me that. I
Nah,
think it
don't
was the
listen to
60s,
Tunaja,
70s.
man. Tunaja. Nah,
I
they
mean,
know what happened in
Hates
Ghana. I think I
Ghanaians.
know.
Yeah, Tunisia just hates Ghanaians. There's nothing you could do about it. So yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Okay, so the Ghana Nigerian situation. I think I heard the story, right? So a lot of Nigerians, I guess, in the 60s were going to Ghana. And then I guess they were progressing, they were doing well, they were making money. And then kind of like the Ghanaians started complaining about it's the same thing South Africans are doing today. They were complaining about Nigerians making more. I don't know what it is about these people. Like they just hate when foreigners, whenever Nigerians come and start making money in their country, they don't like it. They just, I mean, today South Africa are talking about a drug, but back then the Ghanaians were not even talking about crime. They're just saying they're making money, and so they started saying Nigerians must leave their country. And then what happened was the Nigerian oil, economy in the 70s, Nigeria started having an oil boom. And then Ghanaians started flowing to Nigeria. Just
Mike,
and then the Nigerians are like,
Mike,
you know what happened? The Nigerians are like, oh, hold on. These people just a decade ago were kicking us out of their country. So Nigerians started telling them
Mike,
they gotta go. There's this bag. We named that bag Ghana must go because
Ghana must. Mike, can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question? Right?
yeah.
I was busy with something. I was just listening. Then I heard South Africa, Ghana, and I was like, let me ask you a question. Do you really think that like almost all of the whole world is crazy? Because they seem to not like Nigerians. So are we all crazy? They were banned in Dubai. USA doesn't want them. UK doesn't want them. South
No, I mean
Africa doesn't want them.
today, I understand
Kenya
today.
doesn't want them. So we are all crazy. We are not saying that don't succeed. Come on. We're not saying
No,
that.
no, 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 no. I think you missed my point
Nigerians.
about if you listen to everything I say, I said today I understand it, but the specific one that I was talking about, the one in Ghana, in a 70 or 60, whatever it happened, it wasn't about what people are saying today. It wasn't because Nigerians back then were scamming or doing crime or anything. It was just simply they were doing business and they were making money. So there was no particular excuse the Ghanaian gave back then. But today, of course, a lot of Nigerian youths they're out there just like really hustling too aggressively, and some of them are just into scam and all those things. I get it. So if people are having these problems, I get it. I don't blame them. I'm not gonna like I've said before. I don't blame the South Africans for saying hey they want the Nigerians out because some Nigerians are there just doing something crazy. I won't accept that in my country either. If some group of people come to Nigeria and start doing some crazy things, I won't accept it.
Mike,
So
same
I
with the Gulf
definitely get it.
countries.
So I'm not saying you're crazy for
The Gulf countries put a ban on Nigeria because of the ruckus Nigerians cause when they go abroad as well. I mean,
Yeah, I mean, it's a big problem with the mentality of the Nigerian youth today. They all want to be rich. They all want to be, I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. The energy to trying to be rich, the mentality to want to be rich is good, but don't break the law, man. Like, don't start using the crooked means. Like some of them, not all. Most of us, we go to school, we get good career, do things, start business. That's what majority of us do. But it's just this few percentage of us. They will just go the negative route, like whether go scam a bank, scam like us, all those kind of guys. They're just a few minority of us, but they're making the rest of us look bad. So when other people are complaining, I can't complain. I can't get mad at you guys. I mean, if you got a problem with that, I can't defend criminality. I can't defend it. So I'm not saying you guys are wrong for complaining about the Nigerians that are doing crazy things like that. I can't hold it
I
against
mean,
you.
it's similar to the the Ethiopian ban of Israel. I mean, there's so many Ethiopians in Israel that Israel wanted to put a ban on Ethiopians or Ethiopian migrants going to Israel. I mean, look, with the whole Africa movement, people, using the sea, the Sahara Desert, the Red Sea, trying to go into other countries. I mean, look, that's the problem with Africa, man. We're too focused on trying to live this bullshit reality of dream by going to other countries that, again, apparently have prosperity. A prime example is all of us live in the Western world, so we clearly understand that the Western world ain't really it. I mean,
Yeah,
you
it's
wake
not
up,
what it is, man.
yeah,
But
you wake up
you
in
have
the
to
morning,
blame me and you.
exactly. You wake
Those
up in the
of us.
morning, you work 10 hours, you come back home tired as fuck, sleep, repeat. With
Exactly.
5 days out of the 7.
And all
Okay,
you
let
do
me
is
ask you
take
a question,
this.
right? Let me ask you a question. Would you rather, right, not have sanitary, healthcare, all of those things the West have, than rather living in Africa where
Healthcare,
you're
brother, I'm in
living
the
a
sun,
shitty
I'm getting my
life? I
vitamin
mean,
D.
I mean, we all live in, sorry, most people are leaving Africa because of the situation. It's hard, you know. Africa is
I'll be
hard to
honest with
live
you.
in.
I'll be really
That's
honest
just
with
the
you.
truth.
There's nowhere in the world where it's easy. You understand? You come to the West yourself, you still have to go through something to get to a level. You can't just say you're there and you start doing well. You still have to build yourself. You understand? Now, in Africa, I think a lot of those poverty you see are usually something self-inflicted because what a lot of people do is they leave their own villages where they had everything. I mean, the whole thing going on, farming, and I mean, the soil is good, the waterways, everything's good. They want to go into the city to get a job, and then when they get there, there's just not enough job in the city for everybody, you know. So, and they get into the old trading, importing, exporting, and they create hardship for themselves, you know, to a large extent. You know, everybody want to consume the luxury of the created by the Europeans, you know. So people create poverty for themselves, you know, in Africa. But in Africa, I mean, if you just stay content and keep it simple, I mean, you have your life easier, to be really honest, because in the Western world, man, you got to work, and constantly pay bills. It's almost like you're a slave until you build
Mike,
yourself.
Mike, I think it's the lack of job in Africa. That's what it is. The lack of opportunities.
But create job for yourself,
Look,
man. In
yeah,
Africa, you can
yeah.
create
You
job for
got a point.
yourself.
Create for yourself. Yes. Look, in Africa, it's an easier life, meaning that you wake up, you don't stress about finances, electrical bills, stuff like that, right?
Exactly.
You. It's easier life, meaning that you live in a very basic lifestyle. But with that lifestyle, I think that comes no troubles. While in the European Western world, you can see the recession that's happening in the UK. I mean, the pound is so bad right now. Petrol prices are insanely high. I mean, like
And the bills constantly come.
And
You
there's
have thousands of dollars of bills every
also a
month.
problem with electricity.
I mean,
I heard there's a
I
problem
mean, in the
with
UK right
electricity.
now, that's why I wrote in my earlier, like my before I wrote Africa for. I literally had the UK is a failed society. It's a failed society. Now we have a son of a billionaire trying to act like he's a commoner among the British people. We have an Indian rich boy leading the country. We have an Indian mayor of London. We have a country that's fallen. We have again, I'm just talking about the UK solely. We have East European gangsters coming into the UK and causing havoc and selling drugs and doing whatever they do behind the scenes. Knife crime is so high right now. London apparently is the most apparently London is the most cameraed city in the world, meaning that it has so much cameras that people are supposed to track your every movement. But yeah, again, there's the knife crime is so high, so it doesn't really explain the correlation. And then now you have billboards in the middle of central London saying to you, please don't wear any expensive watches or carry expensive phones because they can get robbed. That's supposed to be a high IQ society.
The pound is now less than the
It's
euro.
fallen.
Is it
I mean,
true?
the pound was one of the strongest
Fallen, right?
currencies, if not the strongest currency in the
Yeah,
world, and now it's lower than the dollar.
Yeah, the dollar. Oh God,
Mo,
that's
do you
bad.
read the Daily Mail?
The Daily Mail.
What
No,
newspaper
I
do
don't
you
read
read in the UK?
UK propaganda newspapers. Are you talking about the BBC News or?
I don't know. I don't know. Whatever.
Someone said, "Most you sound like the Daily Mail reader."
But
I,
yeah,
I don't know.
we're gonna let Pro U Services Ltd go ahead. Thanks for calling in.
Hello, yeah, thank you. Can you all hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You sound like you're
well,
from the UK as well, mate. Why don't you talk about how bad it is here?
Well, I'm not here to talk about the UK, because the main thing is that I came on because Mike talking about the Biafran War. Well, I actually was old enough to be in the war, so I think I
somebody
could,
from experience. Okay.
Yeah, I could talk from experience. He was talking about a billionaire Ojukwu just wanted the war, drag these people into the war. No, his people.
Really?
Today although he's died, he's still the eternal hero of his people.
Is what?
Ojukwu, the man that led Biafra to have the war against Nigeria, to break away. Ojukwu, his name is General Ojukwu. Till today, he's the hero of Igbo people. Hero of Igbo people. I'm telling you, I was in the war.
He shouldn't be your hero then if he was in the war.
I was a child in the war.
Let us listen to the brother, please. Go ahead.
Are you Igbo?
Am I Igbo? No, I'm
Are you?
not.
Yeah. Well, I'm Igbo, and I was in. You're not Igbo, so I shouldn't tell you how Igbo people think about him. Yeah. My father, my mother, all of them, they followed him. All my uncles, not a single person criticized that man. I'll tell you the reason that the war started. The war started because there was massacre going on of Igbos in other regions at the time. There were for one reason or the other, Igbos were being slaughtered all over the northern Nigeria, and
why was that?
Just started there. Let me stop interrupting, please.
Okay, go ahead, finish. I'll let you. Let me mute
Let me tell you a
myself. Go
story.
ahead.
Stop interrupting. I'm trying to tell you, and you interrupting. So these are actually, well, the genesis of this could be said to have been started after a coup, a military coup that happened, that was mainly backed by Igbo soldiers, and those Igbo soldiers came in, and well, the military coup eliminated most of the northern leadership. They assassinated most of the northern leadership, and but although it wasn't 100% an Igbo coup, there was also some soldiers from other regions involved. Igbos were deemed to have launched that coup to marginalize the northerners. So what happened? All this eventually led to the northerners having a counter coup, and once they had their counter coup, they massacred mainly Igbo leaders in the country, and killed most of the top Igbo military generals. Yeah, and but they didn't stop there. After doing that, they started massacring Igbos in their regions. Because the Igbos were one of the most widespread entrepreneurial people in Nigeria, and they were in every region, doing business, and they were amongst the most educated. So there had been resentment already about that.
That's not
So
true, man. The Yorubas are the most educated back then.
Can I finish? Let me give you my
Well,
type. Of course,
I'm not going to let you spitting on factual stuff. But go ahead, finish.
Mike. It's my turn to speak. Yeah, you can have your turn afterwards. So, so all that resentment coupled with the fact they've now got the power, they started massacring Igbos. Igbo were killed in the north, in the south, anywhere that's not Igbo land. They
In
were
the
being killed.
south?
Yeah,
In the south?
southwest.
In the southwest?
Can you stop?
You're making a factual statement, man.
You can have your reply afterwards. This is my side of the story. I lived the war. Although I was 6 years old.
What's your level of
I
education, by
was
the way?
there. Listen, Mike, you're not even Igbo. But you're telling me
I don't have to
about
be
how
Igbo to have sense, to know something.
No, you're talking rubbish because you're telling
No,
us
you're
about
talking rubbish.
how Igbo misled the people. Only us can decide if we were misled or not. You're not Igbo, so you cannot talk about how that Ojukwu misled Igbo people. Let me tell you the story about how the war started, but you wouldn't let me finish. You're interrupting. Stop it. Now listen. So what happened is that they started massacring Igbos, and in fact, it didn't just stop in the northern states. It went to all over Nigeria where Igbos were, because and what then that led to Ojukwu, who was the military, because he was a military government at that time, and they had military governors. Ojukwu was the military governor of the Igbo region at that time. Yeah, he didn't just get there to have a war. He was already a military governor of the Igbo region, and then he decided that he had to put a stop to this killing. So he went to Gawan, who was the federal military leader, and he said to him, we need to stop this killing now. It's gone long enough. Do something about it. Because one, for one reason or the other, whether he was unable to or he was unwilling to, the massacres continued. So Ojukwu tried all diplomatic means to stop the killings. They even went to Aburi in Ghana. They had a peace summit in Aburi in Ghana, where the Ghanaian military leader at the time tried to referee for them to come together and come to an agreement. They went there. They spoke English for how many hours? When they finished, they had an agreement called the Aburi Accord, which said Nigeria can continue under a confederation. You know, so the Ojukwu believed that was what agreed. But when they got back to Nigeria, the military general of the federation, the representing the Northerners, in a sense, he reneged on the agreement. He didn't implement what was agreed. So Ojukwu gave him until ultimatum, say you must, because his people, our people were being killed all the while. He said to them, we must implement this agreement by a certain date, otherwise the agreement is off. And Gowon, the Nigerian general, didn't. He didn't. He reneged. He didn't implement anything. People were being massacred. So in May 1967, 34th of May, I believe, 1967, Ojukwu declared, say, if we cannot protect our people, then we're going to have to form our own state. And that's how this is basically how the war started. Ojukwu unilaterally declared the Igbo region independent and named it the state of Biafra. Now,
so the Igbos were trying to fight for their
that's how
land.
it started. This is how it started. It wasn't some crazy billionaire's son who wanted to just have a war at all costs. No. So don't mislead people. This is why I didn't even have any attention coming on. But when you started talking, you don't know. You're not coming from facts. You're just talking from what you just believe. You know. Yeah. So just listen to me. I lived through the war. Although I was a baby, I was from 3 years old to 6 years old. But when the war started, when the war ended, I was 6 years old. And I could tell you for one, Ojukwu was never blamed by Igbo people. Igbo people are eternally grateful to him. And to me, I consider him a hero today. Although today, I am proud to call myself a Nigerian. I have no inkling of support for the people who are now agitating for Biafra. I think that the agitation going on today is an insincere one. There's no real reason for it. I think it's been orchestrated by Western colonizers to destroy Nigeria. They need to weaken Nigeria. Nigeria is too big and powerful. It has to be weakened. So the only way to weaken Nigeria is to break it up. So they have many agitations going on within Nigeria. There's bandits, there's herdsmen, there's Biafrans, there's you name it. They're everybody fighting everywhere to break up because they're all being agitated. They're all being funded by colonizers secretly. That's my belief.
Okay, so the billionaire wasn't as bad as people portray him.
It's you that's portraying him that way, Mike. Go and learn your history. Eh? If you need me to send you some links, just say so. I'll send it to you. Okay, learn your history. Yeah, that's all I got.
So the Igbo people are actually grateful for him.
Igbo people are very proud of him. He died a hero. Check the internet. He died in 2011 at age 78. Ojukwu, his name is called Emeka Ojukwu. Check it on internet. 2011. Check his funeral. He wasn't given a state funeral, but he was given in the Igbo region. Nobody was talking any trash about him. He was very well supported, very well proud, and I'm proud to say I support him. And I was one of the ones who nearly died of stuff. One of those children with Okwashoka with bloated tummy. And the only thing that saved me was my mother being a trainee nurse. She knew what to do. She gave me raw eggs, and I was drinking it. Raw
So
eggs.
again, the Igbos felt like, from what I'm reading on Google, it says the Afro War represented the nationalist aspiration of the Igbo ethnic group, whose leadership felt like they could no longer coexist with the federal government dominated by the interests of the Muslim Hausa Fulanis of northern Nigeria.
But that's just a very basic conclusion on that. Yeah, but they didn't give you all really the full information I just gave you about the genesis of the what caused
Okay.
it. Yeah.
Can I give my own version now? Yeah.
You can give your version, but it's not.
Before you start, Mike. So what I got from you, Pro, is that the billionaire wasn't so
Sorry
bad,
for
and the Igbos
interrupting
are actually
you.
grateful for him.
Sorry for interrupting you.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. And I really kind of I don't know what to say. The fact that you experienced the horror of the war, my what's the word, man? I mean, I sympathize with. I mean that because that was a terrible. Because I read a lot about. I wasn't born. I wasn't anywhere born yet at that time. But whenever
I
I
know you wasn't.
run into
I can
anybody
tell.
that experienced it, I always sympathize with them. Because that was a terrible experience. I get
Of
it,
course
but
it was.
yeah, it was terrible. Yeah, I've said a lot of elders that told me what they saw. It was terrible. So, but we have to get to a point where we just need to start facing facts in reality. I mean, growing up myself, I heard all kinds of versions and things like that. But as I got older and when I educate myself about the whole thing that happened, I found out a lot of things I was told were fallacies. Like let me start with the point you made. You said Ojukwu declare the Igbo region as Biafra. But don't forget what they call in Biafra. 75% of that territory is not Igbo territory. It's the Niger Delta. So that's
I
one
think you're
fact.
getting. No, Mike. Let me just. Let me. I think. Are we getting? I think we're getting sidetracked.
No, if I'm wrong, correct me. It's Niger Delta. Wait,
Mike.
Okay, go ahead.
Mike. Wait. When I'm talking, you're not even letting me talk.
But it's my
ask
time
me
to
a question,
talk. But you can
and
go
then
and
when I
interrupt
start
me. It's fine.
talking,
It's fine. Correct me for anything
Mike,
I said that's unfactual. Correct me. I will stop. I'll let you correct me.
but Mike, let me just make this point before I address your point. When I start talking, after you ask me a question, I start talking. You start interrupting me. Why is that?
Okay, I apologize for it. You know, I apologize already.
Okay.
Well, it's my time to talk, but I will let you interrupt me if I'm wrong. If I say anything that's unfactual, correct me. So, the first I want to ask you is the territory that you could declare as Biafra, was it just Igbo land or did it include other tribe territory?
It's debatable. See, that's debatable.
Well, you can't debate. It's a simple question. There's
Just
no
because
debate. No.
Listen. Yeah.
No, it's a simple
A lot
question.
of
Let's not get into the this
no.
and that. No, I'm going based on your statement you made. You said you declare Igbo land as separate country. No, that's not what he did. Because if he would have done that, nobody would have fought him. Now, he invaded the Niger Delta, took all that territory, all those minority tribes, which is over about 20 tribes. He overran them,
Yeah.
took there, and declared Biafra, say a new country. That correct you on that one. Now let's get to the main topic. I just have to correct that one first. Because the
First
Niger
of
Delta
all,
people, even the same people, the same
wait.
Niger Delta people, they were the one
Mike,
that
let me
forced.
just
They went
establish.
to
You
war.
don't
They
want
fought
me to
against you
answer your question,
to
but
liberate
continue.
themselves. Okay, you want me to? Okay, now let me get to the whole story. Now you said
it was a rhetorical question. I understand. Now you continue.
okay. So the story you gave, you're saying, first of all, the issue of the coup and the issue of the massacre, and you also said they were massacring Igbo all over Nigeria and the southwest. No, that's not true. The so-called massacre only happened in the north, in the Hausa land, and that was because their leaders were killed. But the coup and the massacre has nothing to do with the war because the coup and the massacre issue was already dealt with in Ghana. What Ojukwu decided to go to war over was the Niger Delta region. Now, what started the whole thing? Once the coup happened, it was the Igbo general. The Igbos were in charge of the military at that time. They were the majority officers. They really run the military at that time. So they did a coup. They assassinate all the politicians. They are from everywhere, mainly Northerners. They wiped them out. They didn't kill any Igbo politician. The prime minister was from the north. The president, Nnamdi Azikiwe, is Igbo. The premier of the north, the premier of the west, premier of the east, they killed the prime minister. They didn't kill the president because he's Igbo. They killed the premier of the north because he's not Igbo. They killed the premier of the west because he's not Igbo. They kill everybody except Igbo politicians. So now everybody saw that coup because coup happened. There was a coup that happened all over West Africa at that time. The same within the same. The Nkrumah coup happened a few months before. Togo coup happened. There was a coup all over West Africa. The Nigerian coup just happened to be so tribally colored because the Igbo soldiers killed every ethnic politician except their own. So the after the coup, the Igbo guy, UNSC became the head of state. He was the most senior officer, the general. He became the head of state. And the northern elders were trying to ask him that what happened? Why did you guys kill our leaders? And he was ignoring them. He ignored them for months and months and months. The northern people and the British press were making it worse because they were taking a picture of the dead body of their leaders. They were posting on the newspaper in the north. And the northern people were so frustrated, like, okay, are we going to get justice? And eventually it led to the point where there was a riot. And the northerners started attacking the Igbos in the north, living in the north.
So, Mike, in your account, the Netherlands are actually the innocent ones, and the Igbos were responsible.
Can you hear me? Yeah, so the coup, the leaders, yeah, and in fact, the premier of the north that time, Amadou Bello, is a great grandson of Usman Danfodio. You know Usman Danfodio, the guy that brought Islam to the north. So he's a very prominent leader. It's kind of who Nelson Mandela is to South Africans. Kind of like who Martin Luther King is to Black Americans. So that's a very important figure. They killed him, and they said they didn't even give him a decent burial. They killed him. They shot him. Killed his pregnant wife. Like the way he was killed was so horrific. That coup, the way the Igbo soldiers did that coup was so horrific. They massacred these northern leaders, and they didn't say anything. The Igbo guy became the president, and he didn't even talk to them. He didn't even go talk to the people. So the people were frustrated. I mean, they were so patient. It took months later before the people stayed. Like, okay, we can't get justice. We're just going to attack your people. So the Northerners started attacking the Igbo citizens living in the north, in their region. They basically were attacking and telling them to leave their region. They didn't want to be part of Nigeria anymore. They didn't want to deal with them anymore. So that's what happened. So as it was happening, there's some northern soldiers got together and did a counter coup to assassinate the president. So they did a counter coup and killed the Igbo head of state, Agu Ironsi, and then they also killed out of Igbo officers. So the coup happened, the counter coup happened. Now, this is the one thing I respect about those northern soldiers. They did a coup. After they did a coup, they said, okay, all they want is revenge. They don't want to rule the country. So now they now pick a guy from the middle belt of Nigeria, kind of like the buffer region between the south and the north, Yakubu Gowon. He's a Christian from the middle belt, not even a Muslim, a Christian. And they made him the head of state. And Yakubu Gowon is kind of like a neutral guy between the north and the south. And the guy was trying to make peace. Ojukwu was the he was part of the first coup, and he was made the governor of the eastern region of Nigeria, right, at that time. And this guy, his attitude was just so terrible. All the elders in Nigeria were trying to talk to him, like, listen, we need to iron this out, we need to, work this out, this whole thing that happened. But his hair was so hot. He didn't want to talk. So the elders, mainly the Yoruba elders, not to go on, like, listen, okay, this guy don't want to talk to you. He doesn't want to accept you as the head of state or whatever. You guys should go meet in a neutral ground, Ghana. So they all agreed. So they went to Aburi in Ghana to discuss the issue, to iron it out. So Ojukwu went to Ghana. Now, as one point about the Niger Delta, I got to put in. Now, when Agu Ironsi was head of state, the guy that did it for school, when he was head of state, right? There were this internal political issue we have in Nigeria where the minority tribe, they wanted to break away from the majority tribe and have their own states and stuff like that, mainly the Niger Delta tribes. So something happened years before. The minority tribe in the West, they were under the Yorubas, the Bini and the Delta, they did a referendum to have their own state. So their state was created, right? We had a Midwestern state. And then the minority in the East, they were under the Igbos. including the Amazonian Cameroonian. The Amazonian Cameroonian forced to the French. They don't want to be part of Nigeria. So they went to join Cameroon. But then the minority, the Ijaws, all those Niger Delta people, they were agitating that they wanted their own states. They don't want to be controlled by a majority tribe. During the agitation under Ironsi, the head of states at that time, he went and arrested their leader, as Isaac Adakaboro, and sentenced him to death. And these people were agitating and saying, okay, they want to break away from Nigeria. They want to have Niger Delta Republic. So the Igbos, they killed their leader. Now they went. Now when this whole coup and counter coup, this chaos happened in North, when they went to Aburi to discuss, to iron out all the issues, all the problems was taken care of in Aburi. They all agreed, okay, we're gonna move on from this issue. We're gonna move forward. We're gonna put everything behind us. Okay, this leaders die. All the victims, we're gonna give them restitution, pay their families and things. The whole issue was settled in Ghana in Aburi. You can go watch the video. But Ojukwu had other idea in his mind. So when they got back, though, I have to say one thing though. In Aburi, Gowon was not very conscious of the political situation in the eastern region, where the minorities of the east, the Niger Delta people and the Igbos, the division between them, he didn't know. But in Aburi, Ojukwu put in a clause that they must not divide the eastern region, right, into states. He put it there, but Gowon, I guess he didn't read it. So Gowon agreed in Aburi that, okay, we're not, he agree with everything. So when they came back to Nigeria,
Mike, somebody wrote in the comment section, the Igbo leaders laughed at, went on TV and laughed at the deaths of the Hausa leaders. Is that true?
yeah, they were exactly the attitude during the whole coup. They didn't even show any kind of remorse when those northern leaders were killed. Some of them were laughing. They were even celebrating. I mean, like, come on, you can't do that. And then when those one did a revenge, and you couldn't take it. You have to accept it. It's a revenge. What the heck? So now, when they came back from Aburi, right? Go on. It's okay. We all moved on. Everything is behind us. So the Niger Delta people, the minority, they saw the report from Aburi. And they realized that on a clause in Aburi, you could put a clause that, okay, they would never create new states in the eastern region, meaning they would never give those Niger Delta people their own states, separate from the Igbos, right? So the people now approach Gowon, like, listen, we don't agree with this part of the clause in Aburi, because we were not there, so we don't agree. We need to, renegotiate this. It was the people, the Niger Delta people, they approach the government and listen, we don't agree with this agreement, this clause that you will never give us our own state, because the Igbos are marginalizing us because they're the majority. Now, Gowon was like, whoa, okay, we already agreed, but okay, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to invite the Igbo leaders, and you guys, you sit down and work out your differences and work it out. So the Yakubu Gowon, let us stay now, call the Niger Delta leaders to come to the Oba of Benin in the Midwest to meet, and invite Ojukwu to come and meet with them so they can talk. Guess what Ojukwu said? He said, no, I'm not. In Aburi I stand. I'm not changing anything. He became so arrogant. What's Gowon supposed to do? Okay, I'm the head of state. You're just the governor. Now you're being too cocky now. You got to listen to these people. So Ojukwu didn't want to agree. So Gowon went ahead and declared new states, right? That's what led to the way he declared new state. He gave those people their states. He separated the East. That's when Ojukwu got angry and declared, oh, Biafra, a new country. That's when he came up with the name Biafra. He said, oh, I'm breaking Nigeria apart. I'm taking Igbo land and all these people, all these minorities. I'm taking them on the new state of Biafra. And he just invaded their territory, took over the place. And it was the government. The government, that's when the Nigerian military went and attacked. They went after him. That's what started the war. So the guy made a decision to go to war. So who are you blaming? So don't come today and tell us that he was the hero. The guy's not a hero. He went to war not because of the coup or the massacre. He went to war because he wanted to control that oil region, oil-rich Niger Delta. So that's what it's all about. So
Igbos are trying to play the innocent game when they said that.
Yeah, they're trying to play victim game. Exactly. I mean, the whole country, nobody agrees to go. That guy Ojukwu. In fact, this is what he did. Every Igbo politician or elder that went against him, even his father literally went to beg him, like, dude, don't do this, man. He put all those leaders, he put them all in prison, his own people, he put them in jail. Anyone that went against him, he locked them up. Because that guy was a warmonger, man. He wanted to go to war. This guy literally was a son of a billionaire. He went to join the army. He just wanted to experience the life of a warlord. And during the war, you know what this guy did? Like, When
Was he
the
hungry for
Igbos were,
power?
yeah,
Because there are
power.
people like that. Yeah.
Dude, how can you call, no more? Can you call this kind of human being a hero? Like this guy during the
The way
war.
you described him, no. The way you described him, Mike, I can't call someone like that hero. No.
Thank you. Let me tell you one thing he did. I'm like, how would you call? Okay, during the war, right? When they already, this war was already lost within 3 months, but he went on keep fighting for 2.5 years, and the whole battle was fought in Igbo land. I won't say the whole, but in the beginning, yeah, he invaded that territory, and he was trying to invade the Yoruba land and everything. But within 3 months, they lost all that territory. So now the rest of the battle was being fought in Igbo land, and children were starving to death. And the Red Cross, at one point, they went approaching and they said, listen. If you don't stop, if you don't give up and hand this war right now, 20,000 children are going to starve to death. So you have a choice to just stop the war today or you continue. You know what he did? He chose to let those children die. He kept on.
Wow.
This guy literally was responsible for the death and destruction, dude. You know? And people will call him a hero because he's from their tribe. You see, Africans, we just like to support anyone from our tribe. It doesn't matter if the person is evil or not. I mean, that's the
And
problem I always have
and
with Africans.
that is wrong.
So wait,
That's
Mike. So the Igbos blame Yoruba because Obafemi joined Nigeria instead of the Biafra rebels.
Yeah, it's propaganda that they always put together, and that see that you go guys started writing some fake books, making up all kinds of excuses about he said when he went. You know what was funny? Like I told you in the beginning when I was a kid, we used to hear all kinds of bullshit on TV. Good thing the internet came out, and then they started posting all the documentaries. I mean the what do you call it, the journalists of their time and the videos and everything. So we started doing our independent research and started finding out that, oh wow, this is actually what happened. Because when we were kids, what they would tell us is that what those Ujuku and those Igbo elders, they would tell us that, oh, it was a tribal war, it was the Hausa Fulanis, they were jealous of the Igbos, and then they started attacking Igbo and the Yoruba went to join them. I'm like, bullshit, like something that has nothing to do with tribe. The whole thing has nothing to do with ethnicity. That war was
Thank
about
you. Great
the war.
interpret. That's one power.
And why would they say the war was between Hausa, Fulani, and Igbo when Yakubu Gowon is not Hausa, it's not Fulani, he's from the minority tribe.
Where is it from?
He's from the middle belt, and he's a Christian from the middle belt of Nigeria. Is like more like the south. They're more like the southerners, but they're more, they're kind of like we
I
regard
know
them.
exactly what you're talking about. Yeah.
Plateau, Jos. Yeah, that's where he's from.
Yeah.
So how was the war between Hausa, Fulani, and Igbo and Yoruba? No, the head of state, Yakubu Gowon, is from the minority tribe in Plateau, and he's a Christian. So what's the religion and the ethnicity got to do with it?
Yeah, but see, maybe I didn't hear it from the beginning. But you see, all these people are trying to make Nigeria one because they know it is powerful. Nigeria is more powerful and it's got more power. I was listening to Only Me. I agree with her on that. Nigeria is only powerful because you won, and that is the fact. When you break, you're just gonna be some easy target. Maybe Cameroon is gonna invade your little part and make you part of Nigeria and make you part of this. Yeah. So I just want to say
But
something on
Kifaru,
this thing.
Cameroon
Just
doesn't have the power to do that to Nigeria.
no, if they split, they will not be that powerful. That's just a fact. So I want to say this, okay, like even this Cameroon thing, okay, this Ambazonia people, okay, I think you will agree with me. The Ambazonian people, the people that call themselves Ambazonia, there's the Northwest and the Southwest, okay, that claiming that they're together. They are not together. The Southwest don't like the Northwest. That is just a fact. Even these people, they separate. War will start between the two. The Southwest and the Northwest, they will start attacking each other. That's just a fact. And even in the Northwest, some tribes in that Northwest don't like the other ones. They will start attacking each other. So we can break down and break down and break down. At the end of the day, it's just you and your family and your children are going to remain in your own tribe. So dividing people like that is not the option. But just because they live under a greater nation, that is Cameroon, is suppressing them. And we need to keep that. And maybe after some time, people are just gonna fed up and they're just gonna be part of this nation. And no one is even gonna care. But if we give people the opportunity to start breaking up, it's never gonna stop. It will just keep going, just like a chain reaction to a point where everyone, you look at your neighbor, you get a gun, you want to kill them because they're not like you. So we should be careful when we're trying to preach all this
division. We need to split. It's not the solution. The solution is to build a nation. It's true. You need to come together. Maybe when the Europeans came, they put everyone together that we didn't talk among ourselves. That may be a fact. But now we should see the greater goal. We need to put us differences aside and forget. Oh, I see. I keep keep saying things. So these people attack the northern Somalis attack the Europeans. The Saudi ones and kill. If you know what Germany, bro, did to European countries, if these European people had grudge, they would not want Germany beside them. Hitler was a criminal. He invaded people and massacred people. But these countries, they don't even talk about that because this young generation were not part of. Why do you carry a grudge of a generation that has been maybe 100 years before your time and bringing it today?
You know what's really funny? Like the Nigerian Civil War, like virtually every tribe in Nigeria has moved on. No one even think about that shit. It's only the Igbo people, man. It's only them. They're the only one. They'll be teaching their children lies about what happened. Oh, they were victims, and they just feed their children to hate the other tribes. You know, they're the only one that do tribalism in Nigeria. No one else does that shit.
Mike,
You
Mike,
know, I mean, no, it's not
you're
insult. But I mean, well, you guys do it so much, man. I
Mike,
mean, it's
Mike,
ridiculous. You know.
Mike. I'll let you speak now. Now I'm glad you spoke now, and you've given a fuller picture, because you were just saying that this guy was just a billionaire son that just wanted a war. You know, you're giving some reasons why the war came. With I don't really necessarily agree with what you say, but at least I'm glad you gave some more reason than just he's a billionaire son. He wanted to just go and have a war. No, it's not like that. Mike, just let me ask you this question: what tribe are you? What tribe are you?
Oh, what's the reason why you're asking me that? Yeah.
I want to know because I'm just curious.
Are you from Nigeria? You don't sound like Nigerian.
I am. I live in London now.
What's your?
But I spent most of my life in London. But I was born in on Igbo land, Biafra land.
So you're Biafra.
I actually
Why your light off, man?
I actually lived through.
Why your light off?
Pardon?
Please, he's got the guts to show
Why
his
your
face.
light off?
Why, Musanda? You show your own face. He's got the guts to show his face.
No, I'm saying why is his light off? I'm not saying he should show his face. I'm saying why is he on camera?
Come on, man.
It doesn't matter, Musunda. Light off, light on. Fucking sunshine, no sunshine. It doesn't matter.
I'm trying to save electricity.
Listen to him what he's saying.
They gave an answer saving electricity. These guys, and they already see it as an offense. Of course, save your electricity. Sir. I just want to understand why. These people.
I'm trying to save electricity because it's no joke these days. London is falling. You know, London is falling. It's true. But Mike, I just wanted to know what tribe you are because you
Mike is Yoruba. Mike is Yoruba.
He's Yoruba. Okay, that's all. That's all I wanted to know. No problem. You know.
So what was the point of you?
Mike. Look. Mike is Yoruba. You're Igbo.
I just wanted to know. That's all. I'm curious. Just curious. You know,
is any part of the account that I gave you that's wrong? I mean, if you can.
Of course, I don't agree. Of course, I don't agree with your view, but I respect.
It's not my view. I didn't give you my view. I gave you a stated fact.
It's your perspective. Let's put it.
No, it's not my perspective. It's fact.
No, it's not, because everybody sees the same object from different
and that's why I'm
angles.
asking you which part of my narrative was
If I
factual.
put an orange in the middle of the room now, everybody in that room not going to see the same orange because everybody's going to see a different side of that orange.
No. A honest person will see orange. No, you can't see different orange. Orange is orange.
I respect that's your perspective, and that's how.
It's not my perspective. It's the fact, and that's the problem with Nigeria. We like to create our own reality.
From my angle. From my angle, it's not the fact.
Okay, let me tell you where yours wasn't factual. You said no when you gave your narrative. You said okay. Go ahead.
Listen, I told everybody my perspective. The war happened because Igbos were being massacred, and that's the long and short of it.
Okay, bro, I get you.
If the massacre hadn't happened, there wouldn't be a war. They wouldn't have had that war.
Okay,
the urgency for the war was because the massacre was ongoing. Yeah.
Okay, so after the massacre,
let me just ask you one question.
Okay,
Let you go. Yeah, pro you service. Do you want Nigeria to separate, or do you want Nigeria to go on as one country?
I want Nigeria to go in as one country.
Okay, thank you,
Yeah,
thank you,
that's what I actually want. But at
thank
the
you very
time,
much.
but at the time of the first war, the first war there's a reason for it. That was a good reason for that, and that was a massacre. And I
Yeah,
I
that's just
lived.
what I wanted to know.
There was no
Yeah,
reason for that war. There was no reason for that
I
war.
lived through the first Biafran war. I lived through it, so I know what I'm talking about. It
For
was
someone that
no
lived through
joke.
that war, you shouldn't be saying there should be a reason for that war. That war was unnecessary,
There
completely
was no
unnecessary.
look. I came on because you were saying that Ojukwu would mislead his people. He did not mislead his people
He did.
because he died a hero. He died a hero to the Igbo people.
Not to intellectual
It- it-
Igbos that I know.
the YouTube videos are there. Go and check Ojukwu's funeral and see if there's any Igbos at the time. 2011, Ojukwu, Emeka Ojukwu, Odumogu Ojukwu, Chukwu Emeka
Okay,
Odumogu
let me ask you a
Ojukwu.
question.
Yeah?
Let
Go
me
and
ask you a
check the
question.
videos on YouTube and see if there was anybody criticizing him. Even the
Okay, yeah,
novelists,
of course.
even the
Okay, let me ask
novelists
you
and
this question.
The Yoruba leaders were at his funeral.
You know,
Come
Nigerian, we like
on,
to
man.
deceive ourselves. You know, we
He
just
did
like
not
to say
mislead his
things to get
people.
along.
Come on, he was a hero.
Okay, let me ask you a
That's
question.
why I
During the
had to
war,
find out if you were Igbo, because I know
So
you
what? Do
couldn't be
all
Igbo.
Igbos see him as a
You couldn't
hero?
be Igbo. You
Do
cannot
they
tell
all
me
share the same
no,
view?
no.
you cannot tell me
They're not
somebody
supposed
misled me when I'm the one being who his follower. He
But what
cannot
makes him a
mislead me.
hero? That's the question. I don't
I
know
told you
your
why he's a
definition of a
hero.
hero. Maybe your
I told you
definition
why
is
he's a
different from
hero.
mine. What makes him a
Because
hero?
he defended us. We were being
He
massacred
didn't
at the
defend
time.
you, man. He didn't have no
He
means to
did.
defend his people. He did not defend you at
That's
all.
your perspective. This is what I'm saying. I respect your perspective, and that's about it. That's only your perspective. If none
He
of us
didn't
can look
defend
at,
his people. He
if
allowed 3
one,
million of his
like
people
I
to
said,
die. 3 million.
if
I
I
was there defending.
Pro. You don't know. You know, pro. You sound like that. The Gambian guy.
which
I
I
don't
said,
understand, like, when people use
You
terms,
sound
man. You
like
have to,
that. To be honest.
you see
how
what?
can you say
Well,
you're
there's
defending your
somebody in the
people
comment
when
section.
You see, the thing is
There's
that the
somebody in the
trouble
comment
is
section goes that Igbos are foreigners that come from Brazil, Argentina, and Dominican Republic. They're
That's
trying to
not.
do the same thing that the mixed race America were doing to Liberia to
That's
rule
nonsense.
Nigeria.
You're bullshit.
Ah,
Rubbish.
that's a nonsense. But he does sound like that raver, doesn't he, though?
Yeah, he sounds
I
like
must say.
that. He sounds like that.
Yeah, he sounds like that raver.
I don't know who you're talking about, but anyway, we're all African. You see, the thing is that my view is Biafra is the
what
agitation
is
for
Biafra
Biafra.
anyway? What is Biafra?
I
What is
don't know.
Biafra? Can you tell me? What's the
I don't
definition
know
of Biafra?
I don't know what
It
Biafra
doesn't
means.
mean anything. It's the name Ojukwu made up.
It doesn't matter.
There's
Listen,
no tribe
No,
called Biafra.
there's a part of Africa they
it
call it
doesn't matter.
the Bride of
They
Biafra.
bite.
Is
They
that
bite of Biafra. You know, let
yes,
me tell you,
yes.
and
Yeah,
that's
the name doesn't
Cameroon and
matter.
Gabon. And that area, that region that is Cameroon and Gabon. The
Mike,
bite of Biafra was named by the
Yes,
Mike,
Portuguese. So Ojukwu adopted
Mike,
that name when he wanted to create his own country
Mike,
in Nigeria.
calm down.
He decided to call it
Okay.
Biafra. That's
So
what he did.
you mean to say I'm the original Biafra?
Yeah, you are the real Biafrans are the Cameroonians and the Gabonians. Ojukwu adopt that name.
Listen,
He named a region Biafra, and those Niger Delta people you are calling Biafra, they hate it. Every time you go person call
it
him
doesn't
Biafra, they
matter.
want to fight him.
It
There's no
doesn't
such
matter.
thing
No,
as Biafra. It does matter. Why you guys keep using Biafra when it doesn't
it
have
doesn't
any
matter.
meaning? It
Name is a
doesn't.
name.
It's not something
A
that relates
name
to
is just a
Nigeria.
name. Listen. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how it got about. The point I'm trying to say is that we today Biafra is not necessarily. Africa shouldn't be breaking up. No country should be breaking up. Everybody should be trying to unite. We should be going the opposite direction. All these little
And I
fights,
feel like you should start
all
being
this.
honest. You know?
Listen, Mike. Let me finish. All these little breakup here and there. I don't support the current Biafra movement. I don't support it. I'm not in support of it, even though I lived through
Can you
the
speak
first
something
one.
in Igbo pro your service?
Yes, of course I can. But if I say, would you understand it?
Yes, I do speak Igbo. Say something.
Kedu Kodi.
Eh?
Okay.
Odima.
Biko Bialdima, Biko.
So are you
Biko,
Igbo?
me
Are
sorry.
you
Are
African?
you apologizing?
Are you Nigerian?
Yes.
What part?
It used to be part of you guys, man. He's
No, I'm not
Amazonia.
Nigerian. I'm just trolling.
You're Amazonia.
I'm not no Dosti Amazonia. No, I'm Cameroonian, bro. That's
You're
my tribe.
Cameroonian.
My tribe
Okay.
is Cameroon.
Well, you guys used to be part of Nigeria, though. You used to be part of the Igbo,
So
Igbo region.
He's a
the point I'm making
Kwere.
anyway
That's
is
what
that
he is. He's a
we're
Kwere.
listen, we're all one. Yeah, we're all one. We're all brothers. Yeah. So all this
I
fighting,
think we should take our nation as our tribe. I think
all
that's more
exactly,
powerful.
all this
Yeah.
fight is unnecessary.
Yeah, except you show me a
All this
Yoruba
fighting
passport
is
or an Igbo
unnecessary.
passport, that's why I'll take you serious. But as you see, you have Nigerian passport, just keep
You see
it.
the point. You see, I'm talking from I'm asking people their tribes, but really and truly, it doesn't really matter your tribe, because we're all the same. we're all brothers. Yeah. So
But pro
our
service,
tribe,
if you think
our
but
tribe
we
don't
have to be
really
fair
matter.
to ourselves, though.
Yeah,
But we
our
have to be
tribe don't
fair.
really matter. No, what? Let me say it shouldn't really matter. Let me put it that way. It shouldn't really matter because we're all one. Yeah, our main problem.
Yeah, it's one thing to say it, it's another thing to practice it. You
Even
know.
the Kwesan. Are the
Yeah, but it's
Kwesan
true.
also black? Would you
It's
guys
true.
accept Kwesan and Pan African? Kifaru, would you accept a Kwesan to be a Pan African since you say we're all black?
Yes, of course. Me. Yes, of course. I believe so. I'm a Pan African.
But they
I'm
don't
more
look
than
black,
Pan
man. They look Chinese.
Yeah.
What about
Yeah, but
aboriginals?
you see,
Is everyone just black because they're
as for
black dark skin?
You mean Australian
but
Aboriginals?
Yeah. What are the yeah, damn.
because
No man, let's forget about this black thing. You know,
Yeah,
if you are not black, fine.
exactly. Pro service, do you know a guy named Carla Genesis?
He looks like him, right?
No. The guy.
Yeah.
You sound like him. He'll be preaching Pan-Africanism, but then under the same breath, he'll be talking about Black American supremacy and things like that. You know? So
No man,
let me tell you, you came here now saying, "Oh, we're all black with Pan-Africanism," but then in your statement, you were accusing the northern people of being subservient to you. They were jealous. You were more better than them, and they're jealous of you. That's why they attack you.
but it does not
Until I gave you
mean
my own version of the
they
story.
didn't
I know
say
they didn't
that
do
they
that.
are
It's
not all
because
black.
they killed their leaders. That's why they did the attack. So I think you are preaching more Igbo supremacy when you start saying stuff like that. You said the Hausas because you were more successful than them, so they were jealous of you. That's why they came and massacred your people.
Man,
Come on.
if you ask me,
Hey,
okay,
man, why you guys starting your busy on YouTube, bro? No,
yeah.
get
If you
it
ask
right,
me,
Kifaru, man. No, get
like
off of it.
personally, I always want Nigeria to be ruled by a minority tribe. If you ask me, like
Yeah, even
personally,
me,
Do you
I'll
know? Do
say
you know
that
that
too. If I
Kifaru? Do
prefer
you know
by a
most of the
minority.
Nigerian? Do you
it's
know that
always
most of the
better.
Nigerian president came from the minority tribe? Do you know
Yeah.
that?
What?
Majority of the Nigerian president came from the minority tribes.
Yeah, like the Fulanis and the Good Luck Jonathan was like his tribe is not even up to how many people. I think it's always better when a minority rules Nigeria
My
because
friend,
they're
my
going to
friend.
show they don't have so much people to favor. I think it's better for Nigerians to do that wisely. You know, don't know.
Yeah, that's why they've been able to keep the country together because the presidents have been coming from the minority tribes. You know, that's why
Yeah,
you know.
it's better. Like even Paul Biya, where we've just got two. The first one was Awusa. He was there, I don't know, 16 years. Then we've got this Bula one. But anyway, Cameroon is different. We've not got big tribes, so it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, but my point I'm trying to make is that we shouldn't be breaking up at this time.
Yeah,
Yes,
because if we start breaking, we're just gonna keep on doing that.
exactly. Where is it going to stop? Even if the Niger Delta get their own independence, they're going to be some region in that part say they want their own independence from the Niger
Yeah,
Niger Delta.
I spoke
You know?
to
I
one.
mean,
Where's it gonna stop?
here's my
We just
question to
got
you, Pan African, because you guys, you never like to give too many. In fact, all the conversation you guys have, they always have to end up on yeah, and this is why we must unite, which I'm not fighting with. But have you ever sat down? I'm talking to you specifically, PA, and sat down and asked yourself, what country will do what when this PA dream has to go forward, right? And this is something that I guess I got the idea from IC3 when he said like when the Nazis were in France, the France where they were like writing down the constitution and whatever in another country.
Mhm.
So I'm just saying, personally, do you actually have a list down of what specific country can work on what, right? Because we all know that to build an economy,
Oh,
you
Tunaja is
need
there.
three
Tunaja is here to
fundamental
agree
things.
with me. Bro, you're in trouble. Bro, service,
Can
you're in
exactly.
trouble.
I finish? Can I finish?
Yeah,
To build an
Musanda.
economy, you need three
Exactly.
specific things. No, I just want to finish and then I'm done. Food security, roads, and electricity. Those are the three fundamental things. And after that, everything just falls into par. So,
Exactly.
in your plan, how are you going to confiscate that? Have you ever got to a point of that?
Yes, yes. We're gonna publish all that in the manifesto, and you're gonna read it. We have everything under control. I can't start talking about the whole manifesto. We're gonna publish it, and you're gonna take it and read. And if anything you don't agree, that's fine. But we're addressing everything that we think is necessary for Africans. What they want, because at the end of the day, the African just want to have a normal life, food security, access to health care, and like electricity, good roads. They don't
And
really care
security.
about all these tribes and
And
security.
security.
Yeah, all these tribe things. Well, it's just not because people are poor, but if you give them good road security, food, health care, no one is gonna bother about tribe things that much.
So what
That's
about
what
the
we
one
do.
in United Kingdom, the Scottish, the Irish, and what about the
Bro,
Catalans?
they can
Are
do
they
what they
hungry?
want
They
to
don't
do.
have good roads.
I'm talking about Africa, but I'm talking about Africa. These people, well, I don't know. Have they separated? They just want to, but are they going to? I don't think so. Let them separate. Then we say, okay, they've separated. They've not. Look, if you see now, look what's happening in Russia. Russia is regretting for breaking down Soviet Union. Do you know? Know
No,
how
no.
powerful they were.
The
See,
Soviet,
that's
the
what
Soviet
Putin is
wasn't going
saying.
to be.
No, but Putin is saying that was their biggest mistake to break down the Soviet Union. They're weak now as whatever. They're regretting. They were so powerful because they were one country, giant. But
And
now
it
there's no
wasn't. It
Soviet
wasn't
Union.
sustainable though. The reason they had to break wasn't sustainable.
I don't know, but maybe but they were so influential.
Yeah, they
If
were influential, but it wasn't sustainable. I think what they could have done is what I was suggesting earlier. I think what he regrets is that they could have just split the powers among themselves, but still remain the Soviet Union and give autonomy to all the different clans, different ethnic nations. So I think that's a mistake they made because they realized it wasn't sustainable. Russia couldn't be dominating the rest of this. I mean, even Yugoslavia after the Soviets, Yugoslavia still split again into about 6 different countries. You
it's
know,
just messed up
and
now.
the
Look,
time Yugoslavia
go.
split, it was so funny because Yugoslavia was even one of the most successful countries in Europe at that time. They were
Oh,
successful in
and
every
look,
ramification.
and now the Serbs are fighting again. It's just they just keep breaking down. That's the thing. When you start,
You
everyone
just
just
have
keeps
to accept it,
slipping.
man. When people speak different language, it's very difficult for you to just have them practicing unitary style of
Bro, you
this.
can compromise. People had to let some things go before.
They
I was
can
just
do
looking
it,
at the
but they're gonna have
country.
to negotiate, man. They're gonna have to get on this table and discuss how to do things, how to go about everything. You have to
At the end
negotiate.
of the day, it's poverty. Poverty is the root of
It's not
all evil.
poverty, man. There is no poverty.
Anyway, yes. To Niger.
Hey, hi guys. Greetings to African millennials, and the panelists, everyone on the
All
chat,
right.
and the viewers.
Good
I
night.
don't know what the entire topic is about. If it's about UN Security Council stuff, obviously we want Africans to be part of the UN Security Council, permanent members with right to veto. So anything else is rubbish. Um, Regarding I don't know what Mike said, that people were saying that he was saying something about me. Mike, did you say anything offensive? I know you time to time you do say such things. What did you say? Did you
So
To
say
now,
anything
Niger.
about me? So
Everyone
okay,
you
knows
sound like a woman.
let me let me leave that. Oh, shut up! You are the one that is talking about me behind my back. I'm questioning you in front of you. So let me read this stuff. It says. They look like friends, but they want us dead. They like seeing our children die. How long will we stand that fact? And then he went on to say, only we can solve our problems. I speak openly. Foreigners love oil, gold, diamonds, and cheap labor force of the Islamic world. They like the conflicts, fights, quarrels of the Middle East. Believe me, they don't like us. Do you know who said this?
I don't know
Julius
some
Malema.
European guy.
Tonight, just said it.
No, the leader of Turkey said this. That so it, and that's the guy that is part of NATO saying this about the club that he belongs to. So I see Africans, we have to get our act together. I think I like what I'm hearing from the Kenyans, the Ethiopians, even the Congolese. Now, I just learned that the M20 something, that rebel group in Congo, seems to have surrendered to Kenya. I don't know whether that is true, but there is reports indicating that is the case. Yeah,
Kunaji, have
M23.
you heard about Gandhi Lawrence Ukunda?
No.
Okay, you need to go do research. Lawrence Ukunda was the one that was the rebel that was tormenting Congo from around 2000 or to 2000 and something 8, and then they say, oh, he surrendered to Uganda, and they say, oh, finally Congo will be the problem will solve. After that, we never hear about Lawrence Ukunda anymore. Now it's the M23. Now they tell you M23 has surrendered. Guess what? You're gonna hear about another. So forget all
Let's
that
give
shit.
peace.
All
Let's
these
give
things you're
peace
reading
a
is
chance.
propaganda.
Come on, Mike. Let's not be just fighting negative.
I get where he's coming from. See, if you've had failures before, we shouldn't necessarily just start thinking that everything is resolved. But we have to take yes for an answer. We want those groups to stop fighting.
Yeah.
So if they stop fighting, we have to take it for now and watch what happens over time.
Exactly.
So regarding Nigeria, I said on my channel the other day that there's only one candidate talking about the international dimension of our situation in Africa, and that it was a presidential candidate. So today, he's the third presidential candidate we have actually spoken to and questioned. And however, guess what? There's a debate happening right now in Nigeria of the presidential candidates. Two of the bigger other party candidates, which is Tinubu and Atiku, did not attend, but all the others attended. But that guy, just yesterday, or I think yesterday or 2 days ago, was removed from the list of presidential candidates. In other words, the only candidate that is trying to reveal the international dimension to our problem is not given the ability now to talk to millions of Nigerians at a time. And we just spoke to him earlier on today. We were busy questioning him about what he did with Abacha in office and what his plan was for the country, because he's still going to be returned back to being a candidate, but they just use a court kind of weird order to prevent him from being in this debate right now. So it tells you that there are forces in the country that are trying to prevent us from actually knowing the truth, especially Nigerians, because they know that Nigerians have a lot of sway if Nigerians start knowing about these things. This man, what he actually said today that was very interesting, he said there are foreign actors in our country, and because of it, if he peradventure won the election, he was going to create 2 other branches of military to take care of things that are happening on lands that the military is not currently policing, like the forest, because he says there are areas that Nigerians can't go to, and our resources are being stolen from those areas. And our military are just, the roads and areas that they can control. Now he's going to take over all those territories that on all the foreign actors is going to mobilize all arms of the society, the intelligence, the police, the military, and even civil society against these forces that are trying to sabotage this economy. That is something that you don't hear from any candidate. And today, when millions of Nigerians would have heard it, he's not there. That is what we are dealing with. But that's just Nigeria anyway. That's just Nigeria. And for the Cameroonian, that guy is very passionate about Bakassi. He's not happy with the way we were swindled. Nigeria was swindled out of Bakassi because he was there. He went there to fight. And
whose guy are you talking about?
Al Mustafa, Abacha's chief security officer when Abacha was in office.
Yeah.
Anybody that knows Abacha knows that government was very effective, and that was his chief security officer. He was the point man that got all those things done. That removed the Sultan of Sokoto from office, jailed Abiola, jailed Obasanjo that became president later on, jailed Yaradua, jailed the rebel leader in Sierra Leone, and removed the military coup plotters that came to office in Sierra Leone. This guy was right at the middle of it all, and to the very interesting.
He also killed Sarawiwa, right?
Yes, Sarawiwa too. Yeah, man, all kinds of stuff. Kudirat, name it.
And that's effective, and that was a good thing, right?
No. See, just because it's not a good thing doesn't mean it's not effective.
You're out of your mind.
Remember, he was following the law. He was
Law.
listening to his
He
because
assassinated a woman. You say
he's
it's
a
the law.
commander in chief. See, he's listening to his
He
commander in chief.
assassinated a woman,
No. Let's
a
not
wife of
start
somebody.
this. See, he is a chief security officer. If you and remember, he was a major then. If a
Bro,
general
let's
is
switch
commanding
topic,
a
man. Nobody
major,
want to hear about Nigeria. All this, no, man.
what is wrong with you? What do you mean nobody wants to hear about Nigeria? Are you the
They
only
don't
one
know what
here?
they don't. Are they Nigerians? So what's the point of you getting into this?
Then why are you questioning then? Why are you
Because
questioning?
you are
You want
making
to
my
say
stomach turn.
then
You're saying
move.
rubbish. How can you say someone assassinated a woman?
Like it
Yeah,
or
you
not,
say,
he's effective.
what did he
He's
do? What did he do
effective.
for? Is it okay? What exactly did he do? Was he not under his watch that they polluted Ogoni land? Shell was having their way. What are you talking about, man? You
Since
guys
then,
don't.
what has changed?
Well, we haven't have good leaders, so don't come at me telling me about one useless
I'm not
dictator.
telling you that he's a great guy. I'm telling you that he's effective. He did a lot of things against the
And
elite.
all the thing you mentioned was just assassinations.
See,
Assassinations.
that guy paid out Nigeria, paid off increased the Nigerian foreign reserve. He
You didn't
stabilized
increase
the banking system. He dealt with
banking
419 in
system.
Nigeria. Can you just stop? Yes, he stabilized the Nigerian banking system, except you are not aware of it, but that's fine. You are allowed not to be aware. My point is that he did all that, and he also stamped out on corruption in terms of this thing.
Really?
419 in Nigeria. Nigeria was big time 419. Do you even know how big Nigeria was in 419 at that time when he came to office? He
What's that
completely
now?
squashed it. He jailed the kingpin of 419. He had that one in prison too. If you know how many people this guy jailed, according to Chief Mustafa, he said this guy stepped on so
But he
many
himself
toes.
was the 419 now. He stole billions. They're still recovering his loot.
See, the
Abacha loot.
question is, he stole
No, he didn't.
billions.
He did.
You see,
Didn't steal.
he's a dead man. Now he's not here to tell
Abacha
his
didn't
own
steal.
tale. But that's the problem.
Exactly. Because listen, before you can accuse somebody of stealing, you have to convict him in a court of law. Abacha never stole. Nobody convicted him in a court of law. Abacha was a great leader. So I agree with Tunaja on that, because he met the country when he had an empty like treasury. You know, oil prices were selling about $12 per barrel. They had sanctions against him.
Hold on now.
And yet,
See, Mike, if he was running,
When you
sorry,
ask Tunaja what he did, Tunaja will tell you that he assassinated
let me
this
just finish
assassinator.
something. See, when
What did he
Mustafa
do?
was in office, I hated them too. I hated Abacha and I hated him too when he was in office. Today, when he came on, we were questioning him, and even the guy that was hosting this thing wasn't allowing us to really dig deep. You know, a lot of people knocked him hard, but when he left, because I wasn't able to question him enough anyway, I was very cross with the guy. Like, oh, why are you doing this and having a go at them for not letting me question him? Then he came back on. He came back after he left. He came back on and spent more than 30 minutes just dealing with our questions.
Okay, good for him. Sunaja, do you know that the 36 years of military dictatorship, the Nigerian infrastructure was completely abandoned? Like all those roads that are jacked up, the old military regime, they didn't build any. These people, they abandoned the whole.
Against him. What do you expect? Listen, yeah, Abacha did very, very well, and on top of that, he managed to send armies, to stabilize the region. He acted as a regional superpower, like Nigeria is supposed to be.
Yeah.
He went into.
He sent army to Sierra Leone, Liberia.
He sent soldiers into Liberia, sent soldiers into Sierra Leone, sorted them out by himself. No help from the West. No help. You know.
He went to restore. Kifaru, listen to this.
Abacha days. Nobody messed with Africa during Abacha days.
Kifaru, listen to this.
Yes.
A dictator.
I know what he wants to say now.
He did not steal any money.
Listen,
dictator went to remove another military dictator from office.
A dictator went to restore democracy in another country.
Yeah, sometimes it works. Sometimes it works.
No, he was a great leader. That's why they had to assassinate him.
He came into office in Nigeria by coup. He's a dictator. Now he sent soldiers to Sierra Leone to go restore democracy in Sierra Leone and Liberia.
But
sometimes we call them dictators, but they're just people of goodwill.
Pro service is see one thing Mustafa revealed today was that when they came into office, because of the sanctions against Nigeria, they went to Libya to study how Libya Libya weathered the sanctions from the West. And then he came back. He said he implemented some of the strategies that he used, which worked because the economy of Nigeria stabilized and did well during that period. However, then I told him that, but one thing he didn't pick up on was the fact that Libya's defense policy and posture, because you came back to Nigeria, you didn't implement it. Hence, your commander-in-chief is dead while Gaddafi remained in office, and it took the bombing of Gaddafi for them to even get to him at all. Because when he went to Libya, it was one soldier to about, I think, 70 Libyans. But while in Nigeria at that time, it was one soldier. Can you just shut up? And let me finish my point. No, because this matter, Dimwit, it matters. Come on, don't stop annoying me. You're going to trigger me now. Let me finish my point. Before you trigger me now. So because it was then he came. But see, what I'm trying to narrate here is that the pattern repeats itself again. If you don't take that into consideration, you are going to be riddled with failures. And I told him that you went to Libya, you went to learn how Gaddafi survived the West, but you didn't pick up the most crucial aspect, which was his security posture that kept him alive.
The West. They got him at the end.
But they had to bomb him to do that. Don't you understand? They had to bomb him, but Abacha, they didn't even have to do that. You know what I mean? They had to resort to bombing Gaddafi to get to Gaddafi, but in Abacha they had to poison. You know what he said too? One other thing that maybe he hasn't said to anyone else that is on that show. He said they killed Abacha and they killed Abiola, and he described that both of them died in the same way.
Tunaja, you know what?
That's what he said openly.
What will surprise you? I agree with everything you're saying, but myself, I believe that Mustafa himself must have been involved in Abacha's demise. Because he was there, his chief security, and what he did after Abacha died, I don't know why he behaved that and handed power not to an Abacha loyalists, but to Abacha enemies.
No, he wasn't the one.
He was a junior officer now. He didn't have power.
He didn't have power.
Yeah, but he had, but he there's one time he had control of the Abacha's home, and he invited the Abacha's enemies first to take power before he called Abacha's loyalists. That's what made me suspicious about him himself. Maybe he was compromised at one stage or the other. I don't know what happened.
And I asked, and I questioned him about that. I said, under your watch, your commander-in-chief died, and another important personality in Nigeria died under your watch. That you have to, and he tried to dodge the question by not taking account for that. I said, you are a warrior. You should understand this. That when your commander-in-chief and you fall on your sword,
you don't want to incriminate the guy. You could easily incriminate him. That's too personal. Where did you talk to him, by the way?
I don't care. It's under his watch that it happened.
Where did you talk to him?
He has to take responsibility.
Which channel you guys talk to him?
If you're not a criminal, you cannot be incriminated.
Dr. Damages. Okay, I'll go watch it. I'll go here to Naija house. Naija, you see your face there, Abi?
Oh, shut up.
Everybody want to see Naija house face? Go there, you see Naija.
This guy is just useless. Everywhere he goes, he just starts anywhere he sees me, he just starts insulting me everywhere he sees me.
Come on, I don't insult you, man. How did I insult you, man? Come on now.
Mike, you need to.
You do.
Mike, you need to calm down now.
Tunaja is my guy. I just be playing with him. You know.
Whenever you're having an argument with Mike, just give him about 5 hours. You start making sense suddenly. Everything he says, you all will start gelling. It takes him a while.
Before you
but I've been making sense now.
We're talking about this. What caused the
Tunaja is a good guy. My issue about Tunaja is that Tunaja does not like.
Do you have a word on that?
Propaganda what do I not like?
Propaganda. You must have a little bit of propaganda in your speech. You always like to just be so correct that I find it. You must have some propaganda, bro. But you just want to
be completely
correct and truthful.
But why do you?
Bro, YouTube is full of Tunaja. Most people who come on YouTube, they have some propaganda in their ideology, in their statement. But you not. You just want to be like really simple, speak the truth. It doesn't really work that way, bro. Politicians, you must have some propaganda. That's how it works.
See, I think the reason why I do that is because I feel like our people need to start getting the facts. Because when we start talking over one propaganda of another propaganda, we're all going to be lost in the end.
No, speak truth, but spice it with propaganda. That's what I'm trying to say.
I don't know. Is the way when you speak truth, sometimes the most effective propaganda, actually, if you think about it from that point of view, isn't it?
Because most people who speak, it's just propaganda that they're just spewing. That sometimes it's just.
But I think blacks, we need to get away from this useless propaganda that we tell ourselves that's useless. And propaganda is for a cause, not just for sake of talking. It doesn't make sense, man.
There's useless propaganda, but there's propaganda to spice your ideas. You understand?
No, you shouldn't do that. Propaganda should only be for business or for some kind of for a short-term goal, not for to mess people up. Because when you start spreading
this
propaganda,
is the thing,
you
Mike.
mess minds up.
Mike, if you come online, someone is talking about themselves and talking a lot of propaganda, and they're talking shit about your country with using their propaganda. Why would you not come and talk propaganda? Why would you say yes? What they're saying is true. My country is bad. Blah blah blah. Well, you actually know they're just speaking propaganda.
That's what my brother here did earlier when he came to talk about the Biafran thing. He came to speak a little propaganda. Well, you know me. I know my history very well. You know?
Can you define propaganda?
Propaganda sometimes it has its place
Mike,
that we can use.
Propaganda is basically you speaking and you mix it with a little bit of lie. You mix the lie together. So basically, this is what propaganda is, right? This is what propaganda is. I want to talk to you, and I know what you already know.
No, it's not.
I know the truth that you know. So now I'll start telling you what you know, which is truth, right? And then I begin to mix it with a lie that you don't know. So now you will not accept my truth along with my lie. So now that's what some people do. You know? So, well, people like us, you can't give me propaganda. Man. I just don't.
That's not propaganda.
No, I like propaganda. It's good. It's good.
It's not helpful, man. It's not really good.
I worry about propaganda because at least I guess there's room for propaganda when you are trying to win votes and stuff like that. But when you want to, like the way we discuss here, I don't know whether we should be talking from the point of view of propaganda. We want to understand the topics.
No, sometimes it's not necessary. Of course, sometimes it's not necessary. But sometimes
I think we don't know. Nobody understand what propaganda is. So just let's stop using the term propaganda and just say what it is. What you want to say.
I think I get what he means. That you should come up with certain, way of communication so that you bring people to your side, not necessarily trying to understand this. Worry about the details. Worry about winning people to your side. Maybe that's the way.
Yeah, sometimes you just need to win. Sometimes that's just all what you need to do.
Yeah, I remember Brandon said that too. Brandon said that sometimes you just worry about the win. Don't worry about.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So I get a little bit, because for me, one of the things that brought me online was because sometimes I hear people talking like exactly the way you talked about propaganda, and they are not always drilling into facts. And I feel like if you are not doing that, the other communities that will be watching us and say, "What are you talking about? That doesn't make sense. Why is that facts? Nobody's questioning the facts." And I think there's room for that, and there's room for propaganda too. And obviously, maybe I'm very good at it. I try because I just focus too much on because I want to understand, so that when I question people like Al Mustafa, because he said it himself, he said when he came back, he said he wished he had time to explain all this stuff to me, because he had to come back because he saw that I was curious. I wanted to understand why Abacha had to jail Abiola for that long. Until now, he still didn't give me a clear answer. I'm still not satisfied with that because he was waffling all over the place. Because why did Abacha feel like he knew jail Abiola for all that long? Why didn't he not just release him to become president? Why is it so important for him to jail Abiola if he meant for the country? I still don't understand that. Even with all his answers that I gave, I still don't get it.
Tunaja.
Yeah.
But Abacha judged Abiola because Abiola was out of control. He was declaring himself president while Abacha was still the leader. He was
but Abiola had to be president, though. He should have allowed Abiola to become president.
Yeah. Whether he should have or not.
It was a coup. What are you talking about?
You cannot have two presidents. You cannot have two presidents.
You can't have two presidents now. What are you talking about, man?
No, my point was that you step down for the person that was actually.
No, you can't step down. The reason you did the coup is because you want to be the head of state. So why would you step down? It's like saying Pobia should step down. You can't just step down. The reason you did the coup is
See,
He wants to be head of state. How can he step down?
the Ghanaians carried out a coup to make Rawlings the head of state. Sometimes you can carry out a coup to put some other person in office.
Well, that wasn't his interest. So what's the point? What's your point? That wasn't his agenda. His interest was to be the head of state. So
Which means he didn't care about the people because the country was
of
going through
course,
hell.
who cares about the people in Africa?
Abiola supported Abacha's coup, but when Abacha got power, he decided that he wanted to keep it for himself. You know,
Exactly.
And that's just life. That's what it is.
That was selfish now. He basically another Emiloku now.
He changed his mind. Everybody's allowed to change their mind. He got in there and he liked it. He wanted to stay. I mean, can you blame him? You know. But
I can blame him because the country was going through hell during that time.
The point is that Abacha did well for the country, so I don't really mind. You know, he did.
Abacha didn't do anything for the country.
He
didn't build anything.
He fractured the country greatly because that was one of the first times a candidate has won support from almost all parts of the country. That wasn't divisive at all. No, Abiola won almost all sections of the country.
Oh, Abiola. Okay.
No, I said Abacha did well for the country. I said.
Abiola would have meant a new age for Nigeria because
we
of
don't
the
know
way
how, we don't really know what Abiola.
Abiola is like Tinubu. You know that, right?
We will never know what
Tinubu doesn't even travel to the east. It's not like Abiola. Tinubu just stays in the west and the north.
He's smart now. You know the East will never vote for him. So what's the point of wasting your energy going there? The East is not going to vote for him.
How do you know? They voted for Abiola. How do you know?
They're not going to vote for the East didn't vote for Abiola. What are you talking about? The only part of Nigeria Abiola didn't win. Go look at the result, man. The only part of Nigeria didn't win was the East. The Igbos never vote for Yoruba man, man. Forget it. They will never do that.
But he must have won a significant amount of vote there.
He won many parts of South except Rivers, and the reason he lost Rivers is because of the Igbo population there. But he won.
Did he lose Rivers? I was in Rivers State that time. I didn't think he lost.
Yeah, he lost Rivers. Well, close. It was close. You know, there's a huge Igbo population in Rivers now. So, yeah, but he won the rest of the South. Yeah, he won the rest of the South, but he didn't win any state in the East, in the Southeast, and then he won the North. He won the Southwest. You know, so the Easterners, I don't know what it is, man. They just have this issue with the Yorubas in politics. When it comes to politics, I don't know why. You know, and my brother Pro here was telling us that Ujugu was a hero. Sunaja.
Don't get me started with that one. Let's not do that.
Tunaja, before you came, Tunaja, the thing is that I lived through the war, you know, and I can tell you that no Igbo person during that time ever criticized that I know of Ojukwu.
No, they didn't criticize. Doesn't mean he wasn't wrong to take the Igbos to that war.
Well, it's a very good to have a 2020 vision after the event. You know, hindsight. Nobody has the vision of hindsight.
To an extent, I get what you mean. I get what you mean, but you're not going to say because of their intention. You have to hold him account for what actually happened.
If Igbos had won the war, people would be saying yes, he did a great move. But now because Igbos lost the war, he was foolish to take the war. But we forget that because nobody has hindsight, nobody knew what's going to happen.
But he didn't stand a chance of winning that war.
No, you don't know that. Listen.
He didn't stand a chance. And within months, he already knew he lost the war.
Mike, you have a habit of interrupting while someone's talking. Because the thing is that he didn't know that he was not going to get the support from the global leaders that promised him. He didn't know that America wasn't going to support him. They were sitting on the fence. He didn't know that Britain was going to support the other region. He didn't know that what's his name, Awolowo was going to abandon him. You know, he thought Awolowo was going to come side, declare independence in his part and come side to side for him to fight the Northerners. He didn't know any of that.
There was no way Awo was ever. If Awo was going to do that was a catastrophic error. There was no sign the West was in that mood.
2020 vision.
Exactly. It didn't even make sense to Nigeria.
The West was never in that mood.
If he had so what I'm saying to say that
he believed Ojukwu propaganda. That's his problem.
To me, is that he's considered a hero to me. and to many Igbos.
No. See, okay, let me say this. Let me say that you have a right to call him your hero. You have a right to call him your hero.
I lived through the war. I was alive during the war.
Okay,
yeah, so I know what's
but you
going
have to
on.
admit. Let me say something though. There are
I
about
know
3 to
that
4
you're probably
strikes.
too young to Niger.
I know, but let me say this now. There are historical facts that you have to admit to. One, before we got independence, we know that there was one part of the country that was very reluctant to join Nigeria because they were paranoid that they were going to be controlled by another part, and that part was the north. They were already paranoid that the south was going to take control.
Yes.
Now they managed to join in 1960. Then within 6 years, there was a coup that happened, and they killed their leaders. And it turns out that the coup, the plotters spared the lives of all these this in southeasterners that were in office at that time. And then a southeasterner went on to foil the coup and take over the country.
Yes.
Guess what? From a confederate system, made the country unitary, taking control of the entire country. A southeasterner did that after a coup had just happened, killing a lot of northerners. And then he went on not to kill the coup plotters. Instead, just jail them. People that were responsible for killing the first prime minister of Nigeria and prominent, Southwest politicians. He didn't do anything to them. Instead, he jailed them. Then made the country unity on top of that. That's about 4 to 5 different strikes. Any country in this world that will result into a war. And you then when they removed Angwin Rosie from office, instead of with a coup that brought Gowon into office, and Gowon is not even a far north, it's a middle belt and a Christian. Yet Ojukwu wouldn't accept his command. You see, there are so many strikes that led to that civil war. And is any of the things that I said just now false?
Yeah, because Ojukwu. Listen, let me tell you why Ojukwu. Did you ask yourself why Ojukwu didn't? Tell us why Ojukwu didn't accept his command.
Because Ojukwu felt like he was a junior officer, and these guys were like killing a lot of Igbo people in the north. Just since of those,
they were killing Igbo people in the north. They were killing Igbo people in the north when they refused to kill.
Well, if Gowon is not from the north, so what is Gowon? Why would you not accept his
But if Ojukwu had just held himself together, he would have spared 3 million lives.
Listen, my friend, they were killing Igbos anyway.
But they stopped. They stopped after a while. It stopped after a while.
It didn't stop. It didn't stop.
Come on, man.
That's why
Come on.
Before the war, they were killing Igbos anyway. That's what I'm saying.
And all these killing Igbo is talking about, so it was just few part of the north. It's not even the entire north.
That 3 million would have been lost anyway. Listen, so let's give him a break. What the point is that when they had his funeral, go and check on YouTube, from about October or November 2011. Go and check it. Find out if there's any Igbo saying he's not a hero.
Of course, Igbo will see him as a hero, but it's not based on logic. It's based on the fact that Igbo people were being killed by Northerners. That's why they had to support him. I understand that. I'm going to keep a man that feels that way.
This is a logic. Let me ask you: was Hitler a hero? Was Hitler a hero?
He might be a hero to his people.
Exactly.
Exactly. So I think Ojukwu made a catastrophic mistake to have gone into that war because okay, let me give you another angle of where there's too many things that he got wrong. I'm not going to be answering you that.
Are you Igbo?
See, you can answer. See, are you going to hear what I'm about to say? Or you're just going to be asking that question?
Are you Igbo, Tunaja?
See, if I'm not Igbo, what does that matter?
But I want to know.
Nam, you want me to tell you that I can speak Igbo? I'm telling you, I know enough about Igbo people to be able to talk about these things, and I also know that the first people that want to secede from Nigeria was the South. And guess what? Who was the person that was sent to quash the South from doing that? Same Ojukwu that you are calling a hero right now that went and quashed the South from wanting to secede.
He's a hero to his people.
See,
exactly.
Sometimes you have to admit some facts, some things that your people have done, even if you rest your leaders.
No, because you have to see things from other people's perspective. What I'm saying,
maybe some present Igbos
They don't
What I
like
said earlier.
Ojukwu.
What
But
I
it's
said
like
earlier.
we have
Tunaja,
like
what I said
neo-Nazis
earlier
who
is that
still like
if you place
Hitler.
an apple
Even
in the
Exactly.
middle of the room, people are not going to see the same apple. They're going to see different sides of an apple. So that's what I'm saying to you. What you call
I've looked at so many
it,
apples. I've looked at so many apples. I can tell
to
you right
he's not a hero,
from what
but
I
to
see
his
about
people, he's a hero.
what happened during that time. See, come on, man.
We're
See,
seeing things from our
let's
own
not do
perspective.
this. Let's not do this.
We are
You
seeing
know.
things from our own perspective.
So how can you have
You
four
know?
different strikes
When-
and you keep seeing it from your own personal view? Does that
No,
not objectively
because
you are
it's not
actually
4
wrong?
strikes. It's not 4 strikes. You
Okay,
see,
tell me how many strikes it was.
You're seeing 4 strikes. We don't see
It was
4
20.
strikes.
So
We
you don't see
4
anything
strikes.
wrong with what all the Igbo people did during that time?
No, that's from your own perspective. We don't see the 4
Okay,
strikes.
you give me your own perspective now of what
I'll
happened.
give you my own perspective. Igbos were getting massacred. And that's
So what happened before that? What happened before that? Did Nzogu coup not happen?
That wiped out 20 strikes.
No, pro services. Did Nzogu coup not happen?
Wiped out 20 strikes. And there was only 4.
Hold on.
Counted.
Did Nzogu coup not
It's a
happen?
perspective. It's a perspective.
I hear what you are saying, but it's not even answering that straight question. Did Nzogu coup not happen?
What Nzogu?
Nzogu, the coup that killed Tafawa Balewa, Amadou Bello, and all those northern leaders, did it not happen? Who drew the first blood in Nigeria?
That coup happened.
Okay, then I'm asking you in a different way now. Who drew the first blood in
Nigeria? Tunaja. Do you know
Go
that
ahead.
there had been massacres of Igbos in Northern before even that coup?
I don't know about that. After independence, you mean after independence?
Do you know that before independence, Stephen, there had been massacres of Igbos in Northern states? You didn't know that, did
Yes,
you?
I think somebody informed me of that sometime in the 1940s or so.
Then let me ask you now, who drew the first blood then?
But that was no Nigeria back then.
Yeah, there was no Nigeria then. We are
There
talking
was no
about
Nigeria then.
of Nigeria.
It's all about perspective. It's all about perspective. Your
It's not perspective.
But you haven't told me your tribe.
No, but it doesn't matter. My tribe doesn't matter. This is based on facts of history. Like now, you just told me that, you just told me, pro services. Remember, you just told me now that Igbo people were massacred in the 40s or so, and I didn't dispute that with you.
I used to think you were Igbo, but then when you mentioned that, I realized you're not Igbo because I saw your perspective was different from mine. It's about perspective.
Not only Igbo people have the same perspective.
Yes, of course not. Not everybody. I'm not typical of an Igbo person even. I don't even believe in the current agitation for Biafra. I don't believe in it. But as for that war, yes, 100%. That war was definitely the right thing to do because
the right thing.
It was a terrible war that was not winnable. It was a waste of lives.
He's a hero. Ojukwu,
how can he be a hero? He cost you 3 million lives for no real reason.
You cannot decide my hero for me. You can decide your own hero. I decide my own hero.
That's true.
I don't know, man.
I can't decide your hero for you. But it's tragic though. It's tragic that somebody that led people to so much deaths. And see, if there have been pro services, if there have been Ojukwu woke up one morning and saw that the northerners were just killing Igbo people. Hold on now, I'm just something clear. If there have been Ojukwu woke up one morning,
guys, I'm gonna leave. I know you're ranting.
Yeah, he won't let me talk.
My channel is gonna come soon, and I want all of you to join me to build the Pan-African, the PAA manifesto. I'm gonna take all your ideas and we're gonna build it and we're gonna share it for everyone to read. So I'll chat to you guys later.
Yeah. I want to see pro services. Can I just finish a simple point? Can I just finish a simple point?
Yeah, so Tunaja can finish it with that.
Yeah. Thank you. He's gonna let me finish one point.
Let me just say before
he still refuses.
No, just before you continue, I asked you the question because I thought you were Igbo. Then when you answered that, I knew you were not Igbo. So that just shows you it's all about
say whatever you like now.
Continue.
Okay, so see, if there have been Ojukwu wake up one morning and decided that, you know what, I know that our Yoruba, this in Igbo people were just being killed on the streets, and because of that, he felt like, okay, there was no other option. I would have said okay, but he knew full well what triggered that situation. He knew the trends, quite a lot of them, in a chain of action that led to that kind of bloodshed. Instead of him to just say, you know what, this thing has happened, the killing has stopped. We've agreed an agreement that even the government proposed some very generous conditions later on to Ojukwu that Ojukwu rejected. Anyway, he could have just said, you know what, this is not worth it. What is this fight for? And I'm responsible for even putting down Adaka Boru from seceding from Nigeria. Now I want to secede from Nigeria for what? When the killing has stopped. But he still chose the path of war, knowing full well the South is not on his side. He was always going to lose. So how are you going to win a war when you are landlocked? You are surrounded on all sides by enemies. He just wasted a lot of lives, and maybe there was passion going on during that time, but he could have just said, you know what, it's painful. These people have massacred my own people again, but
They were
it's not
massacring, not
hundreds of
massacred.
thousands of people.
They were massacring people, not massacred. See, there's an urgency in it. You cannot just be saying,
No,
okay,
they have stopped. They have stopped. To be fair,
it hadn't. No, it hadn't. It hadn't. There was massacre.
They
It
have
was ongoing.
stopped. From what
No,
I
it was
know
ongoing.
for sure, they have stopped.
What stopped? No, it was ongoing.
It stopped.
Alright,
Come on, you
It
know
was
it stopped.
ongoing. Can you prove that it was stopped?
I can prove that it was stopped because the negotiation that took place, if they were killing them every day, all Igbo people would be dead.
Show the link. Show the link where it proved that it was stopped.
Because from the time of the death of Agwin Rossi to the time Civil War started, there was a big gap. And I can tell you that they were not killing Igbo people throughout that period.
There were.
The massacre happened in 1966. The war started in 67. It was way over, man. Stop it, pro service. Come on, man. Stop it, man.
You can say it decreased only because the only reason it decreased was because the Igbos had fled back to Igbo land.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. I mean,
to stop.
okay, pro service, you're not being fair.
Igbo people really pissed the North off. You guys were just acting so irresponsibly.
1 minute each. 1 minute each to make a point, and then we're gonna do closing statements.
If you're massacring Igbos and they fled to the region, yeah, that doesn't mean the massacres have stopped. No, because they fled to their region. If they go back, they're going to get massacred. So the
they don't go back then.
The issue was still there. Because
all those coup plotters, did they not know it when they started planning that the Hausas would start massacring them? Did they not know it?
You know, so
if Hausa people have massacred them before,
okay,
as you said, that Hausa people have massacred them. You said sorry, I'm sorry. Yeah, you said if Hausa have massacred this thing, Igbo people before that time, did they not know that Hausa people can massacre them when they started planning that coup and causing so much problem? Agwin Rosi came into office and even did more.
You haven't said your tribe.
Okay,
it's like they can't even learn.
Okay, that's enough. That's time. Closing statements.
I think that the discussion is edifying. At least this was his name, Pro U Services Limited. No matter what our disagreements are, you seem to be reasonably agreeable. That's even if you disagree with me, you're taking it personal, because there are a lot of people that if you are having discussion with them, they will completely lose it and they will not even want to engage at all. So I take it that you are I want you to think about it, that it's not all one-sided. If you want to call that guy a hero, you to call him a hero, he's your hero. But I think that if I'm looking at it objectively, I will call him to account that people died under his watch. Just like I called Mustafa that in the end, his charge died under his watch. And then Abiola went on to die. You can't excuse people. He actually caused the death of 3 million people. And guess what? After that war, he was outside again. He escaped. And he lived to a ripe old age. We can't keep excusing failures. Thank you.
All right. No problem. Pro Use Services, did you have a closing statement?
Okay. Well, the issue with this whole discussion with Ojukwu the leader of the Biafra, is that he stepped in for his people because people were getting massacred. That is bottom line. The Igbos had returned back to Igbo land because they were getting massacred all over the country. They abandoned properties. Igbos were very, very widespread across Nigeria. People know them for being traders. So they were the most vulnerable people for that type of attack. They returned back to Igbo land. And in fact, it was the Igbos that started to push for, because they didn't like how they were being massacred. We were being massacred. That started to tell Ojukwu that they need to either stop or we go our own way. Ojukwu was under pressure from his own people, the Igbos, to cede, to come out of Nigeria.
But
he was under great pressure. So don't just say it was an ambitious thing from him and he just wanted to do it. He was under. If he didn't do what the masses.
So when you guys were pro service, when you guys were proceeding, so why did you take all that?
You're gonna have your turn. You're going to have your turn. You're going to have your
All
turn.
right.
So if he didn't do what the people were asking him to do, he would have been finished politically. You know. So in fact, he even tried to find as much way to diplomatically do it, but they went to that's why he went to Aburi in Ghana, and he got into agreement. But Gowon, after the agreement, the federal leader of Nigeria at the time, he reneged on the agreement. He refused to implement it. You know,
he transferred Nzogo during that period. He transferred Nzogo to the southeast.
Issue was still there. This issue was still there. Yeah. So anyway, that's it. The bottom line is the bottom line is that Ojukwu remains a hero of the Igbo people. That's bottom line. But having said that, I am in favor of one Nigeria and one Africa. I don't agree with breaking up anymore. But at that time, when massacres were going on, there was a reason for it, and I don't fault him for that. And that's my end. That's my own statement.
I respect your, you have to respect him.
Let me say, I gotta go to man.
Yeah, go ahead.
See, the problem. See, Nigeria, forget it, man. Until Igbo people just change that their mentality, man, mindset, and just learning to own up to something. Forget it, man. That country is never gonna be united, man, because they forget it, dude. You
Yoruba people have their own issues too. Let's not go there.
Dude, Sunajad, I'm telling you, Igbo people, the children born in America, they will feed them all these things about how they are victims and how the way they will break that story to them, like they were just victims, and they will have some propaganda to lie to it. Just like Post Office says, they were massacring all over Nigeria. It was just really not, and they would, so all these things until they just learn. I mean, forget it, man. Like Igbo people, forget it. Like until that generation come where they just learn to accept truth and just. Nigeria, they are the one dividing the rest of the country because everybody else have moved on. But they are the one. One guy after Ojukwu Wazirike woke up doing the Maso Biafra. Now Nnamdi Kanu came doing another Maso IPOB. Igbo people they just dividing the country. That's what Nigeria never unite until they change their mindset.
It's not easy to tell. It's not easy to tell people to stop grieving or feeling trauma for something that happened to them.
I get it, but I mean, I understand the trauma. Everybody else want to feel for them. Like I literally when I talk, when he said he experienced what the first thing I said to him was, "Yo, I really sympathize with him that he had to go through that." Everybody else really too. I mean, we all sympathize with them. What happened to them was very bad. It was terrible. But the thing is, the way they approach the whole situation, it's almost like they're holding bitterness against other people based on false assumption and false pretext, things that they are told. They're not factual. Like many of them, their children, they're just being told by their parent that, oh, we're massacring in the north, we're massacring all over Nigeria. They will even tell them the Yorubas massacre them when that never happened. They will just tell them all these stories just to vindicate them, like himself, to say they are victims, just to preach victimhood to them. And then they'll grow up with this mind of dislike towards other tribes. And Nigeria will never unite. And they are the majority tribe in the country. It's like, you know, if it's one minority tribe that's doing it, we can say, okay, yeah, we can ignore them. But you have this huge population of people that are being taught that, oh, other tribe victimized them, and it's not true, you know. So until that happens, forget it, man. Nigeria is not, we're just gonna remain divided like that, man. Our politics is just, it's just gonna remain like that. You know, it's
And I'm just
Okay.
watching, man. They cut the
They
man.
said,
See,
only
African
it
millennial.
said,
There's
So
one information I
can
would
I
like to give you.
go
Who is that?
okay,
Only me is
with
here.
closing
but anyway, I'm out,
statement?
man. Okay, yeah.
You come back to me. Long
Can
time I've
I?
seen that. I thought it was Punta Princess now. All right.
Yeah, I changed it. I went back to my origins. Only me.
Oh, good.
Anyways, I was listening to you guys. I want to make my closing statement because everybody's taking too long. But I have to throw a question to Kifaro. He said that he heard me some channel, me talking bad about West Africans. I don't know what he's talking about. What other channel? I have only one channel, and I never talk about bad about people. I have no idea what he's talking about. You can come to my channel, or you can come up now. We can take this discussion when that happened. Anyways, the
What's your
conversation
channel?
went
What's
to
your channel? What's your channel?
only me.
I can't find it. Can you put the link on the chat? I can't find it.
Oh my
Yes,
God. AM.
definitely.
Yeah, put the link on
Wait,
the
go
chat,
ahead,
please.
guys. I'm gonna put the link for the brother.
query. Dang, man. Dang. This is some
African
tea, man.
millennial. There is
Yeah.
something that I read recently about. You know, I heard about some of Nigerians that came to Ghana with the British to come and mess us up proper, and then took the British gave them some land in Ghana. That resentment was part of the reasons why Ghanaians did kicked Nigerians out in the late 60s and stuff like that. So it turns out that some of those Nigerians actually came from King Jaja Popo. During the time of the British, when they took King Jaja Popo out, they took him out, and some of his people, they used him to go out. They used some of his people, his soldiers, or I don't know how it's described, to go to Ghana to defeat the Ghanaians. It's crazy because he too ended up in exile. It tells you the story of our people, isn't it? They use one side to defeat the other side, and when they are done, both sides are losers. So I didn't know that detail. I just thought they just came from every part of Nigeria, but it turns out that somewhere in the south of Nigeria. You will probably have Nigerians in Ghana right now that are from the southern part of Nigeria.
That makes a
Okay.
lot of sense, actually. That makes a lot of
Okay,
sense.
I just want to close it. I put the link in the private section, my brother. You can go ahead and check it out. Kifaro, I have no idea what you're talking about. I don't have a channel. This is my channel, and you can go. What is he talking about? Anyways, come to my channel, Kifaro. We can talk about that. You're probably mistaken me for another people.
Only me, you know, you
Good
like
night,
to
my.
badmouth Africans. Come on, let's not do this. That's your favorite
Which
pastime.
channel? Which other channel do I badmouth African?
Whenever you
Get out
talk,
of here.
you like to badmouth Africans constantly. You're
I
like,
like
oh,
to badmouth Africans.
Kenyans didn't do anything for
When?
me.
Get out of
No
here.
African country did anything from me. The Arabs, at least,
What?
Turkey did something for me. You do that all the
Only when I
time
talk to Naja, when I talk facts, it just hurts you somehow. I don't understand. I don't badmouth
because you badmouth
anybody.
Nigerians,
I don't
Africans. I
call
mean, you don't hear yourself. That's why you
what
badmouth Africans
I
quite
don't
a
hear
lot.
myself. No,
Yeah, you
you
don't hear
hear some
yourself.
truth, bro. You just don't like to hear the truth. If I say something truth, you know what bad mouthing and talking facts, what the difference is? I don't
Badmouthing
insult
is
people. He
when
said
it's
I
not
insult
facts.
people.
When
What?
it's not facts, that's when it's bad
When?
mouthing.
What did I
But
say that is
Kenyans,
bad
you know
mouthing?
what Kenyans have done
No,
for
come on, go
Somalia
ahead.
right now? They are actually transitioning to allowing Kenyans take over their defense themselves. They have done so well that they are transitioning to the Kenyan forces. Yes, the Kenyans, sorry, to the Somali
Is that
forces.
bad mouthing or are we talking politic,
But
bro?
you were
You
saying
guys were
like, oh,
talking
they never
politic the
helped
whole
us.
time.
This thing that the Turkish people are the only ones that helped us. That the Kenyans should get out of their country. The Kenyans have not helped us at all. You even the
Yeah,
last
and
time you were
that's a
on the channel,
fact.
you said But it's not true.
That's a fact. It's not bad mouthing. We're talking about politics.
But that's
You have
bad
to
mouthing
understand the
because it's
difference
not
between
true.
insulting people. I never insult any Kenyans or anything like that. When talking about politics, it's a
But did you know
politics.
about the
Understand,
ATMIS
Tunaja?
program?
You
Did
don't
you know about the
understand the
ATMIS
difference,
program
Tunaja. That's your
in
problem.
Somalia? When that,
You
did you know about
don't
the ATMIS
understand the
program?
difference.
Hold
What?
on now. You were saying that they should kick out the Kenyans from Somalia and all the foreign forces, including Nigeria. You mentioned Nigeria too. But
All
you
of
didn't
them.
know about
Yes.
the ATMIS forces when you were saying that these forces, they are
All
basically
of them need to go out
transitioning
from my country.
to Somali forces, helping Somalia. So I say this all
Oh
the time
my
that
God,
you badmouth
what a fucking
very
propagandist you
falsely.
are. You cannot talk about
No,
my
you
country, Tunaja. It's
actually
my fucking
badmouth
country,
Africans,
Tunaja. Calm the
but it's
fuck
not
down, Tunaja.
true.
When we are
Don't you
talking
know
about
how
my
to say
country,
I'm
you have no
sorry I got
place
it
of
wrong?
speaking about my country. Do you understand, Tunaja?
But
Don't piss me
true.
off, yeah? It's
I'm
my
not pissing you
country,
off. I'm
and when
just saying it's not
yeah, you
true.
are, you have no idea what's going on in my
Okay,
country.
tell
My
me I'm
reason here
wrong
you
then
are
that
and telling you.
they are not
You are
transitioning to Somali forces now.
you know what, Tunaja? I'm not gonna tell you a shit because you know what?
But
It goes
Nigeria
from
didn't
one
come to
ear to
Nigeria
another ear.
and come to
Do you
Somalia to come
understand
and
me,
train
Tunaja?
Somali forces. And they
Listen
are
to me,
leaving.
Tunaja. If I don't want to have a foreign military in my country, I have all the right to say they can get the fuck out of my
But
country,
they are
Tunaja.
leaving
I'm not
already.
going to
Why are you being
apologize
mean to them?
for
They are
you.
already leaving, but you're bad mouthing
Yes,
them. They are already
exactly.
leaving.
Thank God that they're leaving. I'm
Because
just gonna
they've
say
done
that.
their
It's
job,
my
they've helped
country,
your
it's my
country,
business.
but you're not
So
grateful.
come. Ungrateful. Yes, I am ungrateful. They should go out. Okay, that's
Then
all
maybe
there
you
is
should
to it,
thank them instead of
Tunaja.
thanking. Maybe you
Yeah.
should thank them
You have
instead of
no
thanking
idea about
Turkish
my
forces
country. You have
or
no
Saudi
idea what's
Arabian
going on. And
forces
here you are telling me you
United
bad
Arab
mouthing
Emirates.
Africans. Get the fuck out of here, Tunaja.
Maybe you
You
should
literally
thank
don't
the
make
ones
any
that are
fucking
in
sense.
Africa instead of thanking the ones that didn't do anything for you. Really, you are thanking
Oh,
Turkish forces, you are thanking Saudi Arabia, you are thanking UAE, but you are not thanking the ones that actually did the work. These people
What
actually
work
came
do they
to your
do?
country to
Show
help
me
your
what work
people.
they did. Show me
Nigeria
what
came to
work they
train
did
your
but
police.
collecting cash.
I'm
Show me what work they did but collecting cash, Tunaja. We
I
are
just have a
fighting
question to
Ashab
ask.
right now and they're not
Did,
fighting with
did
us. They're sitting in their fucking bangers, Tunaja. What are they doing?
Nigeria, oh
What
my
are they
God,
doing? They're
they did it.
collecting their cash.
yo,
They did it so well
Tunaja,
that they've trained up
I got a
Somali
question to ask.
forces.
I want Tunaja, just one question. Did the Somalis ask for any Nigerian to go help them in their struggle? Did they
Of
actually
course,
ask for it, or
of course.
so they
Otherwise, they
asked?
won't be
And
there.
No,
I just want understanding. I
it
just
was
want
the
understanding when
African
the
Union.
young guys
No,
from.
listen to me. It is this is the problem with Tunaja, yeah? When
No
we're talking about
country will
politics,
allow any.
can you
Nobody
please
will.
shut up? Can I
But you know
can
it's
I
true.
finish my
They were
sentence?
invited.
Can I
Go
finish
ahead.
my sentence? Can I finish my sentence? When we are
Go
talking
ahead.
about politics, right? Tunaja thinks and takes it personally. He said you bad mouthing, you insulting. I'm not insulting any Kenyan person or any Nigerian person. I'm talking about the politics that's going on in my country. You have to understand the difference, Tunaja. That's what you don't understand here. Okay, first of all,
Either
but second
way,
of all,
you are
when I'm
badmouthing
talking
them
about my
wrongly.
country, Tunaja. You were talking about it 1 hour about your country. Did you hear me talking about your country? I'm meddling in? No. You should stay away from my country just the way I should staying away from your country. For that, I'm gonna say good night because it doesn't make any sense
You're
for
not going to have
you
any
to
problem
talk
with
about my country.
if it
You
was
were
countries
talking
people that
1
were
hour
speaking about
about
you
your
now.
fucking country. You did not hear me from one sentence
None
from
about my
my mouth
country.
when you were talking about your country. Do you hear? Stay in your position,
I'm just
Tunaja.
saying
I'm
you
just
are
gonna tell you.
wrong with the way you are bad
I don't
mouthing
care
African
what you
countries. You
think,
do that quite
Tunaja. I
regularly.
don't care.
For an
I
African, you
cannot,
are really bad mouthing
bro. I
African
don't
countries
care.
quite often.
I
Not
simply
only
don't care
Nigeria,
what you think. I don't
not
care about
only
your country.
Somalia,
I don't care.
not only Ethiopia. I mean, you badmouth almost every African
Oh,
country.
shush, Tunaja. I don't meddle with your
Okay, tell
country.
me
You've
one
been speaking
African country.
about your Biafra bullshit the whole
Tell
time.
me one
Did you hear
African
me
country
say
you like.
one thing about your country meddling in? Did you hear me something to say about your country?
Only me. Let me
I
give you
kept
one
my mouth
softball
shut
now.
because I don't
Tell
give
me
a
one
fuck what's
African
going
country
on in
you
your
like.
country. I'm just gonna tell you, Tunaja.
One
Please, it's
African
too late
country
for
you
me.
like.
I don't like you. That's for sure. That is one thing that I don't.
One
I don't
African
like
country you
you.
like is all I'm
I
asking you.
don't like you, and I
You know,
want
people are
all this
watching right
foreign
now.
military to
People
get
are
the
watching
fuck
you.
out of
They
my
want you
country,
to say
and
one
I have all
African
the right
country
to
you
say.
like.
Tunaja, I don't like you. How about that?
Oh,
How about
Is
one
that
African
enough for
country you
you?
like?
Did you hear what I said to you?
You see, the
I
reason
don't
why I'm
like
asking
you.
is I've never
And here
heard her
is the
say one good
problem.
word
Here
about
is the
any
problem.
African
You
country.
think you have the right to talk about my country. That's what you think. You think you have all the right to sit here and talk about other people's countries while I'm not even caring about what you guys were saying. 1
Why
hour,
shouldn't
2
I
hours,
care
you
when
talk
you're bad
about
mouthing my
Nigeria.
country too?
I
You're bad
don't
mouthing my
care.
country too.
You know what? I don't care. You understand? You should not care what I think about my country because it's my country. It's not your country. You understand? And if I say I don't want to
You're
have
bad
foreign
mouthing my
enemy,
country too. That's the
foreign
problem.
foreign people in my country, I have all the right to say so to Nigeria without you coming on my back. You understand? Please mind your business, Tunaj. How about that?
I have a right
Think
to
about
tell you that you
Nigeria.
are
How
wrong.
about that?
I'm not.
Solve
I
your
have a
problem.
right
How
that you
about
are
that,
mistaken.
Tunaja?
It's not factual what you are saying. But don't you
Tunaja,
think
why
that
don't
it's
you
good that
fix
we
your
tell the truth?
problem?
Only me. Don't you think that it's
Tunaja,
good
why
that we
don't
tell
you
the
fix
truth?
the problem in Nigeria, Tunaja?
Don't you
As
think
I
it's
can
good
hear
that we tell the
tonight, you guys
truth?
have plenty
Oh
of
my
problem
God.
of your own.
I
Why don't
think
you
you are
fix that,
just, I don't
Tunaja?
understand why you are incapable of saying something good about any African country. I don't know why. You are incapable
Really?
of doing it. Yeah.
Yeah, I am
Okay, do
incapable
that
of
now.
doing it.
And okay, do that, please.
I'm not going to say those people who are in my country right now are doing anything good in my country. We are fighting Al-Shabaab. They're not fighting with us. They're not doing anything. They're hiding their bunkers.
How
They're
about
collecting
Turkey?
$2,000 a month. Listen, they're collecting $2,000 a month. Yo, my country is a business for them. I understand. They can do that. But you know what? I think it's time for them to go. 15 years is enough. They have not fought shit. Shabaab is still there. My people are dying of fighting it. My 12, 15-year-old children are dying and fighting them while
Because they are
not
going, they are
doing
leaving
their job.
now. That's why
They are not.
it's increasing. They are
You know
leaving.
why they?
It's only Somali
why
forces
they're
that are
leaving,
remaining now.
bro. You know why they're leaving? My
Why?
foreign president, for the foreign president Farmajo, made sure that they had to they had no plan of leaving. Okay, they entered the country, but there was no plan. We set the plan. We said, okay, enough. Now we want you go out. They said, okay, we have 2 years of transitioning, and then we're gonna go. Fine. I'm hoping that they go to Niger. They can go back to their homes, yo. What's wrong with you? I don't want no foreign military in my country. Enough is enough. And for you to come
But they
here and
left
tell me
now.
what's
But
going
they
on in
left.
my country, no, not
But
all
they
of them.
left.
They're
They are
still there,
leaving
bro.
now. They are
They're
leaving
still
now
there.
because they have to
Yeah.
leave. But
They're
now
leaving.
the
They're
bombing is
leaving.
increasing in the
2024,
country.
2024, they're gonna leave. The
So,
last of them,
but it's not a bad
December
thing, is it?
2024. Huh?
Hey, Charlie.
Well, why don't you just thank them for doing a good job then?
What job are they doing, Tunaja? We are fighting right now, Al Shabaab, and they're not doing anything. They're not fighting. They're just sitting
They
there,
have
Tunaja. I don't
trained
know what
your
you're talking
soldiers. They have
about.
trained your soldiers to be able to
They have
defend your
trained my
country. Is that not
soldiers.
something?
They have trained
Yes.
my soldiers.
And
Do
your
you know
police
how many?
officers.
Do you know 50,000 soldiers are trained by Turkey and by Eritrea? Do you know that?
Did you just hear
I
that?
don't know
She's
what.
praising other countries.
Of
Oh, did
course,
you
I'm
just say
praising
Eritrea?
Turkey
That's the
because
first
they
time you
trained
praised
50,000 of
Eritrea,
my soldiers.
actually.
What the fuck are you talking about?
I think at last she has praised one African country. I think I rest my case. It's all right. I don't have any issues
Yeah,
there.
rest your case.
You
And
praised
you know what I'm
Eritrea.
gonna rest with my case? You know what I'm gonna rest with my case? Tunaja, you should mind your own business in with your own country. As we could hear tonight, you guys have a lot of problems. Take care of that. Leave my country to us. And we definitely gonna leave you to you because I have not said one word while you had this discussion because that was not my business. You understand? How about you stay in your corner and let us stay in our corner? That
You were
sound great to
busy
you?
going at
That sounds perfect to
Kifaru now.
me.
That's why you were going at
Yeah.
Kifaru, and it reminded
And I
me
don't
of
know
when you
what Kifaru is
were
talking
having a
about.
go at
He's talking
Nigeria
about a
too.
channel. I have no other
Okay,
channel
just
than
yes. Can you
yeah.
stay for a minute?
What?
Let's just okay. African Millennia, please, can you paste that channel? I just want to make sure. And how you gonna tell me that this is not you? I don't know how you're gonna do it.
I'm gonna tell you. Let me see what kind of channel you're talking about.
Yeah, African Millennia, can you just load the channel from the back chat?
And only me. Try to be a little bit kinder to
What
your
the
African
hell?
neighbors. Try to be
This
kinder to your neighbors.
who is
You
this
never know when you
child?
need to borrow salt.
Who is this child?
You never know when you need to
Africa,
borrow
man,
salt.
only me. That's your
Yes,
picture.
who is
You've been
this
using.
child? This is a
You've
child
been
talking,
using all
bro.
the time. Come on, this is your picture. You've been using all the time.
Yo,
tried
this is
to.
internet. Yo, I'm gonna Google this picture. It's everywhere in the internet. What you're talking about?
So is this not you? You said all the
This is
time
not
that it's
me.
you.
What is this,
Okay,
a child?
so why do you use it on your channel? Then you say this is you. You've
Bro,
come
there's
on
a
the
picture.
live
I
show
use
with
a
this.
lot of pictures. What are you talking about?
Nigerians, because a lot of Nigerians don't play Americans or jump on the backs, or
Again,
even
so the voice
Nigerians,
changer
because a lot
one.
of Nigerians don't put up with
Okay,
the
if you
bullshit
say
and the
that's not
fuckery.
you, it's all right. It's all
No,
right.
that's
If
not
that's
me,
not you.
bro.
Okay, that's fine because you've been using that picture and you say that's you. So now you
Okay,
say that's
to
not
Niger,
you. It's
and
all right.
I'm gonna show you the picture that you're using. That's from internet, bro. What are you talking about? Do you want
Okay,
to
so
see the
that's not
picture?
you.
No, that's not me. I have this picture here. Look, I have a lot of pictures on my account. What is this?
That's you over voice changer. Okay, I'll give you that. It's not you. Stop it, African Millennial. That's all right. If that's not you, that's okay. But that's your voice over voice changer, 100%.
That I always use. By the way, guys, this is me. This is like personally me. That's me. The picture that you see here is me.
Well, I can't
Now
see
at
that
least you see
anyway.
half of me. Anyway, I don't know who this person is, bro. What year is this even? I don't even know. Let me look.
That's just last year. Anyway,
Yeah,
that's
I
fine.
don't know what this is. Yeah, that's not me. I'm sorry, but these pictures anybody can find in the internet. You have to just Google Somali girls. You will find all kind of pictures. But anyway, this is my picture. This is me. If you see somebody with this picture, it's me, unless they steal it from me. But it's not me.
But you
But
had to
yeah,
claim that was you one
Tunaja.
time. So now we don't even
Yeah.
know who you are.
No, it's not me. No, bro, it's not me. Tunaja, I don't really want to discuss this with you anymore. Let's just stay everybody in our corners. Mind your country's business. I mind my country's business. I think that's a good trade. You understand?
There's nothing wrong with that, as long as you're not, something false about my country. If you are praising my country, I'm not going to interfere. If you say something wrong about my country, it's up to me to come and say, you know what, you are getting that wrong. And politely too. It's just that you are getting upset when I try to correct you. And I don't see why you should have issues with somebody giving you truthful information. You see what I mean? Isn't
Yeah,
that
but
part
you
of
said I'm slandering African countries. What are you talking about? Like
because
I
you
never
said
slander any
they
African
are wrecking
country.
your country. You said they are wrecking your country.
Yeah, that's the truth. But I never slander people. I just talk about problematic. When we have a problems, that's what I'm talking about. And when you say you
But that
slander
is slander.
somebody,
Now, when
I'm
you are
talking.
saying something
That's not
false
a
about
slander,
a people,
Punaja.
it's a
That's not
slander.
a slander. No, it's not a slander.
I
If
don't
I
know
say
what the definition
Nigerians are
of slander is
disgusting,
anymore.
if I say Nigerians are ugly, if I say Nigerians eat nasty, these things are actually insulting people. But when we are talking about politic things, it's not
Some
insulting
of
or
those,
slandering
I've
people.
had you chuckle a few times when they were bad mouthing Nigeria, but that is a
I don't
different
care. I'm
matter.
chuckling or whatever. I never said anything, bro.
I've seen
Now
I've
you're
seen that
going
a few
that road.
times, so I'm not
Yeah.
gonna go there.
Anyway.
I'm just saying that
Anyway,
you
don't.
if you find it easy to be nice to your next door
No,
neighbors,
no. I mean, African millennia have been hearing me. Have you ever heard me talking bad about any other African country, insulting them, sis? I don't.
be honest,
But
African
what I do
millennial.
is,
African millennial
what
will be
I
quiet
do.
on this one. Be honest.
No,
She
I
has.
just simply
She
don't.
says it all the
Yeah.
time.
Did
African
I ever
millennial will be
talk
quiet.
bad about Nigerian people? No, Tunaja, let's be honest. Did I ever say Nigerian
You have.
people? No, I'm asking you. Did you ever hear me
I don't
saying
know. I can't
anything
remember
bad
whether you
about the
said it.
Nigerian people?
I can't, to be
We
fair, if I
always
don't have
come head to head
clear
because of
head on that,
politics,
I'm not going to
Tunaja.
say that. But
We
I could
always
have
come
sworn
to
I've
head
heard you say
because of knowledge.
something.
Yeah,
But
you could
about
have sworn. You
Nigeria,
have
you
no.
have said bad things about Nigeria before, and not just bad things, actually false things. That's like if you say Nigerians are a little bit of scammers, okay, fine, I can hear
I
you.
never even
But
said that.
if
I
you
never
said,
even said that.
oh come on, man, you know you've
I
said some of
never
all
even
this
said. No,
when they were
Tunaja. I
talking about
never said
meat and all
Nigerian
kinds of
scammers.
stuff that West
Huh?
Africans eat.
I
Remember when
never
we were
said
talking
that.
about
What are
us
you
eating
talking
pygmies,
about?
this in West Africans eating pygmies or whatever,
Did I
Bantus,
say, Tunaja, give me where
you
I
did
said
that. You
that?
are one of
Give
those
me
that
that
said that.
proof.
Come on, you know you did. Come on,
Give
if
me
you
the
lie about that
proof
one too,
where I said that.
unbelievable. Come on,
Yeah,
man, you
give
know
me
you
the
said
proof.
that.
I'm
And
just asking
besides,
you.
see, I'm not
By the
even
way,
worried
when we
too
are
much
talking
about
about
that part.
politics,
The
when
one
we're
that is
talking about
false, clearly
politics, it's
false, is the one
politics.
I'm trying to correct you on. The one that is clearly
When we are
false.
when we are talking about politic and we'll be talking about politic and personal attack is two different things. I don't personal attack. We're talking about politic is politic. And I explained to you 20 million times. You don't want to hear about it. You just want to hear your side. You just want me to say something good about people. When I have something good to say, then I will say no problem. But when I don't have, I don't have. You understand? That's what I'm saying to you.
Okay.
When it comes to my country, look, you've been
Just watch
talking
now.
3 hours,
By
almost
the time we
3 hours.
are done
I'll
now,
be
by the
sitting
time we are
here
done,
listening to
they will
you
be
guys
naming
talking about your
streets after
problems. You
Nigerian
will not hear me
leaders, and
one
they will be
time mingling.
naming streets after Kenyan leaders in your country. You may not like it. You may puke when you see when you see the street signs, but they will. You know why? Because when Nigeria went to Sierra Leone, they named the streets after some Nigerian leaders. Even Abacha had a street name named after him in Sierra Leone because they did some good work. And I won't be surprised you start seeing that in Somalia. But I like you, when you see it, you want to puke because you don't like it.
We will
you
see that.
never like them.
We will see
So
that. But 90%
maybe you
of
guys
the
will do it.
Somali population, listen to me, 90% of Somali population are actually on my side on this issue. It is only politicians using the power of bringing other foreign aids to get money under the table and shit like that. That's a fact. And the military who is in my country, the ATMIS, they're getting their paycheck from the European Union and the American in the US. That's what they're getting. 15 years they have been getting that. And I understand. I mean, if you're getting free cash, it's a free cash. You sit there. They don't fight, bro, by the way. They don't. So they're getting that. And
They
what we
are
are saying is,
training
okay,
your
now listen
soldiers
to
to be
Naja.
fighting.
Listen
They
to
don't
Naja.
want to be responsible for
Now,
killing your own people.
listen
If
to
they were
Naja.
killing your
Now
people
it's
now,
the
you'll be
test.
screaming from the roof here.
Oh my God. Listen to me. Now is the test for them. Now came the test where we actually are fighting against Shabab. The normal people. Now, I'm not talking about military or soldiers. We're talking about civilians are actually taking weapons against Shabab. Now is the test to see if they really do what they are there for. You know what they do? Nothing. They're not fighting. They're not doing anything. So now we are saying, okay, you're
So
not doing anything.
you
What
want
you're
them to be
supposed to
killing
do.
Somalis? Is that what you are saying? You are not even
No,
thanking
Al
them for
Shabaab.
training Somali
Al Shabaab.
soldiers. So if
Oh
they
my
go at
God.
Somali Al
This
Shabaab
guy
now
is
and resulting in
amazing.
Somali people dying, you would be happy to hear that.
Listen to this guy. This guy is amazing. Al
Are you going
Shabaab
to be
is killing
happy for
us.
Kenyans to be
Bro,
killing Al Shabaab?
yes. What do you think? They're killing us more, bro. We just, last week, 150 people died in Mogadishu blast. We need to get rid of these terrorists. And you know what? Tunaja, they need to go. And we are kicking them out, either to the sea or to the ocean or wherever they go. We're going to take them out. And the problem is, these people are not helping us to get rid of them, okay? I don't care if they're Somalis or if they came from the heavens and just ascended from
But
the
the
heavens. They
training
have to
is
go.
helping. The training that they provided for
So,
your soldiers and your
Yo,
troops,
you
your
guys
police is
are
helping
making
to kick Al
arguments.
Shabaab
but
out,
is this
isn't
not
it?
what they,
That-
what?
They are training your soldiers and your police to fight Al Shabaab.
No, it's not. No, Tunaja, no.
Well, that is
It's
what's
not
happened.
enough. It's not enough. Tunaja,
Or you want them
what
to
soldiers
actually
are
fight for
training
your
is
people.
barely enough. Eritrea trains more than they do. I'm just saying to you,
Okay,
Eritrea.
if that's your argument, I can accept
That's
it.
my,
But when you say
yeah,
that they are not
they should
helping,
go then. They're not helping. They're not helping Tunaja.
I
You just
think they
don't
feel
listen
like
to what I'm
see
saying.
your
You are
own people
biased.
are
That's
saying
the
they have done
problem.
enough. No, your people are saying that they have done enough.
Which
That's why they
people
are
are
leaving.
saying that?
And you two are saying
Which
that they should
people?
leave
Which
anyway.
people? Who is saying
And your
that,
governments
Tunaja?
are saying that they've trained the soldiers
My
enough.
government, yeah,
Yeah.
government, Tunaja. Government, yes. Yes, the
You don't have a
government
government
is
anymore.
getting paid for it. Listen, my foreign government, they said they settled and they're gonna go out, and my current government are afford that they go out. We are actually against that they being here. We are done it. We have our own, so you can go. That's all there is to it,
Okay,
Tunaja.
good.
Yeah, that is
Then
all to it.
everybody's in
I don't
agreement.
understand.
They are going to go, and I hope you remember
Yes,
that some
thank
people
God.
did some good work there. And this is to tell people that Nigeria, even if we don't talk Pan Africanism, we always seem to be around when these things are happening. Nigerians went to that country to help, and even in the peace deal with Ethiopia, Nigeria was the one that led the delegation, even all the way from Nigeria in South Africa to that peace
Do you
deal.
know how long
It's
ago
really
Nigeria
strange.
came into play? Yeah, we are not dealing with Nigeria, barely. Nigeria is just brand new. We are dealing with
Of
Burundi,
course,
Uganda, Kenya,
That's the one you love
yeah,
to see.
and Sierra Leone or whatever. But Nigeria is just newly, you understand? So I'm not gonna go for Nigeria at all in that case, you understand? But we are dealing with people who've been in my country for 15 consistent years. Their job is to get rid of Al-Shabaab, and they have not done it. And now when we are trying also the people, the civilians trying to get rid of it, they're not helping at all. You
I hope you know
understand?
that
They're
Nigeria is
sitting in
having
their
their own
bangers.
terrorist
But
problems
they
too.
should go.
You know, I hope you
Exactly.
know
I don't
Nigeria
know what
in
Nigeria should get
terrorist
rid of
problems. So I don't know how you expect
yeah,
them
why
to
they doing that? I have
perform
no
magic
idea
in
either.
Somalia.
They should take care of Boko Haram. Absolutely,
Oh
I agree.
Exactly. We are having our own
oh
problem. You expect us
shoot.
to work magic? We are trying. We are just trying to help. I don't see
Yeah,
Somalis
why
coming
don't
to
they help?
Nigeria to help us.
Yeah, exactly. They should stay in their
That's
country and take
deleted.
care of
I don't
Boko
see
Haram.
Somalis coming to
Absolutely.
Nigeria to help. Why are
No, we're
Somalis
not
not coming to
coming.
Nigeria to help us out?
Exactly. It's a business, bro. You have to understand there's a business, booming business in my country. Do you understand? Everybody's coming to my country to actually make money. You understand? These people, this
Then
government
make
are
some
being paid
peace with
millions of dollars.
Ethiopians. Make
Do you know
make
how
peace
many
with Ethiopians and Kenyans.
$3 billion is paid, bro? $3 billion is paid the past 10 years only for these soldiers. There's a lot of booming business in my country, bro. You have to understand. Of course, Nigeria feels like they have to go in there too and take their share. Of course, it is what it is.
Oh,
It
come
is
on.
what it is.
Nigeria
And
is
I
not
don't
there for
blame
your
them, but
money.
now they can go. Now they can go.
But is it true that your country has applied for to join East Africa and this thing again?
No, they haven't, and they don't need to join it. You don't need to tell Kaizo that though. But I
Hey,
mean,
if they
I
applied,
mean,
it would be a good thing.
it would be more beneficial
Yes,
for
yes, they
Somalia
have
to
applied
join the
for it.
Horn
I'm not
Union
sure.
than
Anyways,
not an East African Federation. I don't even know what that is. Anyways, I'm not gonna get into it, but why would
that's
Somalia
another
want
story
to
that we
join
have to
an
unfold.
East
That's
African
gonna take an
community?
hour.
Like, who cares about that, man?
Because
Yeah.
if they joined, it will. Because I feel like East Africa, they are at least the current East Africa, they are asserting it more and working with Ethiopia. And I'm not even sure Ethiopia is part of the organization. They seem to be working very closely together and trying to help
Yeah,
with
but
the
think about
issues
it. If
with Congo.
Ethiopia is not in the East African community, why should Somalia join?
I
Because
don't
I
know, bro.
guess there's some truth there. You see, even if they don't join, as long as they work closely together, they are all linked. They share borders and they have soldiers in each other countries. I think some Kenya have Ethiopia
Well,
in Somalia already.
Kenya left Somalia so much that they rejected Somalia.
Yeah, I
So
Yeah,
don't understand
listen.
that.
yeah,
Mm,
exactly. So
yeah, big love, brotherly love. Anyways, I don't know. I don't know if they joining or not. I mean, I don't see it, but hey, whatever. We still have Shabab to deal with. If they open the doors for us, hey, welcome. Shabab will come. Like it's gonna be free for them to get inside and out. So I don't know. That's their choice, whatever they do. For me, I don't think we are ready for that yet. You understand? My country is not ready for going in such big uh, operations. You understand? Because we're
I'm
still
sorry to
building
hear
our own
about all
country.
the Al Shabaab bombing. It's getting worse now. Actually,
It's
I'm
getting
hearing
worse
a lot
because
of
we are
news.
in a war to Niger. To Niger, the past 3 months, Somalia is literally in a war. We have been freeing them from city to city to city to city. Now they are getting very aggressive and they're bombing. Now, last couple of days ago, 150 people died in Mogadishu, and they're still going on bombing Mogadishu everywhere because they
God.
are being fought with. We are in actually open war with these people, you see, and this is the problem. We are having the Americans and the Turkish and who is, yeah, they coming, they are at least sending some drones to bomb them. But you know what Amazon is doing? Amazon is not doing anything.
Wait,
That's the sad part.
but
They're not taking part of this war in any shape or
wait,
form. They
Quintet,
close their mouth and ears. That is the problem, you see. And now the Somali people are like waking up and say, okay, what the hell are they even doing here? They're not helping at all. You understand? That is a
I
problem to Niger that we're
I
having right now
forgot
in my
to
country.
ask though. Sorry, I forgot to ask. I guess I didn't get it. So you're from the north,
Yeah, I'm from north. Yeah, I'm from the northeast. Yeah,
and the Amazon is not working out. Are you
in the
guys
south.
speaking
We
to
don't
the
have Amazon
president?
in the north. No.
Oh, in the south it's not working out. Okay. Are they speaking to the president?
Amazon is only in the south. You understand where all the
Yeah.
chaotic place happening. Everything is happening in the south because everybody's in the south. To be honest, you understand. So and Al
Yeah.
Shabaab is in the south. In the north, there is no Al Shabaab or Amazon or anything like that. Thank God we don't have this problem in the north. But in the south is the chaotic place, and that's where we are actually fighting, freeing them from city by city by city by village by village by village. People, civilians, yo, understand. Somali soldiers and civilians are actually freeing city by city from this Al Shabaab, and now
So
they are
the people we
attacking
call a
in the
terrorist
public.
group, are they sorry, let me ask this. Is the people we call a terrorist group, are they equivalent to like the Taliban? They are actually the people of that southern
Yeah,
region
they
fighting
are
against the
breakaway
central
of
region.
not Taliban, bro. They are breakaway from Al Qaeda.
So but then they should be quite few then. They are not as many.
Yeah,
The way Al Shabaab
no, they
seems to be
are.
quite resilient, seems like there are quite a lot of people involved in it.
Yeah, they are everywhere in the south.
Oh.
It's abandoned. It's more like Taliban of or the Tajiks of this in Afghanistan, where they are actually a major group. It's almost like in Nigeria where you have the Jaws or the this in the Igbo people. So if it's a whole group, then this is a civil war. It's not even a terrorist situation. It's more like a civil war, but they are using terrorist tactics. And that is not going to, why don't they just find a way to reach a peaceful solution to the problem instead of this all-out war?
There
Because
is no
we need to be
peaceful.
heard.
I'm telling you, Tunaja,
We need to be
Al
seen.
Shabaab. Listen, Al Shabaab standing only and saying only. We don't want any foreign and interference in the country. Every foreign entity has to go out from the country. And you know the problem here is that is their stand, right? That's their stand. And if you don't do that, we are not going to come and sit and talk to you. This is what they're standing. And what's happening is our country, our government is deploying even more of these useless entities in the country. So it's just going circle. You understand? The circle is just going. They never stop because they're claiming that they have to go, and we are deporting even more. So it's just a shitty place. You understand? So for me, it would be nice if everybody, NGOs, any other military, the Americans, everybody, the Africans, everybody go out from my country. Then let us deal with them, and only then are they gonna be sitting in the same table and we can actually discuss. Either it's a war or like that. You understand? And this
Yeah,
is
but
like something
the
that's
war has
not
been
gonna happen
going on for
anytime soon because
decades
America
now,
ain't
though.
going anywhere. What's that?
See, the war has been going on for decades now. One side has never been able to completely win the
Mhm.
war. So it makes sense that you guys figure out a way to reach each other, because you look at the Ethiopia, they managed to figure out a way to reach each other, even if being manipulated at first. They found a way to reach around that and sort the issue out. I feel like if one side
It's
was
not
going
the
to
same.
win, they would have won a long time
Ethiopia,
ago.
bro, it's not the same. Ethiopia has its own military still. Ethiopia is functioning state still. You understand?
Yeah.
Somalia was not when they came in. So here is the problem. Now we have foreign military supposedly to take care of them, to get rid of them, right? And they're not doing that because I understand this is a booming business for them. Why would you get rid of your paycheck? I understand that. So now Somalia has actually trained enough of soldiers. We have enough of soldiers, and we can actually take them out. And that's what we are doing. Like there is no sitting. There's just warring, and that's what we are doing right now. And this is where the disappointment comes in: is when we are actually in a war, the people who've been 15 years taking paycheck for that war are not participating. They're not doing anything. They're just sitting back and watching. And now, even my president is like, okay, now I think we hope that you go soon. Like, we need them to go because it doesn't make any sense to have them in my country, to be honest. It's just making the problem even
But
worse.
just so
You
you know,
understand?
they did try to seek permission to actually engage Al Shabaab, and they were stopped from doing that.
By
And
who
from
and
what I
from
gather,
who?
is from the West. Is from the West, and they stopped them from doing
Good.
that. And so that is the problem. It's not because they didn't try to want to; they wanted to do it themselves. I think Kenya was leading the charge that they should go after Al Shabaab, but they stopped them from doing that. Maybe because they fear that it could get
I
complicated.
did never hear about that. Never heard about that. But if that is something that happened, that shows you only that these people want to be kept there in my country. And as long as we're keeping these people in my country, the problem will never end. It's not gonna end.
No,
It's a fact.
it means that
It just goes.
what it means is that they are, because they are not the ones funding the missions themselves. Because if the people that are funding the
No, they're
mission
not
say that I'm
funding.
not going to fund you to go and attack Al Shabaab, all you have to do, all they are telling them to do is protect. Their protection is all they can do. They can participate in very limited specific
Can
events and train.
Tunaja,
That's what they are
Tunaja,
told to do.
Tunaja, Tunaja, brother, one moment. Amilcar, if you have something to say, come up, you bitch. Don't call me witch, you
Whoa,
asshole.
whoa, whoa.
This fucking asshole has always something to say. He can go fuck himself, yeah? Amilcar, you are a bitch, all right? Don't call me a witch, you fucking asshole. Like, what the fuck is wrong with this bitch? Always calling me a witch and shit like that. My country is my country. Stay in your fucking dusty Guinea pussy country. Why don't you
Oh,
go back to your fucking Guinea pussy pitchy? Why
it's
don't you
okay.
go back
It's
to your
fine. It's okay.
why does he not fucking go back to his Guinea pussy country and do something about it?
Can we
He's a
really
fucking idiot, yeah?
just leave it? All
No,
this.
no, no, no. They're gonna diss him.
Fuck
Just
out of
diss
here.
him, but don't diss his country, man. Countries are
Yeah,
too
he's
far.
dissing my country, and then he came for me personally, calling me a witch. This fucking bastard. Go to your fucking Guinea pussy. Do
But
something about that. That every single time is fucking new cue. Why don't you do something about that dusty bullshit of your country instead of sitting and in Holland, huh? Why don't you do something about that? What a
okay,
bitch. Get the
all
fuck
right.
out of here.
I think you
Anyway,
have
to
been on
Niger.
the YouTube streets for a bit too long. You are really swearing like
No, no,
crazy.
no. I don't like when people come for me personally. This bitch, he's a bitch. I swear to God, Almirka is a fucking bitch. That's what he is.
Oh,
A big bulldog. That's what he is. He can go fuck himself. Anyway, to Niger, I need to go. It's very late. I can't deal with this bullshit, eh? Don't come for me,
All
you
right, all
bitch.
right,
oh
all
my
right. Then
god.
My
let me
goodness.
step off.
Good,
All right,
Good
thanks
night.
for having me,
good
African Millennial.
good evening, good night, good morning.
No, for real, yeah. This bitch, yeah. This is crazy to me. Like, look at his fucking where he came from. Like, do you know where the shit place, the shithole that he came from? And then he's attacking me personally. Like, fuck off. Anyway, sis, I'm so sorry. Like, I just wanted to say my closing statement, but hey,
Yeah.
there is Tunaja and there's Somalia. Like, hello, like. 1 hour they're talking about Nigeria, not say a sentence about Nigeria. Like, why would I? It's not my country. Me no care. But no, Tunaja cares about my country for a freaking crazy reason. Anyway, good night, sis.
Peace. Good night.
Good night, good night.
Yeah, that was kind of lit. That was not planned. That just happened. So please don't get mad. But great topic, like great panel. Um, topic was initially on the UNSC, and then we basically talked about how all these organizations not important. Then they talked about Biafra for a while. I found that to be interesting, and I forgot they talked about something else. Oh, should African countries break up? Like, should there be more secessionist movements? I like that conversation. I actually like that conversation. I guess I'm speaking from someone who I wasn't alive, or the secessionist movement that's in Ghana is really not a big deal. It's not happening because no offense. Okay, I was gonna say something mean, but let me not say it. Actually, I'll just say it. I hope no one's from Togo here. But yeah, why would you break up to leave Ghana to go to Togo? Like, who would in their right mind do that? Anyways, so secessionist movements, I don't really approve of them either, but then uh some panelists made a good point. If
your tribe did not sign the constitution or did not sign to be part of a country, should they really be part of a country? I guess not. I guess the deal was not valid. S- uh okay, another I have to choose another country to pick on. Which one should I choose? Because a lot of these Africans are really sensitive, myself included. But which country should I choose to pick on? And it can't be Nigeria. It can't be Nigeria because Nigeria is off limits. But I really need another country to pick on because I'm getting kind of bored. I'm getting kind of bored. But anyway, yeah, Togo. No, Togo is a peaceful country, but people don't want to join Togo like that. Do you get what I mean? It's a strip of land. I mean, if you decide to join Togo, you're really not going to succeed. Not that other countries are doing better, like, I'm automatically better, but I'm just saying, like, if you join Togo, you're gonna join from being a minority in Ghana to being a majority in Togo, not really doing anything, you know what I mean? But Togo has good cities. I won't lie, Lome is really, really nice. And I don't know what other cities are there, but Togo is a nice country. I won't sit here and lie. It is a nice country. I'm just saying, I mean, if I had a choice between joining Ghana and Ivory Coast, I would join Ivory Coast. Because come on, like Ivory Coast is just beautiful. Okay, I think I talked about the gold situation that's happening in Ghana. And I talked about the fact that Ivory Coast and Ghana are really dropping the ball because we're supposed to be having the cocoa thing on lock. A lot of my Ivory Coast friends are like, you should not lose hope. Ghana and Ivory Coast will get it together. But for whatever reason, I've just lost hope on the whole cocoa thing. I feel like the West has already made it popular to have Kit Kats, Mars bars, all the other candy. The best chocolate is European, Swiss, French chocolate. I don't see that changing in my lifetime. I personally just don't. So I think Ghana, Ivory Coast kind of let the cocoa industry go. And I don't really see it coming back just personally. Just personally, like my opinion, right? So, oh, Emil Carr? Emil Carr doesn't call in like that, and I don't want him to call in to talk about her or talk about someone. I don't think it's necessary. I'd rather Emil Carr call in to speak about a man, but not her. Just no. I actually like uh I like some of the points that Puente talks about. That's all I'll say. Don't come from my uncle Kifaro. Kifaro, okay, I'm gonna apologize personally to Kifaro and Memezami because their people actually do respect. Kifaro is actually a really cool person and he's doing the PAA. So Kifaro is actually serious with this Pan African thing. A lot of, let's say, Pan Africans come on here and they talk about we must do this, we must do that, but they have no plans. They have nothing written down. So Kifaro is a big deal. No, Kifaro is much better than some other people because he's serious. He's a great guy. So Kifaro, I apologize for offending you. I didn't when trolling goes too hard and you don't really catch yourself. That's pretty much what it was. I don't hate anybody. I don't have hate in my heart. But Kifaro, just sometimes you have to understand when I speak, yeah, I speak from a position of like, I truly believe all African countries are horrible. That's just how I see it. You know what I mean? Sure, sometimes I also partake in the this country is better than this country, but really in the global sphere, they're all bad. They're all doing bad. They're all performing horribly. You know, yes, sure, South Africa is better than some other countries, definitely to live in. They have certain services that they provide to their people. But I mean, if you're going outside of Africa, South Africa is just okay, you know? So, yeah, I mean, when I say all African countries are horrible, please understand that I know what I mean when I say that. Okay? I really don't like it when Africans come on here and be like, well, my country's peaceful. Like, bro, how many African countries are peaceful? Oh, my country's beautiful. Most, actually, all African countries actually are beautiful. So when Africans want to come and be like, stop insulting my country because it's beautiful, dude, every country is beautiful. Like, can we move on from that? No, can we actually talk about no, I'm gonna end it. Can we actually talk about important things? Can we talk about what manufacturing plants your country has? Can we talk about any of that instead of just talking about how it looks good? No, we have YouTubers here, and someone mentioned his name, so I'm just gonna mention it again. We have Wodamaya is a great guy. This is not to hate on Wodamaya, but it's like, oh, he's going to the best parts of countries. He's going to hotels. He's going to beaches. That's not how the average person is living in that country. Okay, so stop thinking that everyone is happy, everyone's doing great, especially if you or your parents left the continent and now you're here talking about, oh, stop talking about this, stop talking about that. Your country sucks. Dude, your leadership is horrible. Your president is always in Switzerland. Like, let's how are some of these African leaders single-handedly changing constitutions? How are Africans letting this happen? And then they want to talk about their culture is so great. What does culture have to do with someone being able to have his family in power for 70 years and they're not a monarchy? What does culture have to do with any of that? You know, they're just a lot of Africans are in denial. So sometimes you have to be mean. Like, you just have to tell them how it is for them to get the point. This doesn't mean hate your country, hate your people, but just stop accepting mediocrity. Especially if you in the West and you know how. I'm not gonna say that these countries are the best country in the world. You know, you'll have Americans, Africans in America say America is the best country in the world. That's honestly subjective, but I'll say the system is working. Why are none of your country's system working? Whose responsibility is that? That's literally all our responsibilities. So if we're just going to be quiet about it and do nothing, we're going to be 70 years old. Okay, we're going to turn 70, unfortunately. I keep forgetting that I'm going to anyways, I keep forgetting that I'm actually going to be like super old one day. That really scares me, but I'm going to look back, right? With my grandchildren and be complaining the same things that my parents were complaining about. That's absolute failure. That's absolute failure. So, anyways, I'm going to end it here because I don't want to get into a rant about Africans being delusional, which they are, about Africans being losers, which They are. But by the way, it doesn't mean all Africans. It just means majority. Let me let me make that clear before people get mad. Majority of Africans are delusional. Majority of Africans are losers. And it is what it is. It just is what it is. They fail to really talk about it and do something about it. Um the fact that Africans could have live streams all the time about solutions, but no one in their country actually wants to do something about it is very interesting. I've always found that very, very interesting because it's embarrassing to explain to people that there are intelligent people in Africa. It's very embarrassing because then they'll be like, where they at? Like, why are they never speaking? Why is it always the coons that are speaking? I don't know. I guess they're the ones that get paid the most. But honestly, yeah, that was a great stream, guys. Just play it back. I'll talk to you guys later. Bye. No, no, no. I'm actually leaving for real. Bye. Oh, and shout outs to everybody in the comment section. Thanks to everybody who is here. I definitely appreciate all of you guys. And I'll say this. I'll say this. The people who are honest and the people who call me out, I actually appreciate them more. I don't like yes people because yes people don't make you think and they don't make you move forward. So don't be afraid to call me out, but like don't be too mean. Don't be too mean, but don't be afraid to call me out, especially on certain things. I'm going to try to be I know I'm being very biased when it comes to certain countries. Reason being is I'm trying to get to know those countries, but once I get to know those countries, I'll be less biased, I promise. So yeah, shout outs to everybody. Shout outs to everybody who came here. Shout outs to the mods, especially. I'm gonna be watching you mods because I seriously don't know why. Anyway, and yeah, shout outs to everybody else. Shout outs to the commenters. Shout outs to the people who called in, especially because you guys made the show interesting. Shout out to only me who came back from the dead. And shout outs to Pro U Services Ltd, the Nigerian man who called in, because I like how he challenged the other Nigerians on the panel. Because we usually hear from Yorubas, but we don't hear from Igbos. So shout outs to Igbos. And I'll see you guys later. Seriously, I gotta go, man. Bye.